A warm good morning to you and welcome from Clinton High School in Clinton, Illinois. Clutch Sports Media is back for our second year. It's the Clinton New Year's Showdown. 6 games full of Class 1A and 2A teams from around Central Illinois and some key non-conference games here in Clinton. Alongside Owen Dimple, I'm Jonathan Michael, and we kick off things today with the Peoria Heights Patriots taking on the normal Calvary Christian Knights. Owen, 2 teams that are looking for a win. They're sub 500, but opportunity, I think, for both these squads here to kick things off today.
Yeah, both teams coming into this contest not off their best foot to the start of the season, both under 500, as you said it. But that's the beauty of these shootouts and tournaments in the middle of the season. It can kickstart your season and get you moving forward as you progress to the middle and towards the end of the season. So for both teams, they're looking to capture a really confidence-building win today.
Most definitely. Again, full day of basketball coming your way. We have 6 games. This is the first coming up afterwards. Peoria Christian, Springfield Calvary, Rochester Eureka after that, followed by Heyworth Mount Pulaski, Maroa-Forsyth taking on Bloomington Cornerstone Christian, and the nightcap tonight is the host Maroons as they take on the Beardstown Tigers. Heights and Calvary ready to get things going. Patriots are in their home whites, Calvary in their road blues. And for the Patriots to tip things off in the circle, it'll be their 6'5" senior forward, Barrett Marfell. He's going to be a player to watch tonight, or today, I should say, for Peoria Heights, though, and especially normal Calvary, not the biggest team out there.
Yeah, I mean, with his 6'5" stature, you could assume that he's going to have a point of emphasis down in the paint. Could be huge for the Patriots to run their offense through him.
And we will do the jump ball all over again. So false start, 5-yard penalty. Now we're underway here from Clinton, and the Patriots control the tip. They're starting 5. This is Ashton Hetty bringing it up for Peoria Heights along with Marfell. Ricky Martin, number 22 in white in the far corner. This is Brody Jones, a 6'2" senior with it. And he turns it over, rounding things out for head coach Jimmy Jordan. And the Patriots is Jorge Castro, number 20, a freshman in the starting lineup for Peoria Heights. Calvary working in the post with Max Holderby, senior forward. He's going to be a big player to watch, especially going up against Marfell today. Castro on a nice feed down low, but it's blocked away by Jones. He was ready for that one. Calvary starting 5. Michael Gardner, number 13. Number 1, Callum Kruger. Number 3, Ty Zeller. The aforementioned Holderby. And Michael Whistler, who is one of 3 seniors on this Calvary team.
We've seen them try and work inside with Holderby.
And here's a turnaround. Shot came up just short, though. Not a bad-looking offensive first possession for Calvary, even though it didn't end in the basket. Looked like it was good ball movement there and an overall good shot.
Yeah, you said it. It was good ball movement. They tried working it in and out and ultimately got a decent hook shot, just didn't convert.
3 balls off the mark, rebounded, then quickly turned over. Gardner couldn't hang on to it. Here's a deep 2 from Castro, and it rims out. Volleyballed around and into the hands of Zeller.
Yeah, it looked like Holderby just kind of smacked it forward, hoping that someone would grab it for him.
And the long arms of Marfell come away with a steal there.
Already defense seeing really taking over this game to start it. But sometimes you'll have that, the 11 a.m. starts.
Another turnover there, and the layup is good. Ty Zeller scores the first bucket of this year's Clinton New Year's Showdown, and Calvary takes a 2-0 lead. Calvary comes in at 3-11, looking for a win. They have lost 10 straight after starting the season 3-1. So yeah, you mentioned looking for a win to turn around the season, and it really could be one for Calvary. They've played some tough teams and are hoping they can knock off Peoria Heights here.
And to begin their season, they didn't have the worst start. They lost their season opener, but after that, that's when they won their 3 games in a row. So they had a 3-1 start. It's just been this kind of struggle as of late.
Turnover will turn it back over to the Patriots. Those wins for normal Calvary came against one of which was their conference foe, DeLand Weldon, whose high school I passed, actually on the way over here today to Clinton. They beat them 51-24. They also have wins over Donovan and Blue Ridge. Not too far from here in Clinton. Hetty drove into the hoop and got fouled. I think he'll be shooting 2 here.
Really like the aggressiveness of Ashton Hetty, taking matters into his own hand and grabbing the foul. Chance to get the first points for the Patriots.
And I've said it multiple times on broadcasts this year, especially when you're in a kind of a shooting rut. Best way to try and break that is just get to the line, especially for those first buckets of the games, and especially even more for those 11 a.m. games. I believe both these teams played last night. I know Peoria Heights did against Lexington. So a quick turnaround for this Peoria Heights team.
Yeah, certainly. And, going back to your point of getting to the free throw line often, I think that also establishes dominance early in games. You want to be physical. If you can establish that early, I think you'll have not only the physical edge, but the mental edge going forward into the game as well.
Normal Calvary is a little bit of the aggressors early, but the Patriots get a turnover here. Pass fake. Martin's 3 balls off the mark. Cold shooting start for the Heights. An offensive board keeps it with them.
Yeah, before the shot looked like George Castro had a wide open shot in the paint from a good cut.
Oh, and Castro goes diving into the bench from Calvary. And a warm welcome there with their coaching staff. Here's a floater from Hetty off the mark. And a good box out there from Gardner. Marfell couldn't corral the board.
Tell you what, great effort, though, from the freshman Castro.
And Castro, that's one flying with no regard into the bench. Shot by Holderby is off the mark. What I've seen from both these teams, though, and I think a rebound is going to be a big key. We've seen a lot of batting the ball and not grabbing the ball on those rebounds.
Yeah, and we're seeing both teams try to get to the paint. They're not really taking outside shots unless it's there. So really, if either team can start maybe knocking down 1 or 2 from outside, that can maybe build that offensive confidence as well.
Nearly halfway through the first quarter, and Peoria Heights still looking for their first field goal. Calvary getting their lone bucket on a layup from Michael Whistler.
Marfeld posting up in the paint.
And Peoria Heights just got to get it to him. They turn it over there. Here's Aiden McClintock into the game for Calvary. Holderby, shot fakes Marfell. Nice pass into the corner. Whistler, too strong. And he'll stay with Calvary. I've been seeing some good shots, but that early morning shooting is rearing its ugly head here in Clinton.
Yeah, it does. And that's just one of those things with these tournaments. But, by the second quarter, I think both teams could have this figured out, and we'll see more scoring.
And the end part of it has to do probably with, playing in a gym you're not used to playing in. Maybe the depth perception a little bit different for Peoria Heights than it is in Roger Bergia Gym, their home digs. Maybe a little bit different for normal Calvary as well. Another turnover. Here's Brady Larson, junior into the game for the Heights, who fell 76-40 to Lexington. A very good Lexington team, I might add, in the Heart of Illinois Conference last year. So that's not overall a terrible loss. It's a loss against a good opponent that Peoria Heights, I'm sure, learns from. I'm sure they probably wish they had a little bit more time in between their 2 games, though.
Yeah, but you don't always have the time at your luxury, especially. But that can be a good thing, too, because it doesn't allow you to overthink a loss like that. You put it in the rearview mirror and you focus on the next game at hand, which is this one.
I bet both these players, or all these players, I should say, as a 3-ball goes down from Brody Jones, who had 10 last night. They probably just went home, went to bed, woke up, and said, hey, we got a basketball game. Probably didn't even really think about that Lexington game at all, so that's a good point, Owen, as the Patriots now lead. Saints did a nice job of moving the ball around. There's Zeller, now back over to Whistler.
We're seeing the Patriots really close the inside looks.
They are the bigger team. A nice cut there from Kruger. 3-ball on the way. Bank is open on Saturday at 11:08 a.m. for Ty Zeller.
So far, it's been all Zeller for the Knights. All 5 points. Not sure if he called bank on it or not.
Well, either way, you don't have to call bank during the game. Now, if you're playing horse, then you do. But Zeller, a hot start for Normal Calvary as we get a foul called there on Zeller. That's his first and the third on Calvary. Peoria Heights hasn't committed a foul yet. Peoria Christian coming up in the next game. They've entered the building. That will be arguably the game of the entire shootout right there. We were talking that Christian Calvary game is going to be very fun, very fast-paced, and very high-scoring, we think.
Yeah, and just the matchup between Malachi Persinger and Luke Blackford will be a really one to watch between those two teams. So stay tuned for that one, but plenty of basketball today as well.
There's about 3,500 points or so combined between just those two players throughout their careers. It's going to be a prolific matchup there as Peoria Heights' struggles from the line continue. They're 0 for 3 to start as it's Larson now for his second. Shoots it and comes up short, but the offensive board comes back in to Ricky Martin.
And now you got to make the most of your second chance opportunity.
Larson passes that three up, feeds it into Marfell. That's what Peoria Heights needed to do. Get it into the big fella. Let him eat.
If they can do that more often, I think we could see the Patriots put up a little more points.
Floater on the way, comes up short. And it goes off of Calvary and back to Peoria Heights. A bit of a delayed call there from our refs, but been a lot of just back and forth in terms of possession with this game. Turnover is also going to be a key, as we have found out here through these first 6 minutes.
Yeah, and that time Brody Jones did a good job going after the ball, but just barely when I'm not sure if he tried to save it into play, but by doing so, it hit off the Calvary defender. So no matter what, it was a great heads-up play by Jones.
And speaking of Jones, he knocks down a triple to give Peoria Heights an 8-5 advantage. And Calvary will shoot two here. Both these teams, though, and again, not the deepest squads. Peoria Heights, even though they're the bigger school, has less on their bench. They only have 3 healthy players, so a total of 8 for them today. Normal Calvary carries 11 on their roster, so especially these back-to-back games, you know, your depth is going to be tested on sometimes these Saturday shootout games.
Yeah, for sure will, but you know, it's probably nothing that these kids aren't used to. You know, being smaller schools, they've been used to playing with smaller rosters, so I think they can handle it well, but it could also be an issue if they start getting into foul trouble.
Most definitely, we'll keep an eye on that later, but so far, no one in that much of foul trouble, and I'm not going to definitely attest to, you know, playing basketball for a small Christian school. When I was back in high school, we did tons and tons of conditioning, and you know, up until now, until you just said that, I was like, why do we run so much? Like, we're playing basketball. We're not doing cross country. Well, it's because you got to be ready to play a lot of minutes being a smaller school.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that you have to prepare for, just like you practice your offensive sets, your you know, defensive skills, free throw shooting. You got to practice the running, too, that comes with it.
Peoria Heights turns it over there on a travel there from Ashton Hetty. And they still hold a 1-point lead here, 1 minute to go in the first quarter. Glad you're with us and spending your Saturday morning with us on Clutch Sports Media. Full day of basketball coming your way with our full crew here. Noah Powell, Joey Wright, Mark Wagner, and Owen Dimfel. I'm Jonathan Michael. Deep three on the way from Zeller was no good. And Jones brings in the miss.
And for how deep it wasn't a bad shot by any means.
Jones is feeling it. That one rims out, though. And he's got 6 of Peoria High's 8. Here's Hetty with a steal and the easy bunny. Or rather, that was DeAndre Marks. I think there's a little bit of a number change. Marks was listed on their roster at number 10, but he's wearing number 14 today. So Holderby gets a shot on the other end, but we apologize for that. But It is Marks, number 10, or number 14 rather, for Peoria Heights here today. And the buzzer sounds before the Patriots get a shot off. They lead 10-9 here after the first quarter of play in the Clinton New Year's Showdown. I want to take a quick word for both of our sponsors today, starting with the Clinton Chiropractic Center. Their experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today. Schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And also Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. That's almost 80 years. Call Tim for all of your water needs, 217-935-3690. A first quarter defined by a couple missed shots, some loose balls. There were probably well over 10 loose balls in that first quarter, Owen. It's kind of just been a bit of a sloppy game, but it's to be expected. But Brody Jones has been, I think he's going to have to be the key guy if the first quarter is any indication for Peoria Heights.
Yeah, and he had a good start in this one, knocking down the 2 3-pointers, getting that offense rolling a little bit, and then we saw additional scoring from Marks Marfell as well. So if they can join him along with that scoring, I think the Patriots could go a long way, just ending this first half and then starting the second half as well.
And both these teams looking for wins. Peoria Heights trying to get to 7-9 and avenge a loss to Lexington last night. Interesting fact about the Heights, it's been a bit of an up and down season for them. It's all resulted in pretty close to 500 ball. They have not won or lost more than 2 games in a row at all this season. So they would need a win to keep that streak intact. They come in losing 2 straight.
And that just shows the, ability to bounce back in games. You suffer a loss, but you don't dread over it too much. You're able to move on. So I think that will definitely help them moving forward into today's game as well.
A couple weeks ago, Peoria Heights was at the Princeville Holiday Tournament. They took 3rd place there thanks to a game-winning, buzzer-beating shot from Barrett Marfell to win the 3rd place game against Peru St. Bede, 50-49. They also beat Midland and lost to Princeville in that tournament. So again, the Patriots have played a tough schedule so far as they go down to Holderby. Nice shot through traffic. And Gardner came away with the board. Second shot opportunity, no good.
It looked like Calvary Christian had their chances, but once again, can't find the net.
Jones slices through, and his shot is off. Baskets coming at a premium here today in Clinton. Here's Whistler, now over. And Calvary's had good ball movement today. They just haven't ended possessions in the way that they've wanted to, but I think their offense has looked a little bit more in sync so far.
Yeah, they've moved the ball more. They've had some outside and some inside looks. What I've liked is that they went down low to Max Holderby almost every possession, and whether he puts up the shot or if he works his way around, finds an open shooter as well. It's kind of been how their offense has been working.
And Normal Calvary calls a 30-second timeout, called by their 8th-year head coach, Jason Wingate. And leading this team that's a member of the East Central Illinois Conference, one of the smaller conferences around, but other schools in that group include Arthur Okaw Christian, Cornerstone, who we'll see later today against Maroa-Forsyth, Urbana University High, home to one of our guest photographers, Knox Minot, proud alum of the Illinois, Champaign Judah Christian, and DeLand Weldon, all in that conference. Calvary is coming off a 5-21 season last year. They were 16-12 though the year before. So again, as you know, a very small school. Not sure exactly what their enrollment is. You know, most times they play a non-conference game, they're going to be probably outsized, outnumbered. But anytime you can have a good season like that, shows that there are good basketball players that even at very small schools like Calvary.
Certainly, it doesn't matter where you're from. You can ball if you put in the time and the effort for it.
And the Knights are putting up a good fight here. Been a close battle all the way through so far. Marks finds Jones in the corner. He's been active. Driving in. Layup is good. Jones has 8 of Peoria Heights' 12.
I believe that was Brady Larson, number 1 on that.
Actually, it was Larson. My apologies. Jones has just been all over the place, and him and Larson look a bit similar as well. So Larson gets in the scorebook for the first time. Here's Marfell, the big fella, gets his own miss, off the glass and in.
Great work from Marfell, knowing that he wasn't going to convert on his initial attempt, staying with the play and grabbing his own miss.
Shot just rolls off the rim there for Michael Whistler. Here comes a 3-on-2 and a travel for the Patriots. Turnovers have been their Achilles heel so far today. You hate to turn it over on a good fast break opportunity there.
Yeah, for sure. But even before that turnover, I think we're starting to see Marfell's size start to play a little bit of a factor. He's gotten 2 buckets now. He had that rebound. If they can get some consistent play out of him, I think they'll go a long way.
Now here's Jones on the break. Had it stripped. Good defense from Holderby. Ball is on the ground, and we're going to get a foul on Peoria Heights. That goes on Castro. And his first. Holderby, again, we mentioned Marfell finding his groove a little bit, but we got to give credit, too, to Holderby and Gardner from Calvary. They've done a nice job defending and boxing him out. Marfell hasn't been completely just scoring buckets at will.
No, and they've done a good job taking him away, but can they do it consistently across 4 quarters? That's the one question that I'm going to have.
Open 3 ball from Zeller, another high arcing shot, and rebounded by Marks. I think that's Zeller's kind of shot shape. He likes to shoot it way up in the air, but boy, when it comes down, it goes through for a swish. Boy, that's going to be a nice sound as Peoria Heights calls another timeout with 4:20 to go here in the second quarter. And coming up after this, Peoria Christian and Springfield Calvary. And Rochester Eureka after that. Those are 2 really good matchups from some schools that play in some very competitive conferences. I don't know if you've been following the Heart of Illinois much this season, Owen, but both on boys and girls, just the depth has been phenomenal. I mean, even Eureka, they're not near the top of the conference. They're still a very good team.
Yeah, I mean, very sparingly have I been paying attention to the teams going on, but I did notice either last night or a couple nights ago, DMAC, Dalia DeJesus, 50-point performance.
Yeah.
I mean, unreal. Her team had 59 total points, and she was responsible for 50. Just unreal performance. You don't see that very often at the high school level.
That was one of the best performances ever by any Central Illinois high school basketball player, boys or girls. DeJesus is DMAC's leading scorer, boys or girls, in program history, and she's only a junior.
Just incredible stuff, and in that game, she broke her own score. It's a single-game scoring record as well.
Back to the action here between Calvary and Peoria Heights. Calvary looking to get the lid off the basket. It's been a couple minutes since they've gotten one to fall. I don't think they've scored it all here in the second quarter, if memory serves me right. 3 ball is off the mark there from Whistler. Rebounded Holderby. Tough roll there.
I mean, Holderby, right place at the right time to get that offensive rebound. Just a brutal miss right in front of the rim.
Marks drives in. Now Jones feeds Larson. Nice little mid-range shot. Who says the mid-range is dead? Not Brady Larson, that too.
And not the Patriots either. I mean, yeah, they've had the 2 3-point shots, but other than that, they've been getting good looks around the inner circle.
Another 3 ball from Whistler is off the mark, and we get a foul on the rebound. And, you know, when you have guys like Marfell, which are obviously, he's 6'5", then you got guys like Jones that shoot the ball well. Calvary's got to respect both of those, and that leaves those mid-ranges wide open. So I like to see Peoria Heights take more of those shots, too.
Yeah, and they can be quick with it as well. And it's just the huge advantage that they have in this game. And they didn't really find it right away, but they're starting to, and they're clicking and really rolling with it.
Calvary looking to reach double digits here, 16-9, and a double dribble there on the Knights will turn it back over.
Did they review that last basket? Must have.
3 minutes to go here before the half. And Marfell will inbound. Calvary showing a bit of pressure there with Zeller. Here's Castro, the freshman, with it. Now back over. Jones at the top of the key. Calvary tried to deny it there with Whistler. That was a good front. But a good pass leads to a foul, and Marfell will shoot a pair.
Once again, going to Marfell down low. The Knights did all they could to try and stop him, but that included fouling him and sending him to the line. But so far, they've been struggling at the free throw line too, so maybe not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, Peoria Heights still looking for their first free throw, but up until then, Marfell knocks it down. He's got 5.
He replaces number 1, Ashton Hetty.
He has had some big games in his senior year for Peoria Heights. Definitely a candidate for an all-conference selection in the inter-county and Prairie Land conferences. Whistler facing nice pressure there from Marks. Good ball movement leads to a 3-point shot, and too strong there for Callum Kruger. Calvary's touch from three-point land has been a bit off as of late. Marfell, good pass to Castro in the corner. He can't knock it down.
I mean, as a whole for the Knights, their offense hasn't been the same since the first quarter.
Back and forth we go. Marks, no good. Castro shows off his leaping ability again. And we get a whistle down near the hoop. And a flop warning called against Calvary, and Jackson Page, who's a bit befuddled by it. He's kind of saying, what did I do there? But the Knights retain possession.
Very interesting call and sequence of events.
I was going to say, usually you don't see a flop warning on a fast break attempt there. And Jones, a bit too handsy there. Get called for the reach there on Page.
And we're seeing the defensive aggressiveness pick up for the Patriots, too. I think they're getting their hands on the ball more often than they did in the first quarter, and that's creating even more turnovers by the Knights.
Yeah, Peoria Heights has had active hands all the way through. Not many great passing lanes for Calvary, who's been just trying to work the ball a lot to kind of take away Peoria Heights' bigger size. There's a good drive-in kick. Another deep three from Zeller off the back iron. Castro, and they're going to call him for the travel. That's always a tough call there, because do you call the travel or was he being fouled? And Castro took about 4 or 5 steps right there.
Yeah, I kind of thought he was being fouled. At least he didn't travel under his own power, it didn't look like. It was altered in some way or another.
It's always kind of a bang-bang play. Calvary turned it over there with Lucas Sniff. Now DeAndre Mack into the game. First time we've called his number today. And Marfell, good pass into the post, and Ricky Martin can't get it to finish. These rims have not been kind. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
Yeah, not sure if they got their good night's sleep, but they sure needed it with hosting a big tournament today.
As Jim hosted a big game between Clinton and Heyworth last night. That was a doozy of a ball game. Clinton won that game 47-45, although Heyworth nearly had a shot to send it to OT, even after Clinton shot 4 free throws in the last 8 seconds of the game and didn't make any of them. And we'll be seeing both those teams later today. And the layup is good for Calvary. Holderby finally gets the lid off the rim for Calvary. He's got 6, and Zeller has the other 5. Marfell. Offensive foul. Great job by Whistler. He drew the charge there. Stepped in front of a charging Barrett Marfell.
And great job by Whistler. I mean, just stepping in front of Marfell. If he's going to be that aggressive towards the rim, see if you can get good positioning and get the foul. Now we're going the other way.
Opportunity for Calvary now to really get some momentum going into halftime. He scored that bucket from Holderby. Now you get a chance to end the first half with the last word. Here's Sniff with it. Wearing different colored shoes, cotton candy colored. I like that. Holderby dials one up from distance. Too strong. Castro brings in the miss. 4 to shoot. Heights has a chance for a prayer. It's Mack from way downtown, and it's just off the mark. Not a bad shot, though. And Peoria Heights leads 18-11 after the first half of play here in the Clinton New Year's Showdown.
Yeah, overall decent first half by both teams. You know, as we've mentioned, a little bit sloppy on both sides of the ball. We've seen it, but I think both teams, well, really more so Peoria Heights, found a way in that second quarter to get things rolling for them. They got some momentum, so both teams will go into break, figure out ways to make adjustments, and we'll see a good second half between these two teams.
Ball control going to be a big key in the second half. Again, trying to cut down these turnovers for both these squads, but it's early. But we're glad that you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com and our YouTube channel. Again, a quick word for both of our Shootout sponsors here today. Clinton Chiropractic Center, their experienced team can provide you with personalized care tailored for you, whether you're just a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete. And you can understand the physical demands of your sport. Neck and back pain, injury prevention, they got you covered with their expertise. Call or text them today to schedule an appointment. I think I might need one while I'm down here in Clinton as well. And also Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all of your water needs. Quality water since 1946 here in Clinton and DeWitt County. I'll take a quick break here from the Clinton New Year Showdown as the Peoria Christian Chargers take the floor, get some shots up. Going to be a fun one coming up after this, but we're going to have a good finish to this one as well. Peoria Heights and Normal Calvary Patriots lead at 18-11. Take a quick break and come back in a few minutes. You're watching the Clinton New Year Showdown on Clutch Sports Media. And welcome back to Clinton. Halftime, just wrapping up here from our first game of the day, first of 6 from the Clinton New Year Showdown. Peoria Heights leads Normal Calvary Christian 18-11. After the first half here from Gene Vance Court. Over to our left, you can see Gene Vance, Clinton's whiz kid, they call him. Decorated career at University of Illinois, member of their all-century team as well. Every talent that seems to have one athlete from yesteryear that is their claim to fame, and for Clinton, it's Gene Vance.
Yeah, quite the accomplishments as you see over there, but as you said, it seems like a lot of places, they always have like, you know, the one big name or the one name that they just really idolize. They name their gym after him or whatever, but you just see like all the different years in history of Central Illinois basketball, and so you see that the other levels too of or the other sports of football and baseball and softball as well.
Oh, and who is maybe any claim to fame people from Barneveld, Wisconsin?
Well, we can only hope. in the good ways too.
A couple years, they'll be talking about future broadcast star Owen Dimple from Barneveld, Wisconsin. Here's Marks, a wild layup, nearly got it to fall. Castro, who's been showing off his outstanding jumping ability, nearly got that board. Zeller got tripped up. Deflects, here's Gardner with a shot, and didn't draw anything.
And once again, we're just seeing the ball fly around everywhere except the people's hands.
I think for Calvary, you know, if you want to get their offense going, I think it's got to start with Holderby. He's been good down low, and especially with those higher percentage looks. Marfell, easy layup there for Peoria Heights. But I think they got to get down to Holderby. You know, Zeller's knocked down a couple shots, but again, shooting is not always been there for Calvary today, so I'd like to see him try and get it in down low and especially get to the free throw line as well.
Yeah, I think that could be their way to some more offensive output. But really, I think they're just going to need some others to step up. We've seen Holderby with the 6 points and Zeller the 5. Outside of that, no one has scored for the night. So they're really going to need a little bit more balanced effort if they want to continue to fight in this game.
Also, a big key is going to be defense as Jones's shot rolls off into the hands of Whistler. For interesting stat for Calvary, in all their wins, they've allowed less than 43 points. They're currently on pace to hold Peoria Heights less than 43. And in every loss, they've allowed at least 54. So I think 43 is the magic number for Calvary here today. Jones, a triple. He's got 9 after leading the team in scoring last night.
He's just got such a smooth shot when you watch him light up from behind the arc.
Whistler kicks it back out. Holderby left open. He knocks it down. Showing off the range, the senior forward, and now he's got 9 as well.
It's a big shot for the Knights. Maybe build some confidence with that one.
One of their first shots from distance that they've knocked out in a while. Now the 3 balls are flying as Marks was off the mark there.
Yeah, interesting first half. Most of the offense was going inside, but now we're seeing teams settle for outside shots.
Whistler with a nice floater, and Calvary's starting to pick things up offensively. Pace starting to pick up a little bit as well. We may be in for an intense finish here. Marks feeding it into Marfell. Active hands for Calvary, and a push is going to be called on the Patriots there. Good defense from Calvary that possession.
That's his first.
Yeah, for Marfell, he can't really lose possessions like that, trying to get the ball his way.
Calvary scored just 28 points in their last loss to Kankakee Trinity Academy. A very tough Christian school to play up a little north of here. Way downtown, shot is no good from Jones, but he has got the confidence so far. We have a loose ball, and it's a jump ball, and the arrow favors the Knights.
the way Jones has been shooting, I was kind of surprised that he missed that one. He had a, good transition into the shot. But even the ball movement for the Patriots on that possession was really good. Swung it around, tried to find someone who was open, and for Jones, that was him.
Zeller found himself in a bit of a predicament there. Passes out, back to him. Holderby, good matchup there on Castro, but didn't take it.
I find it interesting that Holderby and Marfell aren't matched up on each other down when the Knights have the ball.
And that's a matchup that Holderby can exploit. Again, he is a very strong player as he showed off there and got to the line. Going to be the third foul on Joe, and so first player to get any sort of foul trouble today. And it's not the player you want to see in foul trouble if you're Peoria Heights, as now Holderby is up to double figures.
No, that'll be an important player that you got to put on the bench, at least for the foreseeable rest of the third quarter, probably.
One would imagine, as him and Castro check out, and DeAndre Mack comes back in. Interesting for Peoria Heights, they have a DeAndre Marks and a DeAndre Mack. I almost thought it was a typo when looking at their huddle page earlier this week.
I know, very similar. Even just the first names, one with the A and then the other with the R-A-E ending.
A bit of deja vu on the Peoria Heights roster as Mack was looking for Marfell and airmailed him there. Calvary bench and fans, they've brought a good amount of them here today. They're very loud, and they're starting to feel it a little bit here now, down by just 6. There's about 3 minutes and change to go in the third quarter.
Good support can go a long way.
Whistler, a good-looking floater, just fell off the rim. Now Mack with some momentum, full head of steam. He got fouled from behind as he got his own miss.
I feel like Marks has been the most aggressive player for the Patriots today. He's been flying around the court, trying to make plays. Hasn't really converted on much, but you can't question the quickness that he possesses.
Most definitely. He can have big games scoring the ball, too. Again, he's only got 2 today, but dropped 19 against Midland in that first round of the Princeville Holiday Tournament back on December 26th, and then scored 21 against Midwest Central earlier this season. So again, Marfell's not the only guy that can get it going for Peoria Heights. Whistler had it poked out from behind. Good effort there from Zeller. Almost came away with that, and as a coach, you love to see that type of effort.
Yeah. And even guess who on the turnover for the Patriots? It was Marks as he scores the bucket, just doing everything right now for Peoria Heights.
Oh, Marks gets one to fall, and the lead is back up to 8. Whistler thought about that 3. Driving in, there's Aiden McClintock, the junior. And a 3-second call there on Calvary as McClintock kind of got caught with his feet bubble gummed to the ground.
Well, what I've been seeing from the Knights so far is that they've wanted to get into the paint, but when they do, they get a little scared at times. They pick up the ball and they're not looking to score. They're automatically looking to pass the ball out of the paint.
And every time that they've gotten the ball in the paint, there's kind of been a little bit of hesitation there from Calvary. I'd like to see him just trying to just go up with it, and even if you just draw the foul, you get 2 shots from the line. Neither team has shot a ton of free throws today, as Marks will now shoot 2.
Good things happen when you're aggressive in the paint. As you said, you can either draw the foul, maybe get an and one bucket, or you just simply get the bucket too.
And the gym quiets, and that one was easy swish there from Marks. Heard it all the way from up here in the booth. A little bit of an emptier gym right now. This place will fill up definitely throughout the day, especially as the nearby teams like Heyworth and Clinton play. There's a big crowd on hand for those 2 teams facing off here last night, as Marks goes 2 for 2.
He's up to 6 points, and we're seeing a good balanced scoring effort by the Patriots. Marfell with 8, Jones 9, Mark 6.
A good shot there from Kruger, just didn't draw enough of the glass to bank in. Larson kicks back out. Good shot fake from Mack. The open mid-range. He got it to go. 6-0 run for Peoria Heights just as they were starting to feel the heat.
Great movement by Mack, too. Get the shot fake and then makes it even better.
Great hands from Marks. Just poked it right out of the hands of Holderby. And just like that, Marks is up to 8 on the afternoon.
I have to call that the M&M sequence right there. Yeah. Marks and Mack.
Possession arrow to Peoria Heights.
Mack has got 2. Marks has got 8. Marfell's got 8, and Jones on the bench with 9. But since he went to the bench, again, Mark and Mack have really picked things up here for the Patriots. All on the deck. Who's got it? And Peoria Heights still does. Timeout called by head coach Jimmy Jordan. Didn't like what he saw there. And overall, a good-looking timeout there. And kind of a weird situation there for Peoria Heights. Jimmy Jordan also in his 8th season for the Patriots.
Yeah, I sensed the chaos right there. I thought there was going to be a jump ball, but it looked like Mack was able to rip it out last second to keep the possession, get the timeout, get everything recalibrated, and get a good shot off. I mean, I think if they can get another big basket here by the end of the third quarter, that could really just have them coasting into the fourth quarter as well.
Most definitely. And some may remember we were here last year, and these two teams faced off in this shootout last year, also in the first game of the event. And Peoria Heights won that game 67-30. So this year's Calvary team giving Peoria Heights a little bit closer of a run. I don't think we're going to see a 37-point margin in this one. You never know, but they played some good defense here today. Just hoping they're get some points. Get back for it. Martin's 3 ball is short. Marfell kept it in bounds. His arms are so long. His wingspan can just really his catch radius, if he was a wide receiver, would be huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not sure if he has much of a football background for himself, but and what I noticed on that possession, too, is that when he got the ball, it was an immediate double team by the Knights. They did not want him to have a one-on-one matchup down low.
Another takeaway to 2-on-1. Larson back to Marks. Easy lay-in.
Terrific ball moving right there. Both players just playing unselfish, setting up the great shot.
3 ball on the way from Whistler is short. Got his own miss. Now with 3, with 2, slice into the lane is Zeller. A good layup just before the horn. And a good way to end the third quarter for Normal Calvary, but they trail 33-19 after 3 quarters here from the Clinton New Year's Showdown, which is brought to you by Clinton Chiropractic Center. Schedule an appointment, give them a call at 217-935-6555. Whether you're just an average Joe or a competitive athlete, they got you covered. And also Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim at 217-935-3690. And we were talking about Barrett Marfell playing football. Oh, and Peoria Heights, they have an 8-man football team. One of the couple across the state. And I'm looking at their roster, and I don't believe I see him. Although, boy, I'm sure that they would love to have him line up at wide receiver or tight end, wherever.
Just know he could be a red zone threat. Almost like a Mike Evans, put him out wide and just put up a 50-50 ball and let him go at it.
Me, the Bears fan, harkens me back to the days of Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall. Those were 2 great red zone threats back in the day that I'm sure you may not have the most fondest memories of, but it really didn't matter back in the day because your Packers always beat my Bears no matter what, it felt like.
I think if they had a better quarterback than Jay Cutler, they could have had something special with the Bears offense.
Hey, Jay Cutler is statistically one of the best Chicago Bears quarterbacks in franchise history, and that's saying something, but
the bar set very low.
I think Jay Cutler, he had his down moments for sure, but I think he was a better quarterback than what I think a lot of people give him credit for.
Jim Harbaugh?
Our Joey Wright, our producer, says Jim Harbaugh, one of the best. How about Sid Luckman back in the day? And Johnny Lujak.
Brent Grange ever throw a pass?
Who knows, maybe Caleb Williams might end up being the best quarterback in franchise history. He didn't have too bad of a first season, as he'll stay with the Patriots there. Obviously didn't show up in the win column, but he did his part.
Well, and you look at rookie quarterbacks, too, not usually record-wise have the best years. I mean, you can always go back to 2016 with Dak Prescott. They went 12-4. They were the #1 seed in the NFC playoffs. But you could also look at the rookie records of Peyton Manning and Troy Aikman, and they were 1-2-win teams.
Yeah.
Look how their careers turned out for them.
I remember the Colts used to not be that good before Peyton Manning, and then he really helped turn it around. How about, and Marfell scores there. He's up to 10. So we have rookie quarterbacks and Patriots. How about Drake May?
He's had a good year. You know, going into last year's draft, I always felt like Jane Daniels was going to be the best athlete out of all of them, and he's had a really good year, and they're playing tomorrow. I think the playoffs this weekend are going to be really good games.
Definitely. Again, just these weekends in January, just great sports weekends. You got the NFL playoffs, college football playoff, high school basketball, shootouts, not just here in Clinton, but all across the state as well. And a lot of teams are active on Fridays and Saturdays, so you start your weekend off with high school hoops, end it with some football. It's just, maybe not quite as busy as the fall is, but overall a great time for sports. Unfortunately, ClutchSportsIL.com will not have the AFC wildcard for you at 3:30, but we will have Heyworth and Mount Pulaski at that same time.
Yeah, I think we're going to be fighting for ratings with that one, but I think we could do it if we put on a good show for Heyworth and Mount Pulaski.
That one could end up being a dandy of a game as Larson's bucket stretches the lead up to 18. And again, this was a 23-17 game back in the third quarter. It's a 14-2 run for Peoria Heights over the last about 5 minutes of game time. Zeller, another high arcing three, no good. Strong rebound there from Ricky Martin. Living La Vida Loca.
Calvary foul.
And a foul there on Calvary.
Call number 11, Aiden McClintock.
Looked like McClintock tried to get the charge on Marfell again. Unsuccessful.
And he'll check out. And it's been mostly Holderby and Zeller providing the offense for Calvary, and Marfell just left wide open down in the post. Hasn't seen too much of that today.
Well, you know what they always say, the most dangerous player when it comes to an inbound play is the inbounder, and that time Marfell wide open underneath the basket.
Gardner left wide open there for his first bucket.
I'm curious to see at what point the Patriots start to slow down the offense and just burn the clock out.
They're working the ball well here on this possession, but it's taken away by Calvary. And you got Whistler flying up the court and laying it in. Good pass, leading to the easy opportunity.
And that's why I hinted at the possibility of slowing it down, because you don't want turnovers to turn into quick points for the Knights.
And there's another turnover there, so a travel on Peoria Heights, and maybe we spoke too soon, 4:58 or so. And there's still enough time for Calvary. They're going to have to really ratchet up the offensive intensity, but there's still enough time in this one, especially if Peoria Heights keeps turning the ball over.
Yeah, they're going to have to be efficient and make the most of their opportunities, but still plenty of time to do so.
Gardner double teamed down low, tried to find Holderby, but instead it skirts back out to Kruger. Larson almost came away with the steal, and he'll stay with the navy and white. And we mentioned Calvary has allowed 43 or less in all of their wins. And they're probably going to have to hold Peoria Heights near scoreless. Navish Jansen this one. Holderby, nice kick out to Whistler in the corner. His 3-ball, no good. Rebound fought for. We'll get a jump ball, and that will keep it with the Knights.
Yeah, it looked like Whistler had a decent shot in the corner. Just wasn't able to capitalize.
And Marks gets his hand on that pass. He's been all over the place and lays it in. 12 for DeAndre Marks and 10 coming in the second half. He has been the finisher for them today.
Yeah, we saw Marfell kind of take over the first half, but it's been Marks to close out this game. But really both of them, 12 points each, have been huge for the Patriots and leading the team effort.
Yeah, Marks has got 12, Marfell with 12. Jones had 9. He was their leading scorer at halftime, but got himself in a bit of foul trouble. Haven't seen much of him here in the second half. And Larson's got 6. DeAndre Mack with 2 for the Patriots, whose next game, they're going to start the Inter-County Conference Tournament, one of a couple conferences around the state that have a mid-season conference tournament. They're the 7th seed. They'll take on Illini Bluffs on Monday. Again, this is just a very tough part of the schedule for Peoria Heights. 3 of their last 4 games have come against Princeville, Illini Bluffs, and Lexington, who have a very strong combined record between the 3 of them. Now they're going to really value this win just to pick one up and keep things going if they can hold on here in the final 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, winning is hard no matter what you do, and anytime you can get it, you don't question it. Whether that's a ugly win or win by a large margin, you'll take the win any day of the week.
Especially a win without one of their key players, Cameron Ahart, who's been dealing with some injury issues this season, not playing today. But again, if they can get him back on the floor as well, he brings some size to the team as well. So, and Patriots haven't really been fully healthy, if at all, this entire season. So the team that could maybe surprise some people if they can get healthy later in the year. Marfell took a hard fall. Hopefully he's all right. He got his legs chopped out there from under him.
It's always a scary sight to see players, either they're going up for shots or rebounds and their legs get swept out underneath them.
Replacing Ashton Petty.
Marks inbounds it. Marfell thought about that 3-ball. One-handed floater, no good. Gets his own miss and puts it back in.
Thought about the outside shot, but I think he knows he's better down low.
I think so as well. Calvary calls timeout, and any team that faces Barrett Marfell probably sees a lot of that same thing. He shoots that little floater in the lane. If he misses it, gets his own miss and just puts it right back in. 6'5" at the Class 1A level. That's probably about the equivalent of having maybe a 6'9" or a 6'10" guy in any other class.
Yeah, it's a valuable asset for sure, and anytime you have a player like that, you want them to lead the offense and even defense too, as a defensive anchor, rim protector. And for the Patriots, they have a good one.
Coming up in the next game, it's going to be a bit of a contrast. Not really much size at all between Peoria Christian and Springfield Calvary. That game is going to be, I think, going to feature a lot of outside shots, a lot of fast-paced transition. I want to strap in for that one. 2 good teams coming up right after this as Peoria Heights leads it by 20. 3:20 to go. I'll try and deliver it home here in the final few. Zeller's shot was tipped by Marfell, it appeared. Holderby in some trouble, and he got fouled.
There's a lot going on that possession.
That's his second, team second. Max Holderby.
Goes on Martin, his second. Brody Jones playing with 4 fouls right now for Peoria Heights, but I don't think that'll matter too much. I think this one is pretty much well in hand, if not already, for the Patriots as Holderby goes 0 for 2. Gardner, though, brings it in. Zeller, tough lay underneath the basket. He's got 9.
You know, Zeller had the 5 points in the first half and just 4 here in the second half.
Marfell going to show off the range, off the mark. Good effort there from Lucas Sniff, the freshman, to keep it in bounds. Gardner back out to Sniff for 3. Came up short.
Out of bounds. Patriot basketball.
Marfell inbounds it to Mack. A little bit of pressure here from Calvary, but I think 18 points in the last 2:32 is going to be pretty tough to come by. And Peoria Heights right on that magic number of 43.
Out of bounds.
Calvary has allowed 43 or less in all of their wins so far this season. So again, it's going forward for the Saints. I think, you know, they kind of know that if they don't want to win games, they're going to start with their defense. And also, you know, trying to find some other people besides, you know, Zeller and Holderby who have done good today, but trying to get those other scoring options going as well is going to be key for them this season.
Yeah, it's always hard for a team just to have 2 lone scorers. You know, you always need to have multiple options. It doesn't mean it needs to be the same guys every single time. It could come from someone else on any given night. But if you can find that consistency of just overall balanced scoring, it will really help you in games like this where it was a slow start. If you're able to be the one that starts out fast, now you can play with a lead. Now your defense can make the plays as it has in their wins.
And a nice cut there from Whistler resulted in him getting fouled, so he's got a chance to get up to 6. I think Whistler can be one of those guys, one of those other scoring options, as now he's up to 5 today.
Number 3, Augie Coleman.
You know, Gardner is, you know, been active down in the post and hasn't always shot the ball quite as much, but I think, you know, you could get, you know, him more involved as well. So, you know, that one rims out. Just hope to see Calvary can get off their losing skid. It looks like they're going to drop their 10th, I should say 11th, no, 10th straight. But again, some of the teams they've lost to have been pretty good. They've played Heart of Illinois Conference teams like Fisher, Ridgeview, Lexington. Faced a tough field at the Lamoille Holiday Tournament as well. So it's all just part of the process for this Calvary team that is overall pretty young for the most part. Just 3 seniors on their squad.
Against number 3, Ty Zeller. That's his second. Team's third.
Foul on Ty Zeller. And the team's third, so not in the bonus yet.
Almost had a push right there.
Good find to Marfell. That's a nice looking pass there from Jones. Almost had eyes in the back of his head. Marfell is up to 16. Caleb Shapaw into the game for the first time for Normal Calvary. Same with Noah Reardon, 2 freshmen for the Knights, as well as Bobby Kaib. Actually, no, Kaib not in the game. I just get some of these younger guys involved. Speaking of which, here's Augie Coleman.
Augie Coleman
Puts it in for Peoria Heights, his first bucket. Multi-sport athlete at Peoria Heights.
Timeout.
And a substitution timeout
Peoria Heights.
for the Patriots as Mack and Jones come back in the game. Marfell will check out. Good game for him today, 16 points. I think if we had to give game MVP honors, I would personally say I think would go to Marfell.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He did a good job finding adjustments in this game. He didn't have the greatest start right away, but he found ways to dominate, and he got rolling. And by the second half, he really took over this game to lead the Patriots to the win.
You see, he just looks a little gassed over there on the bench. You know, 2 games in the span of less than 12 hours is always tough, but I got to give credit to this Patriots team that, again, only playing with 8 players right now, so makes this win even more impressive. Shot on the way, bank shot is in for Sniff.
Really sniffed out the basket on that attempt.
And those multicolored shoes from Sniff making a fashion statement here in Clinton.
Yeah, you see that more often. Players wearing like the two different colored shoes or cleats.
And as Sniff makes a fashion statement, Pure Heights makes a statement in the win column. 49-28. Overall, pretty dominant win most of the way through against normal Calvary Christian. And Knights got it within 6. It felt like they were going to come back about midway through that third quarter, but after that, it was DeAndre Marks who really kind of was a key factor in putting that game away for the Patriots.
Yeah, Marks did a good job getting going. Marfell, and then Brody Jones as a facilitator. He got into foul trouble in that third quarter, but he still finished the game with 11 points. And the Patriots, 3 players, as I mentioned, it was Jones, Marks, and Marfell, all in double-figure scoring. That's just something that wasn't matched by the Knights, and I think the ultimate decider in this one.
So Peoria Heights will look to continue that momentum into the ICAC tourney. Always a fun time there, and it'll be exciting to see how they fare in that tournament. A lot of good teams in there that I think they can really compete with, like Elmwood, Brimfield. Maybe they even upset Illini Bluffs on Monday. Who knows? But going to be some good action there at their conference tournament. Normal Calvary's next action comes against South Holland Unity Christian. That's a pretty solid and underrated team up around the Chicago area. They take them on Friday. As they try to end their skid, they drop to 3-12. Peoria Heights moves to 7-9 on the year. And they keep that streak going. If this Peoria Heights team does anything, so that they don't lose 3 games in a row. They still have not done that this season. Peoria Christian and Springfield Calvary. Another Calvary taking the floor here in Clinton right after this. We'll take a quick break and come back in a couple minutes for the Chargers and the Saints. Going to be a great matchup here. Stay tuned. Full day of basketball coming your way from the Clinton New Year Showdown. Game 2 of 6 coming up after this. But it's Peoria Heights 49, Normal Calvary 28. Take a quick break here alongside all of our CSM crew. Noah Powell, Joey Wright, Mark Wagner. Alongside Owen Nimfel, I'm Jonathan Michaels saying we'll see you in a couple minutes for Peoria Christian and Springfield Calvary.
Welcome back into the booth here at the Clinton New Year's Shootout. We watched Peoria Heights defeat Normal Calvary Christian in the opener, and now we await the second game of a 6-game schedule today between the Peoria Christian Chargers and the Springfield Calvary Saints. I'm Owen Dimple alongside Jonathan Michael, once again running it back, just the opposite roles for the second game. But, John, this is going to be a really great matchup. Talk a little bit about both teams and what you could expect in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the schedule when I first saw it, usually I kind of like the best games are usually saved for last. I think on paper, this might be the best game of the entire day. Two very similar teams in the fact that they're not big. They have one prolific scorer, but also other guys that can get it done. Very fast-paced teams as well, and two teams that have had solid starts to the season so far. Peoria Christian at 14-7, Calvary at 9-5. These are two teams I think are probably really, really good sleepers for the Class 1A playoffs. They'll be starting to hear about it a little over a month or so. Yeah,
certainly two of the teams with probably the better records of the total 12 teams in this tournament today. And it's fun that they get to play each other as well. And you said it, the two big-time players for the Chargers, that is Malachi Persinger, recently became the school's all-time scoring and assist leader. And then for the Saints, Luke Blackford.
Yeah, Blackford, a prolific scorer, averages over 26 per game. Persinger, right around, I don't know exactly what his point totals per game are, but again, he is a 2,000-point scorer. He's going to be very fun to watch here for Peoria Christian today.
And right away, it's the Chargers winning the opening tip. So we'll get to see Peoria Christian with the ball first. Outside is Brickner, another great player for the Chargers, the 5'10 junior guard. Brickner back with it.
Yeah, Brickner's a very strong shooter. I have my eyes on him today. He can really light it up from deep and especially get going in a hurry as well. We're seeing a lot of intensity and quick pace this one, just like we expected.
We just saw Malachi Persinger with the ball, touching it for the first time, and we get a foul right away against the Saints.
It's going to go on Blackford, and he's got to be careful. Again, you don't want to get two, especially early on for your key player. Again, he is just the heart and soul of this team. He leads the team in points, rebounds, steals, and blocks per game. Shoots over 50% from the field as well. And just a junior for this Calvary squad as well.
Could be an offensive objective to now go after him down low, see if you can draw the fouls against him. The Chargers look to reset their offense. Top of the key, it's Zimmerman. Just finding ways to get Persinger the ball. That time, close coverage. Joshua Long for the Saints. And this has turned into a long possession for Peoria Christian. Good defense played by the Saints. Now turning aggressive. Going inside, kicked out. Brickner from the corner, no good. Little long on that attempt.
Overall, not a bad first possession there for Peoria Christian as Calvary shoots it up right away, but again, maybe a little bit longer than they expected to. Maybe that was their game plan on the first possession of the game, but you get out of three from Brickner, worse things can happen if you're the Chargers.
A good drive by Persinger, comes up empty, and right there, Zimmerman to draw the jump ball.
Yeah, nice hustle there from Zimmerman, who's one of the probably the shortest player on the floor of this pretty short Peoria Christian team. Their tallest player is Josh Walton at 6'2", and they only have two or three other players on their roster, and only one that gets significant playing time that's above 6 foot, and Gavin Walder. So again, this team is undersized, but they know that. They're used to being undersized, and they have plenty of athleticism to make up for it.
And attacking the rim right away is Gavin Walder as he gets the and one. On the previous possession for the Saints, it was Josiah Reynolds that came up empty on the three-point attempt. So the first bucket goes to the Chargers as Walder will get the three-point play opportunity.
Now Walder's the guy that can really light it up, led the team in scoring last night in their win against Prairie Central, just like Peoria Heights that we saw right before. Peoria Christian's playing their second game in less than 12 hours.
Very quickly with the quick pull-up from a deep wing shot was Persinger. Could not get it to go. We also saw Blackford get his first bucket, and there's Walder once again.
And picking up right where he left off last night. And again, we talked so much about Persinger, but this Peoria Christian team is much more than him as well. Walder is an experienced starter. Brickner is an experienced starter. So is Josh Walton as well.
Now finally Persinger finds the basket, and that's just a good thing to have other guys that can step up when Persinger gets double teamed or is hard coverage. You know you have confidence in your other teammates to go out and make plays for you.
And that's something about Persinger too as well. You know, I see his stats after most of the games, and not only does he almost always in double figure scoring, but he's always got a good amount of assists too. He's a guy that likes to get his teammates involved, not afraid to pass as well, and he's have plenty of other weapons that can score the rock for Peoria Christian.
You know, you don't become the program's all-time assist leader without good teammates as well.
Most definitely. That's what he said after breaking the school's all-time scoring record just not too long ago.
Another shot from Walder, no good, and here comes the Saints once again. Reynolds has it, gives it up to Huffman. Huffman averages 8 points per game. Another additional score for the Saints. Gives it up underneath, and Reynolds gets the bucket.
That's a great pass there from Huffman. Anytime you can just see the baseline like that, even in traffic, and complete the pass, it's easier said than done.
Walder's aggressiveness continues as he hits the three-point shot. He's now up to 7 quick points here in the first quarter.
And what do we say? Well, we knew this game was going to be high scoring and fast paced. This one might be first one to 70. The way that this pace is going in Walder, having a great game already.
A track meet for sure as Reynolds once again answers with the basket underneath. He has 4. 3:54 here in the first quarter. A 9-6 Chargers lead.
Reynolds is just a freshman for Calvary. They have a small roster, but again, doesn't mean that it's a bad roster. It's a small school, an enrollment of just 86.
Another missed three-point attempt from Persinger. And the Saints now with again. Here's Joshua Long. Great ball handles on that one. Puts up the floater, no good, little strong, and rebounded by Persinger. Gives it up to Walder, pushing up court. Works it inside near the free throw line. Now underneath was Walton as he draws the foul.
Yeah, I think based off what we've seen here in the first couple minutes, again, both these teams have been liking to drive. We've been seeing some outside shots. I think we're going to see a lot of that today because, you know, either you drive to the rack, either get fouled to get a layup, and you can also drive and kick too as well. And both these teams have lots of shooters that can be deadly from behind the arc. As we'll get our first look here at Walton, who does a little bit of all the dirty work for Peoria Christian. You know, he's maybe not quite as big of a scorer as Walder, Persinger, or Brickner, but he's always all over the place in the stat sheet with rebounds, assists, blocks. I mean, he is just a well-rounded player that really does it all for PCS.
He's your glue guy.
Yes.
That's what the glue guy does. And, you know, going before that, that whistle was on Blackford yet again. So now up to 2 fouls here in the first quarter as he's aggressive underneath the basket and gets his own foul and a chance to go to the free throw line as well.
And interesting that Blackford is still in the game. I mean, again, it's almost impossible to put a player like him on the bench. But, I mean, if Peoria Christian, they got to know that. They got to, you know, say, hey, Blackford's got 2. He's still in the game. Let's try and get 3 on him in the first quarter. That could really spell some trouble for Calvary later on.
I mean, if that happens, do you wonder if that would knock him out for the remainder of the first half?
You have to wonder. I mean, again, Calvary only has about 9 players on their roster, and Blackford does it all for them. But I don't know. We'll have to see.
And Persinger gets his second basket. He's now up to 4 points. It's a 13-8 Charger lead. 2:50 here to go in the first quarter. Game number 2 at the Clinton New Year's Shootout. There's a three-pointer from Blackford.
Ooh, mama. Luke Blackford showing off what he can do there. That was a very contested three with Brickner right up in his grill.
Another three-point shot, this time from Zimmerman. Both teams just exchanging shots left and right. Now Antoine Hunter with a nice turnaround, wearing the face mask today.
The masked bandit, Antoine Hunter, not quite Kobe Bryant, because his face mask was kind of a matte black. Hunter's is clear, but major respect to anyone that goes out, plays the game with that face mask, means that he's gotten physical, taking some hits, and he's still out there on the court.
Almost takeaway by Reynolds, but Walder right there to keep possession. And yeah, I mean, you can go on and on about the iconic mass games of NBA players. You said Kobe Bryant. I mean, Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James, as Joshua Long pokes that one away again. But it's just one of those things where sometimes players unlock a new level when wearing the mask.
They really do. I think maybe sometimes you're a little bit more fearless. You know, you have that layer of protection, that almost that armor on you there.
Baseline drive by Persinger, kicks it back to Walton as they draw another foul. Some more free throws for the Chargers. They've been getting to the free throw line often here in the first quarter.
Most definitely. And the way I saw Walton kind of fly into the lane there, A, that was a great cut. And then, you know, B, I thought for a second, if there was no one in the way, could Walton have dunked that? We talked before this, we were joking before the tournament, you know, are we going to see a dunk today? Again, you don't always see it as much at the smaller school level, especially with teams that maybe aren't quite as big. And I thought for a second that maybe Walton would try and jump out of the gym and just try and throw one down, but just try and draws the foul, and nothing wrong with that there.
You know, maybe someone had their wheeze this morning and feeling an extra boost in their jump as he goes 0 for 2 from the free throw line. But good news for the Chargers, they get the offensive rebound. Here's Persinger from 3, knocks it in.
Persinger and Blackford exchanging blows. Both have knocked down tough threes already. This is the matchup, the heavyweight battle that we were anticipating.
Another quick turnover by the Saints. Quick transition. Down low is Walton. So Josh Walton is the one that creates the turnover in a quick pass to Jacob Walton. Not sure what the relation is there, but otherwise it's a quick 2 points for the Chargers.
I believe those two are brothers. Again, I won't say for certain, but again, the Waltons have been not just been great basketball players for Peoria Christian, also on the soccer field as well. You know, Peoria Christian went to state last year. They were a sectional final, had a sectional final berth this year as well. Walton was their goalkeeper, or Josh Walton, I should say, was their goalkeeper. Jacob was a midfielder. Just fantastic soccer program they have over there. They don't have a football team, so soccer is the sport in the fall for Peoria Christian. And you know, Calvary doesn't have they don't have a football team either. So basketball really a big thing over there at their school, and they live, eat, and breathe hoops over there down in Springfield.
Yeah, and just looking at the roster of Peoria Christian, just a lot of multi-sport athletes, and that follows the trend of the small school. Everyone plays usually at least 2, sometimes 3 different sports, and overall it makes them better athletes. Three-pointer missed by Balin Crowder, the freshman for the Saints. Blackford with it again. He's driving down low, goes up with the shot, banks it in.
Oh, wow.
Great offense there from Blackford, and he has a chance for the three-point play.
And Blackford's got a chance to get 10 here in the first quarter. You know, he's on pace for, I don't want to jinx it, he is on pace for 40, which he's already had a 40-point game this year. If you've seen him play, that's almost not surprising. You know, Persinger and Walder already having big games for Peoria Christian too. I mean, this is just going to be some very high-scoring basketball.
The first game was a nice appetizer, but now we're starting to see the scores really shine in this one in the first quarter. We got 35 seconds remaining on the first quarter clock. It's an 18-16 lead for the Chargers. So the Saints trying to claw back inch by inch. Long finds Hunter, almost threw it over his head. Here's Reynolds for 3, no good. Ball knocked around. Saints have it again. Blackford in the corner, down to 20 seconds. He's going to go to work, a little bit out of control, and he travels.
I don't mind that there from Blackford again. You know, you turn it over, you don't want that obviously, but you know, Blackford showed what he could do in the post on the last possession. Again, he's a 3-level guy. He's at 6'4". I mean, he's a guy that, you know, probably can play, you know, guard at the next level, but is, you know, forward on this team here for a smaller Calvary squad. He's just a really 3-level guy.
At the buzzer, no good. The shot was put up by, I believe, Drew Gamma, And that will bring an end here at the first quarter between Springfield Calvary and the Peoria Christian Chargers. A 2-point lead. Overall, great first quarter. We'll take a word to thank today's sponsors. At Clinton Chiropractic Center, our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs. Tell you what, John, I'm sure those players need some water after that great first quarter.
Well, they certainly do. And again, it's just crazy to see just the energy these teams come out with, especially Peoria Christian played last night, that win over Prairie Central. Calvary was supposed to play last night, but had their game against Edinburgh canceled because of, the winter weather conditions that have just slammed Illinois, pretty much almost the entire week. Especially down in the Springfield area as well. There's been a lot more snow down there than has been up in Peoria. So they got a little bit of extra day of rest. They're coming out there ready to play. And, again, I fully expect it's going to be pedal to the metal for all 4 quarters. Who's have more gas in the tank, though? I think that could be a big factor in deciding who wins this one.
And it looks like the Chargers have the much larger bench to go to, so that could play a factor in as well.
And even though Peoria Christian has the larger bench, we talked with Jason Persinger, their head coach, before the season. He said that their starters are all very experienced, multi-year guys, as Walton lays it in. But off the bench, they don't have a ton of experience. They have numbers, but not a lot of guys that have seen a lot of varsity action before this season. And in an intense game like this, sometimes you need to just rely on those experienced guys. This is probably going to be a dogfight the entire way through, so they might have to just ride their starting 5, 6, 7 guys throughout most of this one.
We've seen certain aspects of a dogfight, a track meet in this one. It's been just a great game so far. Here's a deep 2, I believe, from Balin Crowder. And Blackford once again scoring. He's now up to 12 points already. The next closest is Reynolds with 4.
Blackford's got 3 games with 30 or more this season, including the one against Auburn on Tuesday.
We see Gavin Walder aggressive once again in the paint. Not afraid to score from anywhere. He's been aggressive from 3, being physical down in the paint, just an overall weapon on the offense. And a player control foul on Blackford. Now that is number 3.
Yeah, that is 3 on Blackford, and that is just not what you wanted to see if your head coach Teves Gardner and Calvary. I mean, he has no choice but to sit down. You can't pick up 4 before the halftime break. So now we're going to see how long Blackford's going to be on the bench. This is the time that Peoria Christian has got to go on a run now and also really try and lock in on defense with their prolific scorer now on the bench.
Big moment early on in this one. 6:30 to go in the second quarter as Blackford goes to the bench with 3 fouls. Here's Persinger. Nice move. Could not connect. Possible over-the-back foul on Joshua Long. Looked like he had his arm wrapped around the neck of Persinger.
Fouls called on Calvary Academy, number 1, Joshua Long.
And he will pick up his first foul.
And going back to that charge, that's just great instincts again by Peoria Christian. I'm sure right in that moment, I don't think that Walton or whoever drew that charge thought that, okay, this guy's got 2 fouls, let's try to get him in 3. He just knew to be in position and try and draw that charge. And, for them it was the right place, and for Peoria Christian, the right player. And now the Saints have got to find some more offense with Blackford on the bench. I would probably try and go to Reynolds or Hunter.
Here's Antoine Hunter with the missed 3-pointer. And now the Chargers in transition. Persinger up to the basket, draws the foul. Could not convert on the basket, but he'll get 2 free throw opportunities.
Yeah, Walder has just been so aggressive today. And, with a team that with really no forwards on the team, guys like Walder and Walton have, they got to, play like forwards. I mean, we've seen Walder, he can play like a guard too as well, but sometimes you just got to adopt that attacking mindset, which he has certainly done so far, as now he's in double figures.
10 for Walder, 7 Persinger. The Chargers are off to a good start.
And Walder's had a couple of double-doubles this season as well. Had 11 points, 12 boards against Springfield. That was back on Tuesday. And had a team-high 20 points along with 10 boards in a loss to Bloomington Central Catholic last week.
24-18 Charger lead here with 5:50 to go in the second quarter. And another foul going to the basket was Reese Huffman, the 6-foot senior forward for the Saints.
That foul goes on Brickner. That's just his first. Chargers aren't really in that much foul trouble. I don't think they have anyone with more than one.
They've been doing well defensively, forcing turnovers and tough shots, making sure that they're staying clean on the contested shots as well.
Most definitely is. Again, now we got Calvary at the line and haven't had many opportunities. I like to see them just try and take it in a little bit more.
Somehow Antoine Hunter came up with the ball on that time and made the most of it, going to the rim and getting an easy 2.
Yeah, PCS tried to bounce it off of a Calvary guy and back out of bounds, but it went off the leg of Hunter, and he just picked it right up and went right in. Nice instincts there. Hunter's knocked down 2 shots from the baseline.
Now just a 3-point deficit for the Saints as Blackford remains on the bench. Here's Persinger, pull up 3, no good. Rebounded by Huffman. He'll work it in transition on the right side. Wide open corner 3 off the top of the backboard, but right there was Hunter for another putback basket.
That was a pass.
In a sense, yeah. I mean, it'll look better as a pass.
Just so they drew it up.
Exactly. And Walder, once again, drawing another foul and going to the free throw line.
Yeah, I think Peoria Christian's game plan is just get inside, draw fouls, get this team in foul trouble. Again, they're a little bit thinner, just depth-wise. You see Blackford on the bench right now. You can just see he's just kind of cocking his head. He does not want to be on the bench right now. I can definitely tell you that. He's a guy that's used to playing, probably close to over 30, if not the entire game, just about every time he steps on the court.
Walder grabs the offensive rebound. Yeah, anytime you have just an overall competitor, it kills them to just be on the sideline and watch the game from the seat, really. A turnover there from Persinger as the Saints will get the timeout to make sure they have possession. So they've worked their way back into it. Just still a 2-point game. They're hanging in there despite the foul troubles. Really, they've done a good job containing Persinger. He's put up a lot of shots, but he's not converting on them. However, it's been Walder as the driving factor.
Yeah, definitely. I've been impressed with Calvary, especially how they're playing with, Blackford on the bench. It's not just Luke Blackford again. Hunter's been playing well. Reynolds has been playing well. And, so has Reese Huffman as well. But, so it's just what you want. Those guys knew that, hey, okay, Luke's on the bench. I got to step it up. I think all of them have been doing it so far. You don't need to necessarily, be the hero yet. It's still the second quarter. It's a close game. You're down. As long as you just keep pace with them and not take yourself out of the game, once you get Blackford back in the game, then that adds a whole other dimension. And Calvary can really maybe try and make a move maybe in the second half.
I think the best way to put it is to tread water.
Yes.
I think if you can tread water, find your footing again with, some more time for Blackford to come in with his foul trouble, it'll allow for better play. As that time, Joshua Long, a deep 3, his first basket of the afternoon. And now it's a 1-point lead for the Saints. Missed by the Chargers before being put up by Brickner.
And going back to Long, he drained 6 threes in that game against Auburn back on Tuesday. A very good Auburn team. One that's drawing some recognition in the statewide AP polls.
Walder again with the help of the press defense by Peoria Christian.
And now we're starting to see more of that press, kind of a 1-3-1. Always one of the more dangerous press formations. They come away with another steal.
So far it's working for the Chargers. Here's Zimmerman with the easy layup.
Just like that, it's a 5-point lead. It feels like more, but this defense really picking it up. The bench is clapping up. They're loving it. That's contagious defense right now for Peoria Christian.
And another 3-ball by Antoine Hunter. He has really stepped up for the Saints.
And miscommunication there between Walder and Zimmerman. They turn it over, so just like that, now Calvary can take the lead on this possession. This is basketball, man. This is fun.
This is fun basketball for sure. Just a roller coaster, really, for both teams. They go on an offensive run, create a defensive play, and then next thing you know, the other team makes the play. Just back and forth action. Here's Long. Gets the screen from Hunter. Nice shot, and it's good. Joshua Long now finding his shooting motion.
Yeah, Long's got a nice shooting stroke as well. Both those shots that he drained just looked very smooth. And if you're a pure Christian, it comes off the screen. You got to step up and got to help on that.
Walton was able to grab the offensive rebound and found Zimmerman for an open 3 look.
Yeah, we get a stoppage here. Ref talking with Calvary.
Bench warning against Calvary.
Bench warning looks like against Calvary.
Maybe a little bit of frustration giving up the offensive rebound that led to an open 3-point look. But we're back to action. Under 3 to play here in the first half. Quick bucket. Josiah Reynolds up to 6 points now.
Yeah, Reynolds finished that through contact. Didn't get called for a foul, but nice job just persevering, going up right with it. Reynolds has been very strong, especially for a freshman.
Sure has had a good afternoon so far. And finally, Brickner hits a 3-ball. He was 0 for 3 on his first attempts of the game, but now has his first.
Brickner, a all-tournament selection at the Macomb Western Holiday Tournament, where Peoria Christian made their first ever appearance. Got the number 2 seed and finished 4th.
Persinger, great find. Zimmerman attacking the basket, no good. Walton underneath, he got it. Josh Walton, yet again.
This is great coaching there from Peoria Christian. Zimmerman looked like he had the layup, but Walton was right there with the trailer. Right place, right time as they get it back on the turnover. But again, Walton just not giving up on the play, knowing that, hey, I got to just run all the way up to the basket until that ball goes down. And if you're Calvary, you got to block out on those as well.
Josh Walton, I feel like he's just playing with confidence to be able to make the hustle plays out there right now. Here's Zimmerman, gives it up to Brickner, working inside near the free throw line. Great cut by Persinger. Lost it. Might have been poked away by Reynolds, and now he has it. Nice spin move, working his way into the paint. Puts up the shot. No good, but he gets the foul.
Wow, if that shot would have dropped, that would have been something else from Josiah Reynolds, who's already been impressive so far. He averages just a shade over 8 per game. He's got a chance to match that mark here just in the first half here if he can knock down both of these shots from the line.
Just a 5'11" guard, but it feels like he's playing bigger than his size out there.
Most definitely. I think he's more like, 6'1", 6'2". He just, I see him play. I look down on my sheet. It's hard to believe this guy's a freshman. He doesn't really play like it. So that's just a really encouraging sign for Calvary, who will bring back some key guys next year. Oh!
An unkind basket for Antoine Hunter. That looked all but good. Now wide open Brickner. He's got it again. He's made his last 2 3-point shots.
That's the dangerous side if you're Calvary. Brickner's starting to get going, and you kind of took him out of the game in the first quarter. Now if he gets going, then you have a 3-headed monster to defend, all with Luke Blackford on the bench still for Calvary. That's going to be really tough.
Long's 3-ball, just short, rebounded by Walder, but also there was Wilson for the held ball. 57 seconds remain as the Chargers have built an 8-point lead on the Saints, as we see Luke Blackford check back in. Now this would be a very inopportune time if he picks up a 4th right here under a minute.
Yeah, he's got to play very just non-aggressive here. Well, Calvary turns it over, but if he has the guy coming his way, he's just got to step out of the way. You just can't afford to pick up your 4th, and now he's going to come back out. I think it's clear what they're trying to do there. They're trying to put him back in on offense, trying to get him maybe a bucket or so, which I don't mind, actually. I think, a guy like that, get him back there to get a bucket before halftime. And that's going to be important for Calvary to get, is they do not want to go down into the half down double digits.
They don't have another offensive player quite like Blackford. That time it was a miss from Walder. And the Saints will bring him back in for another offensive opportunity.
Yeah, and if I'm Calvary, I'm probably going to try and hold for the last shot here. Again, we've seen how quick Peoria Christian's offense can strike. You don't want to give them any chances, any shots. They have really been especially hitting from downtown now, so just work the ball around if you have to.
Instead, it's a shot from Blackford. Seems like Antoine Hunter, right place at the right time, always near the basket. He grabs the rebound and put it back up.
Yeah, Hunter's had a really good game, up to 11 now for the 6'2" sophomore. If Blackford's going to be on the bench, I think it's going to be Hunter that's going to be the main guy for Calvary. Peoria Christian just doesn't quite have the size to match up with him.
Clock now down to 3. Here's Walder. Corner 3. Good! Ooh. Right at the buzzer. Gavin Walder with a 17-point first half as he leads the Chargers to a 45-36 lead over the Springfield Calvary Saints.
Just electric, Owen. Just electric. I mean, what more can you say from this game? Peoria Christian's is shooting the lights out of the ball. They're a very strong offensive team. They usually score over 60 points or so a game, but they're on pace for 90 here on a Saturday morning in Clinton. Long road trip. They just played last night. To come out here and have this type of performance against a very good Calvary team is really something else. Walter had 23 yesterday. He's got 40 points in about the last 15 to 16 hours or so. That's pretty good. And Calvary's going to have to find an answer. But again, they're still very much in this game. You get Blackford back on the court. I think they can maybe make a run. They are definitely not out of this game. I loved what I saw from a lot of aspects from the Saints in that first half as well.
Both teams played really well. And, I just can't help but think that the Chargers put up 45 points in the first half. And their neighbors that are also here, the Peoria Heights Patriots, they had about 45 the entire game.
Yeah.
And so we're just two different games we've seen so far, but really great basketball being played. Plenty more left to go, 4 games after this, as we see Eureka warming up on the court as they will take on Rochester in what should be another great game.
That really should be a good one after this. Again, these midday games have been really good. I think we're going to get some good ones, to kind of close out the day as well. These are probably these 2 games, this one and the next one, are going to be, I think, some of the ones that stand out to you, but we're going to have good basketball coming for you all day long. And yes, what a game between 2 great teams that are going to be definitely Class 1A contenders this year.
Certainly, and once again, we'll take a quick word from our sponsors. First one being the Clinton Chiropractic Center. Our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And also from Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs. Once again, Peoria Christian leading 45-36 over the Calvary Saints. We'll take a break here. We're at the halftime break of the Clinton New Year Shootout. Don't go anywhere, folks. Second half coming right back. And we're ready to start the second half here in Clinton, Illinois at the Gene Vance Court at today's Clinton New Year's Shootout. A great first half of action between the Saints and Chargers. And now we see the Chargers open up the second half with the ball and a quick turnover too.
That was a good cut there from Walder. Again, it was all over the place in the first half, but that's a tough pass there, kind of trying to sling it off to his side and just went out. So good opportunity for Calvary now. You got Luke Blackford back in the game again, playing with 3 fouls. That is going to be, I think, one of the main things to watch in this one is how long can he play without fouling?
Here's Hunter, missed the initial shot, tried to get the offensive rebound but could not do it. Now a swing pass to Zimmerman in the corner, no good. Persinger with the offensive rebound. His shot rattles around, no good. Also there was Walton as it goes off his hands and out of bounds, Saints basketball.
Boy, Peoria Christian missing a 3. How often do we see that? That one looked good there from Zimmerman, who's, again, just listed at only 5'6", but he's been all over the place today, especially on the defensive end, too.
Miscommunication leads to the turnover, and Walder, rare miss from him at the rim. Here's Huffman in transition, and another turnover. So some sloppy play to begin the second half between the two teams. Now Brickner gives it up to Zimmerman. They'll slow it down, see if they can run an offensive set.
And Calvary just playing pretty much almost straight man defense. And it could get tired out pretty quickly if they do that the rest of the way, but they're going to get another offensive, all right, there's a turnover travel there on Peoria Christian.
Yeah, Josh Walton just took one too many steps. He was excited to get the ball, and quick shuffle of the feet will do it. Now Reynolds gives it up to Crowder. His 3 rattles around, no good. Fighting for it was Walton and Reynolds before going off of Walton.
We've seen Walter on the other end getting some tough looks near the basket. That rim, I think, it has not been kind all day today. We saw it back in that first game as just another travel on Calvary. So both these teams hitting some bumps in the road here to start this second half. But, again, something to keep in mind is down there you want to use the glass. Just want to take the rim out of the equation if you're down low on that right hoop.
Brickner with a missed 3. So both teams almost 2 minutes into the third quarter looking for the first basket of the second half. Zimmerman right there to force a turnover but could not complete it. Blackford heavily contested deep 2, no good. And guess who? Antoine Hunter on the offensive rebound. I tell you what, John, watching Antoine Hunter, I'm seeing reminiscence of a little bit of, now I'm blanking on the name, Bulls, Dennis Rodman. I can't believe I had a mind fart right there. But, yes, Dennis Rodman and his rebounding ability.
Well, Hunter doesn't quite have the crazy colored hair that Dennis Rodman did. But, yeah, he has been all over the glass today again. 6'2", one of the taller players on the court here today. But, boy, he has just been a second chance machine for the Saints.
The 3-point basket from Huffman was no good, but Crowder right there at the right time to get the offensive rebound and draw the foul.
That's the second on Brickner today. And good defense so far from Calvary to start this second half. They just get Blackford going and keep getting these aggressive looks near the paint. I think they've come out with some vengeance here in the second half. They've come out hot, ready to go. And Peoria Christian is they can't afford to let up. They took the pedal to the metal to come into halftime with a 9-point lead. They're going to have to keep doing that if they want to come away here with a win.
I think the way that both teams play, neither team could afford to let up, no matter who's trailing or who's losing, because the way that they can score and play so fast is that really it could either extend a lead quickly or make a deficit even bigger quickly as well.
Definitely. You just got to stay, right alongside, keep each other at an arm's length for the most of the game if you're both teams, because we saw Peoria Christian score, I think it was like 8 or 10 points just in the snap of a finger back in the first half.
Ball went out of bounds, but it'll stay with the Chargers on this side. Here's Walton. Gives it up to Persinger, trying to work a screen action. Walton takes it into the paint, kicks it back out. Brickner gives it up to Zimmerman, thought about it, gives it back to Brickner. His three-point shot short off the rim. And Crowder has it for the Saints, and they'll work it up the court. Here's Long, gets by his man, checks the rim, and basket good. A nice finger roll action by Joshua Long.
And Calvary continues to keep getting nice looks near the rim.
Good ball movement by the Chargers. Here's Persinger, fadeaway shot, no good. He went down to the hardwood. Now Hunter lost it. He might have been fouled. Foul on the floor against the Chargers. That will be against Waldron.
And going back to Peoria Christian's very potent offense that we've seen in this game, it's almost hard to believe that about a week or so ago they were experiencing some major doldrums offensively. They only put up 28 in a loss to Macomb in the final game of the Macomb Western Holiday Tournament. They only scored 31 in a loss to Peoria Notre Dame, but they have very much put those games behind them.
Balin Crowder lined up the shot and had it perfect.
Crowder's now got a quick 5 for Calvary.
Yeah, very quick 5 and just a 2-point lead for the Chargers. We get another whistle on the floor.
Caller number 25, Josiah Reynolds. That's his third.
That's 3 now on Josiah Reynolds. Kind of crept up quickly on us there. So, again, you can't afford to have Reynolds or Blackford be in that much foul trouble today. Although players like Long and Hunter have been able to be there and pick up the slack.
Brickner. Don't know where that came from, but Brickner with another 3-point shot. He's up to 11. And a good answer by the Chargers on that offensive possession. Here's Hunter as well. 3-pointer, no good. Offensive rebound, Reynolds. His shot, no good. Thrown across the court is Persinger, attacking the rim. Right off the finger roll.
That was a great pass. I know it was a little bit underthrown there from Walder as his momentum was carrying him out of bounds, but also a strong finish, too, from Persinger. Had to contort his body to knock that one down.
He got it done for sure and gets the points. Now the Saints will reset and we'll get a timeout from the Saints. Their head coach, Teves Gardner, in his 3rd season, has taken the Saints to 2 regionals and a 61-23 overall record.
Yeah, Gardner actually in his 12th year at Calvary, been there for quite some time. The IHSA, the records that they have online only show his last 2 seasons, both of which were regional championship winning seasons. But he's been at Calvary for a while, waited a long time for a job to open up, and I think he coached at a middle school, was very successful there, was just waiting for a job to open up, and then it did so at Calvary. He's done a nice job with this program and had some good players, especially like Luke Blackford coming in as well. Blackford, first team all-tournament selection at the Williamsville Holiday Tournament, a very strong tournament that Calvary played in and finished 5th. They beat Illini Bluffs in the final game of that tournament to take 5th place. So that people around Peoria know how good Illini Bluffs is, especially Peoria Christian. Their conference mates, and Calvary beat them 62-50. So this Saints team, even though they're 9-5, they're much better than their record appears. Their losses have been to some really, really strong teams this year.
What would we do without you, John, being able to fact check me on just I had the 3rd season, you knew the 12.
I did some Googling around last night. I figured, I was like, we'll double check and make sure.
It's a good double check. And, I think you could be an IHSA historian.
Oh, boy. I don't know about that. We'd have to, maybe not quite at that level yet, but, doing these games, it is fun, just the entire preparation process there as Crowder stays hot. He's up to 8 points now. But, I just love the preparation process, getting to know these teams, more about their programs. We've seen Calvary a couple times. We saw them here last year, then also at the Manual Shootout last year. So, we've seen this team play a couple times, and every time we've gotten to see them, they've been a really fun bunch to watch. Same with Peoria Christian as well. Always a fun time whenever the Chargers on the CSM airwaves.
Here's Antoine Hunter in transition and a quick bucket. Hunter
That was a
now
great dribble move.
Hunter now with 15 points leading the way for the Saints. And it's now a 52-50 ball game. Brickner, three-point shot, money.
Quick release from Brickner, and he knew he was going to get a shot back. He missed a couple to start the second half, but he's got it right back where he left off, up to 14 now. Yeah, Calvary's has got to just be draped all over him when he's about to shoot a three.
Antoine Hunter. Have we said his name before? I'm not sure if we have. It was rhetorical, John.
Yeah.
But 18 points for Antoine Hunter. He's just doing a great
job.
Oh,
behind the back from Persinger. Are you kidding me?
You know, when you're the all-time assist leader, sometimes you can get some nice moves in there, too, with that one.
What a career for Malachi Persinger. I mean, there's been so many good players that have come through Peoria Christian's program. Wes Hunt, Lane Hunt, Adam Pepper, Daniel Duncan as well. There's been those are just in the last couple of years, and Persinger is an all-time leading scorer and assist.
That time a rare miss from Persinger as he attempted to get the finger roll off the glass. Now Long kicks it out. Hunter, open shot, three-corner.
For the lead.
21 points very quickly from Antoine Hunter. Brickner gives it off to Persinger. Walder, deep three ball. His was just as good.
This feels like watching the Harlem Globetrotters, Owen. I mean, just the three-pointers on both ends of that floor. Maybe not the Globetrotters, maybe not quite that crazy. But, I mean, this is like watching an NBA All-Star game where there's a bunch of guys on the floor that just can't miss. There's threes flying left and right. And, I mean, this is...
I would still argue we're seeing a little bit more defense in this game than the NBA All-Star game.
I was just about to say, yeah, it's what's so great about high school and college basketball is these players that are actually playing. They don't have, at least in high school, not paychecks to play for or whatever. It's not they're getting paid no matter what. They're out there and, just fight for a big win. Both these teams really looking out to pick up a key one here this afternoon.
Here's Persinger. Another basket for the senior guard. Clock now under a minute here in the third quarter. 4-point lead for the Chargers. The Saints have found ways to take minimal leads at times, but the Chargers have done a great job of answering. This time Blackford missed it, and he is frustrated with that one. Now here comes Waller with 20 seconds. Driving into the paint against three defenders right next to him. And who else but Josh Walton going after the offensive rebound.
That was a great save there. Just, again, all-out effort there from Walton, the senior.
Chargers will hold for last shot. Here's Persinger, kicks it out. Brickner into the paint, finger roll, nice! At the buzzer, Trey Brickner with the elusiveness.
I think we're seeing both of these teams at their best, Owen. I mean, if Peoria Christian can play like this, especially in the postseason and the upcoming ICAC tournament where they are the #1 seed, and kick things off against Rova Williamsfield on Monday, it's going to be a very, very hard team to beat. And same with Springfield Calvary as well. You got Hunter knocking down shots. He's up to 21. I'm running out of room in my the space I have allotted for the point tallies. Again, Luke Blackford's still at 12, looking to get him going. But, hey, he made it to the fourth quarter, and it's only 3 fouls. So after, picking up 3 in the first about 4 to 5 minutes of the game, he's really cleaned things up and played things well. I think they're going to go to him a lot here in this final frame.
That was a big win for the Saints as Blackford didn't score, but he didn't pick up any additional fouls, so he's in good shape entering the fourth quarter. Hunter doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But really the Chargers are seeing great efforts from Walder, and now Brickner really heated up in that third quarter. As we'll take a word from our sponsors today. At Clinton Chiropractic Center, our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment, 217-935-6555. And also from Aquasoft Water Conditioning. We start the fourth quarter of game number 2 at the Clinton New Year Shootout between Peoria Christian and Springfield Calvary has a 6-point Charger lead. Here's Blackford, his three-point shot from the wing, no good. Oh, sorry, bounced up and in. The lucky bounce for Luke Blackford.
Shooter's touch. I mean, what can I say? That ball went right up in the air. And how about the English from Malachi Persinger there off the glass? You can barely get a point in after a basket before another basket score on the other end. It's just been, in case you're just tuning in, you got to rewind and watch this entire game. I mean, this has just been just some of the most fun basketball I've seen the entire season. And we've broadcasted some high-level tournaments, the Tournament of Champions in Washington, St. From Holiday Classic, just a couple weeks ago. I haven't had this much fun since seeing St. John Bosco, one of the top teams in the country, play back in the TOC back in November.
Good competition for sure, and see the quick timeout from the Saints, but we start the fourth quarter with the two players that we highlighted coming into this game, Luke Blackford and Malachi Persinger. And going forward into this fourth quarter, I think both teams are looking for those guys to help out the other guys that have led them the way. For the Chargers, it's been Gavin Walder, and for the Saints, Antoine Hunter. Which one of Blackford or Persinger will be the 1A and 1B to lead the team to victory? Exactly.
That's a great point. They're probably not used to being kind of the supplementary scores. You can maybe argue Persinger a little bit more than Blackford, but again, Hunter has just stepped up big time here today, having one of his best games of the season. He came in averaging just 6.6 points per game. He's got 21 here today. Blackford averages 26 and he's got 15, but I think he might be up over 20 by the time this one's all said and done.
Great move inside by Blackford, and he gets another basket. Now a 3-point lead for the Chargers. Ball bouncing around. Jacob Walton with the rebound. Gives it up to Walter. His three-point shot, no good, but he was fouled on the attempt. Balin Crowder with the infraction.
And Crowder can't believe it there, and that's, again, you just hate to see it there if you're Calvary, because you force them into a bit of a tough shot. Again, no shot is really too tough for these Chargers, but again, put a strong shooter like Walder at the line, and he knocks down his first. Walder's a captain on their baseball team as well, as also an all-tournament selection at the Macomb Western Holiday Tournament. Knocked down 6 threes, also versus Seneca back on December 21st. Seneca is the only team that was in last year's shootout that's not in this year's shootout. They replaced him with Mount Pulaski. And they'll be coming up in the game 2 games after this against Heyworth.
Walder goes 3 for 3 on his free throws, now up to 23 points. Still 7 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. And there's a steal by the Chargers, pushing it up court. Here's Jacob Walton, fouled by Long.
Yeah, clearly got hacked there. Long was just draped all over Walton there. Now we'll see Jacob Walton shoot free throws for the first time today. And coming down the stretch, looking ahead a couple of minutes, if Calvary is in the same position, down by about 5 or 6 late in the game, there's not going to be many guys who you want to foul, because there's been so many good shooters on this Peoria Christian team. Although, if you do foul someone, maybe foul Jacob Walton, just because on the basis of that he shot the least out of these players on these 5 on the floor right now.
He goes 1 for 2 on that trip. But you make a good point. Someone who hasn't taken the shots regularly, when you take a lot of shots, odds are you're going to get comfortable and find the rhythm for it.
Yeah, it's all about that muscle memory. And now, you can argue Jacob Walton has it after shooting those 2 free throws, so maybe now he'll be good down the stretch from the stripe. We'll just have to see.
Ball almost goes through the hands of Crowder. Here's Long. Picks up the shot. Money!
That's a gutsy shot there from Long. Way downtown.
Quick attempt at answer by Persinger. Nothing there. Here's Blackford as he went to the paint. They're going to count the basket. A huge play by Luke Blackford and the opportunity for the 3-point play.
Foul's called on number 4, Josh Wilson.
And this is rather why this game has been so fun, not just because of the fantastic shooting, the behind-the-back passes sometimes, the transition plays. It's been the fact that Peoria Christian was ahead by 7, looking like, okay, they might be in full control of this game. And then blink of an eye, Calvary's got a chance to get it back down to just 1. How about the continuation there from Blackford? I honestly didn't think that they were going to call that on the shot, but they did. And now Blackford up to 20.
He's got 20, Hunter's got 21. It's been really great offense by both teams today. Anytime you can have a high school offense score 60+, you're having a good day in the offense. Here's Persinger. Behind the back, gives it up to Brickner. Being guarded by Crowder. Persinger works his way right baseline. Saints playing some good defense to start. Here's Josh Walton, spin move in, nice move.
Looked like that shot may have been a little bit strong off of his hand, but it kind of hit that weird spot where like the back of the rim just up just a little bit. It kind of just died there rather than bouncing back off the back of the rim and went down.
We get a foul on the floor. I believe that'll be against Brickner. His 3rd foul.
That's his 3rd.
That's 3. Yeah, that's 3 on Brickner. So I think he's the only Charger with 3 fouls. Again, players like Reynolds and Blackford down the stretch can be afforded to be a bit more aggressive now for Calvary.
Nice pull-up jumper from Joshua Long. And what both teams have done really well today is that they've responded at each moment. There's another response from Josh Walton, 12 points for the senior forward. It remains a 3-point game. Walton, good effort to try and save it. But this is what you live for in high school sports, especially high school basketball. You got 5 minutes left in the clock, 3-point game. It's been pretty tight throughout this one. Really, you could see either team lunging forward at the home stretch and win this game.
Most definitely. And Peoria Christian has had, I think, a few more answers today, but now with Blackford back in the game, he just never know. He is the ace of spades for the Saints right now. And I don't remember, Calvary had a brief lead, but, again, this game is such just a coin flip. It's going to come down to these last 4 minutes.
Walder had a chance for a big 3-point opportunity, could not connect. Get a foul on the floor. It'll probably be Josh Walton. It will be.
That'll be, that's 4 on Walton.
Timeout, Peoria Christian.
We get a timeout from the Chargers here, 4:36 to play in the 4th quarter as Josh Walton picked up his 4th foul. And he's really turned it on here in the second half, up to 12 points. And for the Chargers, I think this is a timeout that they want to get together as a group and understand what you're going to want to do for the remainder of this game. You still have some timeouts, but I think you want to stay ahead of schedule and make sure you're in all together on the same page. If you're Coach Jason Persinger, what are you telling your team right now?
Well, right now, I think it's got to be, A, we got to value these possessions. You don't want to let Calvary get out in transition. And they got to find a way to, they got to design a game plan to stop Blackford offensively. He hasn't really been being able to play comfortably offensively since, the first couple of minutes of this one. So, you got to find a way that, you can, double him probably most of the time, but again, that leaves someone open. And Calvary's got lots of other guys that have been knocking down shots like Long and Hunter, Reynolds as well. So you just got to make sure that, you got to tell your guys that, hey, we got double Blackford, but we also got to help as well, and be sure that, we can stay one pass ahead, because when the double team comes, then Blackford's going to try and probably pass out to one of those other guys, and you can't afford to leave anyone else open right now. Also, too, just, again, you don't need to try and be the hero. I know there's been a lot of deep threes, but you don't want to try and risk those too much here in the late games. You just want to get good, high percentage looks.
Deep 2 from Blackford, as now the Saints have a 1-point lead. Can the Chargers respond? They have throughout this game, but now it's starting to get into the crunch time where each response gets a little bit bigger. Walton remains in the game with 4 fouls. Here's Walder, guarded tightly against Long.
And if you're Peoria Christian, you just can't get phased right now. I know you gave up the lead. You don't want that. Maybe they don't even know it. Maybe they're not even looking at the scoreboard right now. You just got to just play your brand of basketball. It's going to get loud. It's going to get intense. Just do what you've been doing for the first, 30 minutes of this game.
Antoine Hunter was aggressive to go for the steal, and shot was blocked. Brickner tried to get the basket, and now the Saints with the ball. Good heads-up play by Miles Zimmerman to knock that one away because Hunter was open in that corner.
Well, Zimmerman has just been playing like a cornerback out there today. Getting his hands on tons of passes. I don't know how many steals he's going to be credited with, but he has been effective on the defensive end.
Huffman missed the three in a long pass, maybe ill-advised. Ball still rolling on the court. Huffman comes up with it.
Lucky to hang on to that one there. Went off of his foot. Didn't call a kick. They didn't call a travel. And Calvary just gets to reset. I think they're going to slow things down here.
Just over 3 minutes to play in this one. Blackford, his three-point shot. Too much. Grabs his own miss. Power dribble spin. Got it. Blackford now up to a season average as we're under 3 to play, and it's now a 3-point Saints lead.
Who's going to be the guy to hit a big shot for Peoria Christian? They've had it many times today. It's going to be Brickner. It's going to be Walter. Maybe it's Persinger.
Too much. Walton right there. Dribbles down, gives it back to Persinger. I think maybe you could go to Walter. He's had the hot hand in this game, shooting-wise, for the Chargers.
He's been a little quiet as of late. They want to get him back going. Nice cut by Brickner.
Great job by Brickner to get the basket. And I think that's a good point, too, is that you don't want to be focused on the three-point to try and tie it up. You need a good basket, and that's what Brickner just did.
Yeah, you just need to get a basket. You're going to get a stop. You're probably going to have an opportunity to take the lead right back.
Blackford, another three. No good. Offensive rebound. Throws it out. Long. Right at the elbow. No good. So 2 missed field goals from the Saints. And an unfortunate break for the Saints, for the Chargers, as Walter tried to save it, but by a fraction of a second has his toe on the line.
That was a great effort, and it's too tough for him. He couldn't get rewarded for it, but Calvary turns it right back over. This game, I think, is going to come down to who makes the least mistakes. We saw one small one by both those teams right there. And, any mistake is just going to be magnified here in these last 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Here's Persinger. Into the paint, tries to kick it out to Zimmerman. It was affected. Walton gives it back. Brickner, his three-point shot. Good! Trey Brickner with a big three-point shot ties this game up. Gives them the lead. 77-75, Chargers lead. A huge three-point shot from the junior guard, who's now 21 points. That's second on the team right now behind the 23 from Walter.
I was thinking in the back of my head, Brickner is kind of a lot of three-point guys in this Peoria Christian team, but he is arguably probably one of the more designated three-point guys. This is his specialty, and he's had some pretty looking shots today. It doesn't really matter if you close out tough on him. He can still knock it down. He did right there, and, I'm not surprised to see Brickner, take and make that shot as well. Now for Peoria Christian, you probably know this ball is going to go to Blackford, and he's probably going to try and create something. You got to try and deny him the basketball and force someone else to try and take a tough look.
A big possession right here for the Saints. Tried to force it inside. It might have been knocked away.
Blackford, he got tipped. Blackford, hear him say, right after that was called. Turns out he was correct.
1:21 here in the fourth quarter. As you see in the corner, that's Eureka awaiting their game against Rochester. That will tip off 15 minutes after this one concludes. Here's Blackford driving into the paint with will and gets the foul called. He'll have 2 free throw opportunities.
I'm not sure who that's on. If that's on Walton, Josh Walton to be specific, that'd be his 5th, but no, that's on Persinger. And only his first foul. But Blackford's he's just too strong. I mean, Peoria Christian just doesn't have any answer for him in the post. I mean, Walton is giving him all he's got. He's done a solid job so far. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, Blackford is going to at least draw a foul about 9 times out of 10.
He made his first free throw. Can he tie it up with this one? No good, too much, and that is a crucial miss right there.
It's from a 77% free throw shooter. You don't see those often from Blackford. It comes at a bad time. Peoria Christian does not need to be in a hurry here. They can just run out the clock and just wait for Calvary to foul if they so choose.
How soon do they foul?
I think you try. I think there's still enough time to come away with a takeaway. I think you maybe wait till it gets down to about maybe 35 seconds or so. Well, they foul him here. They still have some more to give. So they have 2 more before Peoria Christian's in the bonus. I think about 30 seconds or so is when you want to start fouling if you can't get a takeaway before then.
That time the foul on Huffman wasn't necessarily the intentional foul, more so trying to cause a turnover. They tried to trap Walton in the corner, but they foul him.
And they tried to get a jump ball there, even though the arrow is with Peoria Christian. If they did get a jump, it would have given the arrow back to Calvary, which means that next time they would have inbounded, they could have just gone and maybe done the same thing again and got, you know, back-to-back jump balls, got the ball right back. But instead, again, arrow's still with Peoria Christian. That's very important to note right now. And this inbounds play that Jason Persinger is going to drop has to be a good one. You got to complete this. You can't afford to overthrow this and throw it into the backcourt and potentially allow a breakaway opportunity for the Saints.
At moments like this in a game, it's all about execution. This is what you go over every practice. You want to make sure you're executing the little things right so you can close out close ball games like this. And I think it's also important to note that Springfield Calvary no longer has their timeout, so they can't stop the clock at their own will without fouling the rest of the way. So just a 1-point game, but it's been a fun one, John. I mean, 77-76. What an offensive game and just a game overall. And, you know, we saw a low-scoring affair in the first game, but this has been really lived up to the expectations that at least we had for this game.
It really did. I told all of our guys at the clutch, I said that, hey, you know, going into today, this is going to be a high-scoring game, and I was scared that I might not be proven right, but thankfully both these teams have delivered. I go even as far as say this is almost a sectional title type of game that these teams are playing in right now. Again, like you said, comes on to execution.
Great inbounds play to Walder, but he was held before he could get the basket.
That's good right there. You know, you don't want to foul him on the shot, so it's important they got it before. Either way, he's going to be shooting 2, but you don't want to give him any chance of getting a 3-point play. That's 4 fouls now on Josiah Reynolds.
And little to no time came off the clock on that as well. Still about 45 seconds to go. Walder converts on the first free throw. The second one will be a big one. See if he can extend it to a 3-point Charger lead. Nothing's too big for Walder, as the Chargers will call timeout as they have the 3-point lead. And I think you got to go back to maybe what I said earlier for the Saints' upcoming possession. You know, you don't want to force a 3 right here. You want a good basket.
Yeah, no, definitely. 45 seconds is tons of time in basketball. You know, especially in the last minute of the fourth quarter. So again, it's important that you score. If you get an open 3 from a guy that's comfortable, I'd say go ahead and take it. They've been draining a lot of them today. You know, Long has been looking good from behind the arc. Hunter's done more of his damage down low, but again, I wouldn't leave him open. That's for sure. Even Balin Crowder has drained some big 3s for them as well. He's not on the floor right now. But again, if I'm Peoria Christian, I am selling out on the defense to Luke Blackford. He's been about the only one to shoot really for the Saints in the last couple possessions.
I'm sure Gardner has something drawn up for Blackford. Hoffman with the ball, now Blackford with it, top of the key, under 30 seconds to play. Josiah Reynolds gives it up, Hoffman tries to work in the elbow. Long now with it, steps back, thought about the 3, gives it up to Blackford. Clock rolling, down to 15 seconds.
Oh!
Big 3! Joshua Long with the long 3. And why did he foul? He just hit the game-tying shot ties the game and now sending the Chargers to the free throw line. What a big oops from Joshua Long.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, first of all, what a shot. I mean, he took that from way, way out and just buried it. And then you commit the foul. That is really tough. And now there is a silver lining here. You know, if you can just get the rebound, you will have a chance to win the game. Maybe it all might work out for Calvary. Who knows? But what a crazy sequence there. And Long is just beside himself. Zimmerman has got to make his free throws, though. And I don't think he has shot from the line yet so far today.
What a turn of events. So much has happened in a short amount of time. And just 10 seconds on the clock. The Saints can't stop the clock. Down one, 80-79. Here's Hoffman with the ball. Tries to give it to Blackford. 4 seconds on the clock. Working underneath. Finger roll. Got it! Got it! 0.8 of a second left, and Blackford has given the Saints the lead.
Unbelievable. How did he get that to fall? Oh, and he had no space to get that shot off, it seemed like. I was surprised it even got up to the rim, and then it took a nice roll forward, went in. Unbelievable. Winning players make winning plays, and Luke Blackford has just put the team on his back in this fourth quarter. Unbelievable. Now, Peoria Christian, 0.8 of a second, that's enough to get something off, but I think they're going to have to go the length of the floor. And, so you got probably just hoping to chuck one up from deep. Again, like I said, that foul that Long had wasn't the worst thing to happen to the Saints because they got the board off that Zimmerman miss and were able to get that ball right back.
I think hindsight says it wasn't that bad, but it could have led to something worse, though. It's a tie game. You gave them 2 free throws. You could have had a defensive stop, but, I mean, it might work out. There's still 0.8 of a second, one more play to be had. But what a performance from the Saints. No matter what, they've been down by a small margin most of the game, finding a way. Long inbounds pass, intercepted by Reese Huffman, and that'll do it. The Calvary Saints find a way to get the gritty win over the Peoria Christian Chargers, 81-80.
Wow. Just wow. Unbelievable basketball from both sides. I mean, major credit to both teams. It's so unfortunate that someone has to lose because, I mean, I could have seen these teams play basketball. I was hoping we'd get overtime or double overtime, frankly. I think we could have seen those teams easily reach 100 in this one. And, again, it's just a gut-wrenching loss for Peoria Christian. They were in control by a small margin for most of the game. But, again, they just – Luke Blackford, did a little bit more down the stretch than Trey Brickner, Malachi Persinger, or Gavin Walder did. Again, all those guys had great games, but, I think they needed just one more big bucket down the stretch, and they just didn't quite get it there. Again, Peoria Christian didn't lose that game. Luke Blackford and Calvary won that game. And again, so many plays went into it, too. That 3-ball from Long, trips to the line from Blackford. It's a tough loss for Peoria Christian, who drops to 14-8 on the year. And many of those losses have come against very, very strong teams. They've lost to Tremont, Macomb, Peoria Notre Dame as well. So this is a battle-tested team. This is going to sting for sure right now if you're the Chargers. But games like these will make you better. You love seeing those close ones where it comes down to the wire. You get to see what your team is made out of, what you need to do down the road. And again, we said, hey, these shootouts are really just kind of good for kind of turning around your season. They're also kind of good for, knowing what you need to work on. And, for a team like Peoria Christian that faces a very good Calvary team, it really tests them. And that's going to benefit them in the long run. Calvary, though, huge, huge win this season. That's probably going to be, that is one that could potentially just propel them the rest of the way to the playoff. That's going to give them lots of momentum and lots of good vibes.
It could, and this was one of those games where someone was unfortunately going to lose it. But really, it was the Saints that stepped up and Blackford that won it for them. Once again, Blackford, 29 points, including the game winner. Along the way, Antoine Hunter, 21, and Joshua Long, 15. For the Chargers, it was Gavin Walder with 25, Brickner 21, and Persinger 13. But overall, what an electric second game here at the 6-game shootout in Clinton, an 81-80 victory for the Saints. Coming up in about 13 and a half minutes, we'll have game number 3 between Rochester and Eureka. We just had a dandy of a game. I'm sure we'll have another good one. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break here at Clutch Sports Media. You're watching the Clinton New Year's Shootout.
Now the starting lineup.
From Clinton High School in Clinton, Illinois, Joey Wright and Noah Powell hanging out with you. It's the third game of the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Eureka and Rochester ready to go at it on Gene Van's court. Should be a fun one as the starting lineups are being introduced. Noah, we've got small school versus a larger school. It's the Heart of Illinois Conference versus the Central State 8. How do you see this one panning out?
You know, I see this as a high-scoring game. Two really good offenses, a lot of competitive depth on these rosters. I expect maybe 70-point game today.
There we go. Yeah, should be a compelling game. Should be close throughout. And Noah, as we get ready for this one, real quick, how do you size up the first two games we've seen here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown? We've seen some great basketball to start things out today.
I mean, that last game, could you ask for anything better? I
don't think so.
That might be the game of the entire tournament. You know, that first game, early morning shooting, you know, guys probably weren't really all that awake yet. But, you know, I think we're 3 games in now starting this one. I think it'll be a really good game.
Well, we're woken up now for sure, and it's Eli Cox going up against Eureka. There it was Cox in the circle for Rochester, but it's Eureka that wins the jump, and we are off and running here at Gene Van's court. Here is Cooper Peterson. Peterson to the center of the court, and Brock Monk. And now Peterson gets it back, and a give to Cohen Allstat, pardon me. And Eureka settling into an offensive set here. Here's a turnaround jumper. Free throw won't fall for Jack Blanier. And it's the first look at Rochester's offense here. They go down low to the block, and Tanner Beal. Now they kick it out. Here's Jack Melton on a drive. High-low looking for Beal. Second chance wouldn't go. Eureka will come away with the rebound. So no, in one possession for each team. Still no points on the scoreboard.
No points on the scoreboard, but I like the defense that Rochester's playing right now. A lot of zone here, trying to keep the ball on the outside. Really need Eureka to get the ball inside here.
2-3 look for the Rochester defense. Ball in the hands of Eureka's Cohen Allstat, one of the seniors on head coach Aaron Doner's team. And a give to Connell Roth. Roth now back to Allstat. So contrast this with the last game we saw. Great game between Springfield Calvary and Peoria Christian. Not a lot of tempo in this game. Both teams a little more intentional, trying to feel things out. Here's a kick to Peterson, as Eureka still has yet to penetrate.
No, that defense by Rochester is really showing some issues for this offense right now.
Here's Blanier on a give to Roth. Connell Roth over back to Peterson. Rochester coach Tony Gavin has to like what he's seeing from his defense right now. And there's a shot from the free throw line. Won't go for Eureka. That was Blanier getting the shot after the extended possession. And Rochester takes over 6 and 2 seconds to play. Rochester on the season, 10-4 out of the Central State 8. They played Clinton here last year in the showdown, final game of the day, and really good Clinton squad last year got the better of the Rockets that night. Eureka out of the Heart of Illinois Conference. Cover them on ClutchSportsIL.com. Clutch Sports Media Overtime. Aaron Doner's squad a game over 500. Making it happen so far, looking to get 2 games over 500 here today. As Eureka, they'll call that a foul on Rochester, pardon me. I thought initially that Cooper Peterson had stepped out, but it's a Rochester foul, first of the game. And we'll see if Eureka's possession here, third possession, results in the game's first points.
Absolutely. Rochester seems to really close out on the shooters of Eureka. Maybe a quick little kick out after a pass to the shooter could get some points on the board here.
Turning around and dropping it down in the paint. There's Jack Blanier, the sophomore, makes it happen. Blanier, pardon me. But he gets the shot to go, and it is a 2-0 game. Quick turnover here. Eureka looking to stack a couple of points together. Deep 3 wouldn't fall for Allstat. And quickly the Rockets in transition here, stepping through traffic. Good look for Cal Bruce, using his height to his advantage there, the junior, but nothing cooking. And Eureka takes over here. Here's Blanier. Back to Peterson. Peterson over to Allstat. Double team in the corner there to guard Blanier, who scored the game's first points. And Nothing but net, but not in a good way for Connell Roth, the junior. Rochester will take over.
Really just outside of that one made basket, a lot of strong defense played right now early on here. Both teams try to really get inside. It's worked one time for Eureka. Let's see if Rochester can find some offense on his possession here.
Not a lot of offense so far in this one, but two really good teams having good seasons. Turn around, that will fall from Eli Cox. Now, Rochester, Noah, has two players at 6'5", pair of players at 6'6". They've got a lot of height. I don't expect that'll be the last we see of Eli Cox today.
Absolutely not. You know, you got for this level, basically two towers out there, two bigs. Got to find a way to get them inside, especially on the offensive side, offensive end of the court.
Eureka doesn't have as much size, but they're a pretty well-rounded team. Through traffic and scoring, there's Blunier again. It's been Blunier for Eureka. Rochester looking to tie it up in the early stages here. Clinton New Year's showdown at Gene Vance Courts. Spin move and a nice left-handed finish. Count that for Jack Melton.
Absolutely, you got 3 straight possessions, 3 straight baskets for both sides now. Offenses seem to start picking up.
No shot clock here at the Clinton New Year's showdown, and out top and swung around, and a 3 on the way. Will fall after some hesitation for Cohen Ulstad. Knocks it down. The sophomore, or the senior, pardon me, knocks it down from 3. 7-4, and a quick response there. Good bucket for Corbin Gregory.
Absolutely. On that last possession by Eureka offensively, they really they made sure to make that extra pass, found that wide open shooter. That 3 went down. Let's see if they can continue to do that.
3 wouldn't go for Peterson. Rochester trying to get back quickly, trailing by a point. And slowing things down now is Melton. Melton to the corner, and Gregory. Out top, Eli Cox going to step through traffic, and he will. Missed it off the back iron. He gets the rebound, and he's called for the foul, I think, as he tried to get there. So a foul for each side. Joey Wright and Noah Powell hanging out with you high atop Gene Vance Court. John Michaels, our producer. Mark Wagner is on our camera today. And Owen Dimful, a well-deserved game off after a great call with John. Springfield Cavalry's narrow win over Peoria Christian here to kick things off. Handful of area teams in action, I should say Clutch Sports Media area teams in action. Heyworth will play Mount Pulaski up next, so if you're here a little early for that one, got a good one for you. Bloomington Cornerstone will play at 5 o'clock, and then we'll close things out. Clinton and Beardstown. Clinton more toward the News Gazette's coverage area, but the Maroons making it happen under head coach Vic Binkley. They've had a nice stretch of success. There's Eli Cox, and Rochester has its first lead of the game.
Absolutely. Eli Cox has been a quintessential part of this Rochester team the entire season. If I'm not mistaken, he is their leading scorer, and they're going to try to get him the ball on almost every possession.
Turn around, short off the iron, wouldn't go for Blunier. Rebound Rochester. Cox will bring it up. Crosses the timeline, wants a 3, and hits it. Eli Cox does it himself. Gets the rebound, takes it up, and pops in a shot that gives Rochester a 4-point lead. And almost a turnover here. Poked loose by Cordell Gregory. 2 Gregorys on the roster, both freshmen, Cornell Gregory and Cordell Gregory, and we've seen Cordell Gregory, even though he's called for a foul there. Or pardon me, what was the call there? That is Rochester. Must have been a travel, but we've seen Cordell Gregory have a nice game so far.
Absolutely. I mean, as we just saw with Cox, you know, he can go inside. You saw him just pull up from 3 there, knock it down. He's going to be an issue for this Eureka defense the entire game.
Turn around won't go there, and number 5 gets the rebound from number 5. It's Peterson. Peterson going to be picked up by Nate Swaney, and a foul. Swaney a little too aggressive out top. And that'll be Rochester's second foul here of the quarter.
That's his first. 15 seconds. Tanner Beal and Corbin Gregory back into the lineup.
nice little pass.
Eureka in the corner, they give it up. Jacob Scholes gets it. There are 42 seconds left for the quarter. Scholes in traffic. Finds Grant Roberts. Roberts over to Tegan McLaughlin. Ball is loose, and in transition, Gregory goes up too strong. Rebound and a putback. Count it for Corbin Gregory. So, completely overlooked Corbin a moment ago, but 3 Gregorys on the roster. We've seen Cordell and Corbin so far. Yet to see Cornell, but Cordell and Corbin making it happen, and it's Corbin Gregory, I should say, on that last shot.
Absolutely, and that was a beautiful defensive possession by Rochester, the last possession.
Jacob Scholes, the pass a little wide. There will be enough time for a heave. Well, this will make Sports Center, Noah, if it goes. There's just enough time for a shot. If they want it, it'll go in, it'll go up, and it misses at the buzzer. It was a good look. Would not go for Cal Bruce, and that's a quarter of play.
A couple of our sponsors for the 2025.
So we'll take a moment to thank our sponsors here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. It's brought to you by Clinton Chiropractic Center, where their experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, they understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, they have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment. And that phone number, 217-935-6555. And by Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs, and you see the number on your screen. It's 217-935-3690. 100 East Clay Street here in Clinton, where we will be all day at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. And a good one in the early stages, Noah. It's Rochester up by 6 points over Eureka.
Absolutely. It started out as a really strong defensive battle. Around the halfway point of that first quarter, offenses started picking up. But really, it was Cox on Rochester that took over this game for that team. And it's gonna be up to Eureka trying to figure out how to contain him throughout the rest of from after the first quarter.
Cox leading the way for Rochester. He's keyed a lot of their scoring. He's on the bench to start quarter number 2. 3 on the way, will fall, and Rochester extends its lead. That's Kai Bruce, one of the 6'5 juniors pairing up with Eli Cox, who was a sophomore. Also Tanner Beal and Finn Bruce, or Tanner Beal, I should say, and Sean Plessa at 6'6 apiece. 3 on the way. That one off the back iron, would not fall for Cooper Peterson. Cox back in for Rochester. And that one won't go. Good defense to force the miss from Brooks Gavin.
Eureka, by no means for their class, is not undersized, but when you have a few bigs like Rochester does, and you're trying to play against a team with that much size difference, it's really going to make a difference, especially when they go out and knock down those threes. It's going to open up guys like Cox to be able to go into paint easier. It's going to be essential on the offensive end that Eureka's able to knock down their threes as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's an intriguing matchup. Eureka, not a tiny school by any means, but certainly a small school. They play football in Class 3A. Of course, that changes from year to year. Rochester's great football team's been Class 4A the last couple of years. 3 on the way falls for the Rockets, and their lead is 12. Eureka, though, I think is the largest school in the Heart of Illinois Conference, and Rochester is the smallest school in the Central State 8. 3 on the way, I believe. I'd have to double check that, but certainly one of the smaller schools in the Central State 8 is Rochester. And so, we mentioned maybe big school, small school crossover, but there is certainly some overlap between these two schools.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Timeout called, and Rochester leading 19-7. Eureka will talk things over here. They'll use their first of 5 timeouts. Joey Wright hanging out with you. John Michael on our computer today. Mark Wagner's on our camera. Noah Powell, my broadcast partner. Talking about Eureka finding themselves down by 12 points. Aaron Donor does a great job with this team. Joe Miller, his assistant coach, or his JV coach, I should say. Bryce Spangler, Ashton Beachy, the 2 assistants. Caden Gates handles the freshman duties at Eureka. And, you know, it's just a good athletic program across the board. We've seen Eureka's boys team have some success, girls team have success. Jason Bachman's got a great football program at Eureka High School. Trying to continue to put some gap between themselves and the 500 mark. They're 2-3 this season in the Heart of Illinois Conference, and they secured a good win last night against a good Gibson City Melvin Sibley team. 3 falls, count that for Kai Bruce.
You know, Kai Bruce has come out in the second quarter, knocked down a couple threes. He's really shown his impact early on in this game.
Bruce has been making it happen. This is the first game Eureka's played against a team not named the Hornets since they hosted Clinton on January 4th. They lost to Flanagan Cornell before beating GCMS last night. And count that one, a nice move and a finish, and free throws on the way for Brock Monk.
Brock Monk to the line for the three-point play.
And Monk gets it to go. So a nice move for Monk there, Noah, and that's what Eureka needed, a little bit of a spark.
Absolutely. Gotta try to break that zone, you know, try to get guys inside, more attention on paint defense from Rochester. Gotta get their shooters more open.
Number 5, Cooper Peterson. That's his first team first.
Peterson on the foul. It's the first of the quarter against Eureka, and on the inbound, see Cordell Gregory. They get it in, and Nate Swaney is fouled. So Eureka picks up 2 fouls quickly here, 5.5 to play in the frame.
That's his first team second. Corbin Gregory into the lineup, replacing Nate Swaney.
You know, this Rochester team has been playing really good basketball the last 10 games. They have a record of 8-2. They lost their last matchup in a game that was close through most of it. Unfortunately, it fell apart at the end. But we're seeing right now why they are 10-4.
You know, and Noah, it's been a fun turnaround to see. You know, we talk about Rochester having one of the great football programs in Illinois at any level. What the Rockets have done, you know, on the state level the last couple of decades has been fun to watch. But the basketball program has always kind of lagged behind. But a good year last year, and then a strong start to this year. Tony Gavin has really built the basketball program into something that can hold its own, certainly in those hallways at Rochester High School.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes those programs just need that one spark. Maybe last year was it for Rochester, and you can keep it rolling throughout this year.
Great athletes in those hallways, and you could say the same about Eureka. Eureka on the inbound, they swing it around.
Strong conference.
Yeah, looking at the Central State 8 here, as Rochester's going to force a turnover. Decatur MacArthur, really good Generals team, 10-4, but Rochester right behind them at 10-3, and MacArthur 4-0 in conference play. Rochester's 3-1. You got Glenwood, you got Eisenhower out of Decatur, Lincoln, right? We talk about the great programs in the state. Lincoln is right up among that group. Yeah, the Sacred Heart Griffin won the State Farm Holiday Classic, or was in that, finished 4th, pardon me. They made it to the last day. I saw them beat Muhammad Seymour in double overtime. So that alone was enough. But yeah, I mean, it's been nice to see Rochester start to flip the script around. Free throw falls for Tanner Beal.
And number 5 for Eureka, Cooper
Eureka only down 13 right now. They can't let it get too out of reach yet. About halfway through the second, but it's still within reach. But they still need to kind of step it up on offense.
Big possession here for Rochester. Gregory takes it to the rack, has his shot blocked. It's a rebound for Eureka. Hornets go quickly, and they'll slow it down now. Roth gives it up, finds Scholes, and a nice cut to the basket, and a shot is blocked by Beal. Tanner Beal steps up and sends it away.
That was a really good feed on the cut to the basket, but Tanner Beal was there to deny that beautiful setup.
Middle of the paint and bringing it out now. Here's Peterson now to the corner, and a three won't go. Would have been a big shot if it had fallen for Tegan McLaughlin. Rochester in transition. Down low, up with the left hand. It won't fall for Jack Melton. No, Eureka's been able, ooh, that's a nice heads-up play there on the part of Scholes to throw it out of bounds. But Eureka's been able to run it in transition, but Rochester gets back, and not a lot of scoring has resulted in those from those opportunities for Eureka.
They get back for sure. It definitely seems like Rochester did their homework. They're really close now on those three-point shooters. A good cut and finish there by Eureka.
Allstat on the score, pardon me, Noah. And a drive for Gregory. Off the iron, won't go. But as you were saying?
Oh, yeah. Maybe they need more of that where they're trying to, if Rochester's going to close out that hard, maybe, pump fake and drive in closer, get a better shot.
Three falls. Rochester out of the gate strong in this one. It's Melton for three. Jack Melton makes it a 14-point lead. Still plenty of time left here. Rochester has played airtight defense, trying to change that. Eureka here, a shot blocked, and a nice move to get the pass off in time from Allstat. Three wouldn't go for Roth, and now it's a three on the way for Gregory. Off the back iron, won't go. Volleyballed around, and it's going to tip over to Tanner Beal. Beal on a give to Gregory, and that's Corbin Gregory, the oldest of the three Gregorys on the roster. The junior knocks it down from the mid-range. 16-point game.
Yeah, Eureka's really trying to get the ball up court, trying to make it a tempo game. But as soon as it kind of settles down into half court like this, they really haven't been able to find much success on this end of the court.
Foul away from the shot. Will stop the clock. Quick moving first half. Stopped at 2 minutes and a second left.
That's his first team third. Checking into the lineup for Rochester, number 1, Cornell Gregory, number 4, Nate Swady.
Cornell Gregory is in the game. Neither coach, Noah, afraid to go to the bench today.
Oh, absolutely not. We've seen both teams really, try to find depth. With Eureka, it might be trying to find a spark for the offensive side of the ball. With Rochester, you've really seen their depth provide that three-point shooting depth for that roster.
Eureka will call a quick 30-second timeout with 1 minute and 47 seconds left to play, trying to draw something up, get a little momentum going into the halftime locker room. Noah, what does a successful last minute and 47 seconds look like for Eureka here?
Last minute, 47 seconds, it really just depends on how they want to approach it. Do they want to try to be aggressive, kind of cut into this lead, maybe have a better chance in the second half? Or do you want to, kind of milk the clock, and limit it up to a certain point? Or limit the time that Rochester has on the next possession?
Yeah, a couple schools of thought here for the Hornets, pardon me, on offense. Only 12 points to this point, but a lot of talent, when it comes to filling it up. So we'll see what happens here. Here's a quick three that falls, and just like that, it's Gavin Stalter out of the timeout, makes it a 13-point game.
Absolutely. With how aggressive Rochester is on defending that three-point line, that extra pass is going to be continuously there for the Hornets, and they found an open man that time.
Foul there will send Eli Cox to the line. Remember, at the start of this game, it was Eli Cox for Rochester and Jack Blunier for Eureka, trading buckets, going back and forth. Blunier not on the floor right now for Eureka. And Eli Cox misses the first. So an opportunity for a big swing here for Eureka. We talk about momentum, Noah, and Cox got the second, but another three here, you're looking at a quick 6-1 run, even just a quick basket, a 5-1 swing. Can't get it all back at once, but given how this game started, kind of slow on the offensive end for the Hornets, a basket here would be huge going into halftime, and it's a three that's too strong. And a rebound, Cox is there. And they go to the corner, do the Rockets, and Swaney, kick out, deep three, contested, won't go. Hornets get a big rebound.
Absolutely. On that last possession, the ball movement for the Hornets, they really just seemed to kind of disappear in that last possession. Seemed like a forced shot. On the previous offensive possession, they made that extra pass, the open look to a shooter, and it made it in.
Nice job by Grant Roberts to maintain possession, dribbling through traffic. Couple obstacles to clear. 25 now for the half. See if Eureka holds for the last shot. Here's Peterson. Peterson on a give to Cohen Allstat, who had a great start to this game as well. Was all over the floor. Big touch here, and he gives it over to Peterson. Looks like Eureka's going to hold it. 9 for the half. Here's Peterson. On a give to Stalter. Stalter to Roth. Roth back to Stalter for three on the wing. He got it, and the horn sounds. Gavin Stalter makes it an 11-point game just before the second quarter buzzer. 29-18 is our score at halftime. Noah, how do you size up that first half of basketball?
The start of the first quarter, it was really a lot of strong defenses by the Hornets and by the Rockets. Once Cox got going, it sparked Rochester. But overall, the defense of the Rockets have really shown to be a problem for the shooting of Eureka. The extra ball movement, as we saw, the extra pass by Eureka the last two possessions should show this team that they can shoot the ball against Rockets. It's just not rushing your shots.
It was a fun first half. Eureka making it a little closer there just before the halftime buzzer. 29-18 is the score. We'll take a quick break, but not before we thank our sponsors. Starting with Clinton Chiropractic Center, where their experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, they understand the physical demands of your sport, from neck and back pain to injury prevention. They have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment, 217-935-6555. And by Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs, and you see the number on your screen. It's 217-935-6690. For our entire crew, Joey Wright sending you to halftime. We'll kill the mics, come back for the second half in just a little bit. You're watching Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the 2025 Clinton New Year's Showdown. Rochester up on Eureka at halftime.
Welcome back inside Clinton's Gene Vance Court here, or the Clinton New Year Showdown. Second half of Eureka and Rochester getting underway. Jonathan Michael stepping in briefly for Joey Wright, who is hard at work on his journalistic duties. Joey, a reporter for the Champaign News-Gazette in their high school sports department, and an important phone call, an interview to take. So I'm back in here chilling with Noah Powell as Eureka continues to shoot well. Connell Roth with that three, and Noah, that continues a strong end to the first half that the Hornets had. They're right back in this game. It's only 8.
Absolutely, they ended the first half, last 2 possessions, back-to-back threes come out this first half. Another strong 3. That ball movement's really getting them open shots.
And certainly is, as Hornets try and cut into this deficit more. Here's Peterson around the arc. Now feeds it to Blunier. Now back to Peterson. Here's Allstat, the son of Washington's new athletic director, Joe Allstat, and that's Connell Roth with the three-pointer. Eureka can't be stopped from behind the arc, and it's back down to 7. Rochester's got to find an answer and start stepping out on these threes.
Absolutely, Eureka's found something here the last 2 possessions. That's back-to-back corner threes, I believe, by Connell Roth. Let's see if they can kind of lock down the defensive end.
They do have to get stops, too, as well. Jack Melton's floater is good, makes it a 9-point game. As Joey mentioned earlier, Eureka was a winner last night over a very good Gibson City Melvin Sibley team. He talked about as another 3 goes down for the Hornets. It's a 3-point contest here in Clinton as Allstat drains it. But that was a big win over GCMS, a part of a very strong Heart of Illinois conference this year. Just look up and down the standings, and good teams all over the place, boys and girls, in that very competitive conference. 3 ball on the way there for Corbin Gregory, and it's off the mark.
Absolutely, getting stops like that, it would be huge for Eureka, but you also can't have turnovers like that where the ball just seems to slip through your hands.
And a bit of a missed opportunity there, but again, we saw in that last game, Peoria Christian and Springfield Calvary played the game at a little bit faster pace than both these 2 teams have today, as Rochester calls a timeout and wants to talk things over. But a 6-point lead can, be whittled down to 1 or even nothing in just an instant. We've seen it today. Some great basketball really in Clinton so far. I'm really excited to see how the rest of this one plays out, as well as the rest of the games too as well.
Absolutely. We still got the host Clinton coming up later on today. Got Heyworth. I believe Clinton and Heyworth played last night. I heard that was a really good game. A lot of good basketball is still upcoming, and this one has been phenomenal as well.
Yeah, it looked like Rochester might, win this one in a runaway the way it was looking early on, but Eureka has shown lots of fight here as they trail by 6. Allstat has 8 for the Hornets at the moment. Roth has 6. And Blunier's got 4 for the players on the floor right now. And Jacob Schultz and Cooper Peterson are both scoreless so far for the Hornets. Rochester again, Kai Bruce has been the name of the game. He's inbounding now, and he's got 11 for the Rockets as they bring it up here. Gavin swings it over to Cordell Gregory. He's got a twin brother, Cornell, on the team. So Cornell and Cordell Gregory, both for Rochester. As we get a foul there as Joey Wright returns to the booth. And Eureka will get the ball back here with 5:25 to play here in quarter number 3.
Well, it takes a village, and appreciate John Michael keeping the seat warm briefly. Stepping in a pinch, but we're back now here, and Noah, as I bring it back, what a start to the half for Eureka. A 6-point game here as they've cut into this deficit.
Absolutely, I believe 3 straight 3-pointers made for the Hornets to start this off. They had 5 straight before that last turnover. just really that extra pass I've been talking about. It's really opened up their offense in the second half.
Well, they ended the first half with a little 6-1 burst, a mini run of sorts, and that's carried through here to start the second half. 3 in the corner won't fall for Nate Swaney, who's had a nice game to this point. And a football pass to the corner somehow is hauled in by Roth. And a 3 to make it a 1-possession game. Count it for Jacob Scholes, the sophomore.
For the Hornets, to get back in this game, it's really been about unselfish basketball. Making that extra pass has opened up shooters just like Schultz just last possession. And we've seen it cut it down from, it was a 16-point deficit down to just a one-possession game.
And Eureka a chance to tie it, or even take the lead with a crazy 3-point play here, or a 4-point play, I should say. Let's see how it pans out. But in any case, Aaron Doner's got to like the job his Hornets have done to recapture the momentum.
Absolutely. The finish of that last game, crazy plays can happen at any moment.
Here is Scholes to Blunier. Blunier through traffic. 1-point game. Jack Blunier, the sophomore. 3 on the way out top from Eli Cox is short. The rebound is hauled in by Cooper Peterson. Peterson on a give to Scholes. Now they swing it around. Blunier on a drive and a score. Eureka! After trailing by a large margin to start things out, they've taken the lead midway through the third. What was it? No, it was a 15-point lead at one point for Rochester.
Absolutely. Eureka stepped up on the defense side of the ball, making those extra passes, and we're seeing the results on the court right now for the Hornets. For Rochester, they might need to find something on the inside here. Seems to be settling for a lot of threes the last few possessions, a lot of shots away from the basket.
Swaney for 3, short off the iron. It caroms down to Cox, and a foul. And will they call a jump ball? It'll stay with Rochester, but it will not send Cox to the line. He wanted that on the shot. Instead, it's on the floor and a jump ball. Tell you, this is the second year Clutch Sports Media has been on hand for the Clinton Showdown. Was a week prior, I think, last year. First weekend of January, second full weekend of January this year with how the calendar broke. And I think, 8 games we've seen now between the 2 years. Swaney off on the 3. We've seen a lot of good ones.
Absolutely. It was great last year. It's even better this year. And maybe the best games still aren't yet to play.
Absolutely. We've still got 3 really high-level games to follow today. But everyone here at Clinton, the hospitality is great, and they do a great job of bringing in these teams. And there is going to be a foul called, and that'll go against Brooks Gavin, the junior. I think when you look at this Rochester team, Noah, the thing that I think is most encouraging if you're a Rockets fan, a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores, a lot of juniors. Really, Jack Melton is the only senior we've seen play huge minutes today. Eureka's got a lot of youth as well. We've seen Allstat and Peterson play a big role, but they're the only 2 seniors. Or pardon me, Isaac Schaefer, a senior as well. But very similar makeups, I guess, with these rosters and all the youth they have.
Absolutely, especially with Rochester, you have the Gregory trio. They're all going to be here next year as well. You have Bruce, who's having a really good game today as well. He's going to be back next year as well. Just a lot of young depth to this roster that they can continue to build on.
Yeah, both these teams going to be forces in their respective conferences for years to come. And less than 10 minutes to play in this one. Both teams getting a mid-season test here. Strong opponent and an opportunity to perform in the clutch. Eureka looking to build on its lead. Again, it was a huge deficit for Eureka. If you're just joining us, trailed by some 15 points, and they've stormed back here in the third quarter to take the lead in the corner, and fighting through it is Blunier. And now we've got a mix-up. I think one referee called a travel, another called a foul, and they will grant Eureka a timeout. So we'll sort that out. Who do you think has been the biggest impact player for either side in this game? Noah, starting with Eureka.
You know, for Eureka, I feel like it's definitely been Jacob Schultz or Connell Roth. You know, Roth had those back-to-back threes to start the second half. Really kind of continued that spark from that first half that the Hornets had. And then for Rochester, it's been Kyle Bruce. You know, he really sparked their outside shooting. It allowed guys like Eli Cox to get open, especially in the paint. And then it also allowed Cox to kind of show his shooting range because they had to pay more attention to Bruce and his ability to attack both inside and out.
34-33, our score here. Bruce making a big impact for Rochester. Kai Bruce at 6'5", he's only a junior. Finn Bruce also has played some minutes. The freshman, that misses off the board there, and it'll stay in bounds. Rochester could retake the lead. Here's Gregory. Last couple of possessions, they've gone to Swaney in the corner. Swaney not on the court right now. Here's a three from Gregory. That was too strong, wide to the right. Rebound is brought down by Peterson. Peterson slowing it down, sends Allstat in motion, and Allstat's going to get it now. Peterson trying to set the screen. We're under, or I should say just north of a minute left to play here in the third, and Peterson, or I should say Allstat, driving downhill and a foul.
Foul call on number 2, Cordell Gregory. That's his first.
So Eureka set to inbound here. Peterson gets it into McLaughlin, the sophomore. McLaughlin going against Melton. Peterson gets it. Gregory defends, and it's poked loose by Eli Cox. He gets in transition. It's 2-on-1. Cox to the rack, and he scores. Eli Cox, and it is a 35-34 leader for Rochester. See if Eureka wants to hold for the last shot. We saw kind of a similar time frame to in the first half. Noah, do you think they'll be overly aggressive here? Looks like they're going to try to dial it back.
Yeah, I think they're kind of hold it for the last possession. They've been getting better looks, especially from three, when they kind of just take their time. But it seems, Jack Blunier kind of got in the lane there, drew contact, and kind of set himself up for set the team up for a couple points.
I'll call a foul there. That was an aggressive move to the basket for Blunier. Gregory, I think, wanted an offensive foul. Caught an elbow, but Blunier misses the first.
Connell Roth checking into the lineup for Eureka.
Connell Roth is back into the game for Eureka.
23, Kai Bruce.
Kai Bruce for Rochester. 21 seconds left, and this to tie it. And that falls. It's a tied game.
Something that I noticed on the Rochester defensive possession before the timeout called by Eureka was that they went to trap the corner shooter, which forced that timeout by the Hornets. And it's be interesting to see how that's going to play out in the fourth quarter.
Kick out Melton. Now to Bruce. Down to the block. Up and in for Eli Cox. And Eureka one more chance for a half-court heave. It's wide left. Off the glass, and Rochester leads it by 2 points with 1 quarter to play. Take a quick pause to thank our sponsors, starting with Clinton Chiropractic Center. Clinton Chiropractic Center, a wide range of solutions to fit your needs, whether you're a weekend warrior or a high-level athlete. Therapies for injury prevention as well as recovery, whatever it might be at Clinton Chiropractic Center. They've got you covered. And Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned since 1946. Give Tim a call at 217-935-3690. No, something that's been on my mind a little bit here, just a handful of Champaign area connections to work in. Eureka, of course, the alma mater of News-Gazette, Illinois sports beat writer Scott Ritchie. Went to high school at Eureka, proud alum. And also, Brandon Martin was the coach at St. Thomas More over in Champaign, now in his first year at Heyworth. We'll see them up next. Clinton also a News-Gazette area coverage team, and they'll play later tonight in the nightcap at 6:30 against Beardstown. Brandon Martin had a lot of success over at St. Thomas More, and now at a Heyworth program that has experienced some pretty fun highs over the last few years. Had Nick Feather come through now at Illinois State. Don't have him this year, but the Hornets still competitive, and they will play up next. So look forward to that.
Absolutely. We got to see Nick at the tournament, at the Clinton tournament last year. He was a blast to watch. He's been a blast. You know, I cover Illinois State sports. It's been fun to see him work, especially in camps and practice, be able to cover that team. It was a really fun time covering him last year.
His alma mater coming up next, but a good one to settle here between Rochester and Eureka. It's Eli Cox the rebound, and Rochester looking to build on a 2-point lead. Step back and knocking it down, Nate Swaney. Swaney went a little cold there in the third quarter, Noah, from the corner, but the mid-range jumper falls, and that's a big basket for Rochester. And a turnover, and Gregory being chased by two Hornets will slow it down, and a give to Bruce, nothing there, but a turnover.
Absolutely, you know, that pressure by both teams really seems to be affecting their offenses. Had turnover by the Hornets, and then I know you just didn't handle the pass on the Rochester offensive side. Just defense is really starting to step up here.
Peterson to Blunier, deep three. Won't fall. Rebound Karams down to Gregory, and number 22 will clear it. Corbin Gregory, and a kick over to Bruce. Bruce, middle of the paint. Mid-range won't go that time for Rochester. Blunier looking and finding Peterson. Just south of 6 minutes to play. Last game came down to the wire. This one looking to do the same. Eli Cox gets the loose ball there. Turnover forced. And to the block, nothing. Second chance and one. Eli Cox will go to the line. Could make it a 7-point game, a 3-possession lead for Rochester if Eli Cox can knock in the free throw. He has 14 points to lead all scorers. Anytime the Rockets have needed a basket today, Noah, they have gone to the big-time sophomore.
Absolutely, no, he got him going early on in this game, and then, you know, as they've needed baskets down the stretch here, they've gone back to him.
So Eureka finding itself facing adversity that it hasn't faced in a while. Trailing by a handful of possessions now. We'll see what the answer is. Trying to spark some offense is Scholes. Scholes on a kick to Blunier. Or not Blunier, pardon me. Check that, that's McLaughlin. Goes over to Peterson. Peterson picked up by Gregory. Gregory has played great defense for Rochester all game long.
Absolutely. I don't know if you've noticed, Joey, but Rochester has actually switched their defense formation from the start of this game. They're in a 3-2 zone now. They were in a 2-3 trying to keep stuff away from the outside. They're now just playing more aggressive perimeter defense.
Trying to prevent the three. Here's an open look for McLaughlin. That won't go, but it was the best look Eureka was going to get that possession. A foul on the rebound, or was it just, I think it was just knocked out of bounds. Rochester will walk it up. Nate Swaney running point on this possession. Rochester's on a 7-0 run. Gregory has a lane, and he's blocked by Blunier, and a foul. But the foul after a clean block from Jack Blunier, the sophomore. 6'3", uses the height to his advantage, and he chases it down.
Shooting 2.
you know, you can't put too much stock into what the roster says. Every team's going to list their players a little differently, but Eureka does list Blunier as a guard, and that's an encouraging sign when you've got a guard that can play on the ball so well, also uses height and chase down someone on the glass.
Absolutely, and for Eureka at their class level, 6'3", might as well be a forward at that size, and with that block, he plays like one.
Absolutely, and a lot of teams play a more positionless style anymore, but we've seen Blunier all over the court today. Had a nice scoring stretch to start the game, and then, or at least a nice stretch of, was involved in a lot of Eureka's possessions. And now he'll have to help Eureka try and overcome a 44-35 lead. So let's break it down for Rochester. Noah, what's going right for the Rockets here during this stretch? Now, I believe a 9-0 scoring edge here since this game was tied at 35. And it's looking like Rochester could be 4.5 minutes away from a big-time win.
Absolutely, Rochester, Coach Tony Gavin, he's really made some adjustments in that coming out of that fourth quarter. A lot more aggressive on the perimeter defense, kind of forcing their shooters, kind of forcing Eureka to find a way inside to open up shots for their shooters. But they're also continuing to show that aggressive closeout when they do get the open man to look.
And it's led to success for the Rockets. Tony Gavin's team 10-4 on the season. Looking to compete in the Central State 8. Right up there at the top of the standings. Look at what the Rockets have done. They lost to Eisenhower by 13 points last night, 70-57. But prior to that, had not lost since December 13th. Narrow loss to Normal U-High. Wins against Lexington, Sterling, Marion, Comer, Galesburg, Lincoln, Staunton. Part of that big-time stretch for the Rockets. Blunier hits the court hard.
Rochester foul.
He is helped up, and that foul will be on the floor.
That's his second, team first. Checking into Eureka's lineup, number 4, Colin Allstat. He replaces 22, Tegan McLaughlin.
Eureka, remember, this is the first time in a few games they haven't played a team named the Falcons. They played Flanagan Cornell earlier this week and Gibson City Melvin Sibley last night. Second chance, no. Rebound finally is drawn toward Swaney.
That's his second. Team's third.
And Allstat whistled for the foul, his fourth, or pardon me, his second. Quickly to the corner and down low to Melton. Melton gets it to go. Quick look there. Noah, are you a little surprised that Rochester dialed up the tempo on that possession?
They've been the last couple possessions on defense. They've been really pressing Eureka on the Eureka's offense, trying to bring up the court. Sometimes you want to keep the tempo on both sides of the ball, just not kind of lag off.
Swaney draws contact, and he'll go to the line for two. Eureka's been the better team in this fourth quarter, Noah, and I would think if they can just string together 3 more minutes of solid, competent basketball, hit the free throws, they'll be in good shape. Of course, stranger things have happened. Swaney off on the first. Too early to start calling it, but I'm impressed. Positive takeaways for both teams. You look at Rochester, strong start, and then fighting through some adversity when Eureka came back. And for Eureka, the comeback, down big early, not giving up, not quitting, and making it a ball game, and still within striking distance here if the Hornets can get a couple of quick scores. Aaron Donor will call a timeout.
Absolutely, that press defense, the full court press defense by Rochester seems to have gives Eureka a lot of issues here. It's going to be up to the Hornets and head coach Aaron Donner to see if they can kind of make this a game again in the final 3 minutes.
It's an 11-point lead for Rochester. And in 3 minutes and 6 seconds of game time, we'll be halfway through the 2025 Clinton New Year's Showdown. Jonathan Michael is behind our computer today. Camera being operated by Money, Mark Wagner. Owen Dimfel, a well-deserved game of rest, a great call last game. Springfield Cavalry's big win over Peoria Christian. If you're looking for a good basketball game to go back and watch that one, because there were threes, there were great passes, there were great dribbling moves. That was just a really fun game of basketball to watch. This one's been fun too. And remember, if you're here a little bit early for our next game between Heyworth and Mount Pulaski, stream will stay active and we'll pick it back up shortly before that game tips off. So as we will stay here for the entire day of basketball in Clinton. So don't go anywhere. Good job by Blunier to get to the rim and score. Back to 9 points.
Absolutely. If Eureka's going to have any chance, they're going to have to attack inside. Rochester's really trying to sell out for stopping those threes that brought Eureka back into the game in the second half and in the late first.
Peterson across the timeline. Blunier had the big score a minute ago. Off balance, can't get that one to fall. Eli Cox the rebound. Up and along to Melton. Melton driving, stopping, and he'll kick it out. Rochester is in no hurry.
You know, with a 9-point advantage, there's no need to be in a hurry. You know, in IHSA basketball, you know, there's no shot clock. There's no need to rush you up this big.
And Rochester will slow this down. See when Eureka starts to foul, or if they can force a turnover in the passing lanes. Oh, and there's an errant pass, and Eureka's going to get a break. So a good opportunity, a good decision not to foul ultimately there, Noah.
Absolutely, you know, they got to figure it out if they can find the basket. I would say you don't need a three, but with how Rochester took almost 30 seconds off that last possession, you probably need a three if Eureka have a chance here.
Timeout. Rochester.
And a timeout called by Rochester.
Well, you didn't need a three if Eureka. What you especially didn't need to do was turn it over on that last possession.
No.
I mean, we've seen crazier things, but down 9 still, 1:40 left. You know, it's not over, but it's going to take a really strong defensive possession by the Hornets to get them back in this.
Well, and it's gonna take. What does Eureka have to do then? I mean, it just seems like fouling. Going to run out of time, and if Rochester keeps hitting the free throws, you know, you'd have to start stacking an inordinate amount of threes together. So, I mean, it comes down to turnovers, right, and defending inbound passes and being crafty on the defensive side of the ball, maybe forcing travels, things like that.
Absolutely. You know, Rochester hasn't been the strongest free throw shooting team today. They've missed a couple, missed a few at the line. But as you said, it'll start with defending the inbounds pass. You know, maybe you get that inbounds violation. You don't have to foul, don't have to get more time off the clock. Let's see what they can do.
Ball inbounded to Gregory. Gregory up across the timeline. No foul yet. Kicked to the top, and Gregory, and now it's Melton at the free throw line. Cordell Gregory gets it, and a foul. Cordell and Corbin Gregory both on the floor. And that is the last foul before the bonus there. Eureka did not have any fouls to give, and so that will send Cordell Gregory to the line with 1 minute and 29 seconds left to play. Eureka needing some misses. Gregory's played well today. First one falls, and see if we can get an updated point total for Gregory, but he's had a nice game to this point. Gregory's second free throw to make it an 11-point game is pure. Eureka down to just one timeout. They won't use it yet. Rochester trying to put this one away and move to 11-4 on the year. Eureka trying to avoid falling back to 9-9. Here's Scholes, lost it. It's off of someone's foot there. I think it kicked off Blunier. In any case, Rochester has it. They go down low. They'll slow it down. And in an 11-point game, a carry. So the door cracked open for Eureka here if stranger things can happen.
Absolutely, they say never. Just a little over a minute here. It's gonna take a prayer, but they have a shot.
Need a shot here. Need a good look through traffic. It's turned over. Eli Cox has it. He's fouled, and I think a pair of free throws here will about do it for Rochester, barring again some crazy turn of events.
Absolutely, Eureka had a chance there at the end, down just 9. Really, just 3 straight turnovers by the Hornets sealed this game for the Rockets.
Cox missed the first free throw. It's going to be a platoon swap here for Eureka. They'll bring in a new 5. And a round of applause for the mainstays of the Hornet rotation as they depart. And it'll be up to this group, Noah, not necessarily to mount the improbable comeback. Rochester's going to bring in a new group as well, but, just to come in, these guys maybe haven't played as much, make a play, and maybe look toward building some momentum for the next game.
Absolutely, and this minute here for the guys who don't get to play a lot, it's very valuable in building a roster for the future. Although they may not get to play a lot tonight in this game, maybe the coach is going to see something later on down the stretch in these few moments here.
Eureka's next game, a Heart of Illinois Conference tilt against a good Leroy team. Sam Edmondson filling it up on a nightly basis for that Leroy squad. There's a whistle, and Rochester will have an inbound. Sean Plessa comes in, the 6'6 sophomore. And an inbound to Reese Gade. One of a few freshmen on the Rochester roster. Gade gets it. Tipped around. And there are 5 seconds left here for Eureka. Mid-range given up. We'll have a 3 to beat the buzzer, and that's short. It wouldn't fall for Liam Brown, the sophomore fresh into the game, and that's all she wrote. Rochester's a 48-37 winner over Eureka this afternoon at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Noah, your final thoughts on a well-contested game, tilted back and forth throughout, and Rochester ultimately enough in the tank to put it away late.
Yeah, I mean, Rochester got out to that hot start, got out to that 15, 16-point lead in the first half, but they took Eureka's best punch, and they recovered. Really good adjustments by head coach Tony Gavin on Rochester. Switched their defensive look from a 2-3 to a 3-2, really attacking the perimeter shooting of Eureka, forcing them to drive inside. And that you saw a lot of turnovers as they tried to get that ball inside, which led to the eventual win for the Rockets.
And it was a 48-37 decision. Rochester enough late to get the job done here in Clinton today. For our entire crew, Mark Wagner, John Michael, Owen Dimple, and Noah Powell, I'm Joey Wright. We'll kill the mics and take a quick break. Coming up, a good one, Mount Pulaski and Heyworth on Gene Vance Court. We'll have it for you in just a few minutes. You're watching ClutchSportsIL.com's coverage of the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Thanks for watching.
Halfway done at the Clinton New Year's Shootout here at Gene Vance Court in Clinton, Illinois. We await game number 4 between the Mount Pulaski Hilltoppers and the Heyworth Hornets. I'm Owen Dimple alongside Joey Wright, who just called the Eureka Rochester game. Another great one, and so far 3 really good games today.
Yeah, we've seen back-to-back 3 really good games here at the Clinton Holiday Shootout, the Clinton New Year's Showdown. And I think you had the best game of the bunch. You and John did a great job calling a narrow win for Springfield Calvary over good Peoria Christian team in the second game today. But yeah, year in and year out, Clinton brings in great teams from all corners of Central Illinois, and I anticipate we're going to see a really good one here between the Hilltoppers and the Hornets. Should be a fun one.
Another good one awaits us, and still 2 more to follow. An action-packed day full of basketball right here in Clinton, Illinois. And so Mount Pulaski coming in with a 6-8 record, 1-0 in the Tomahawk Conference. According to Max Preps, they said they played last night against Hartsburg-Emden, but they never had a score. So not sure if it got played. Maybe it got delayed or postponed because of the weather.
Snowed out,
Don't know.
perhaps.
As far as we know, they're 6-8. For Heyworth, they're 8-7 and 0-2 in that tough Heart of Illinois conference. So 2 teams, just like the previous 3 games, are teams looking to just keep on building their seasons or find a confidence-boosting win.
Yeah, and with regard to our viewers from Mount Pulaski, of course, Heyworth, a team that we cover through Clutch Sports Media Overtime and everything we do throughout the school year on a regular basis. This is actually Mount Pulaski's first appearance ever on our airwaves in any sport, so we're happy to have the Hilltoppers along. But this is a Heyworth team that it really broke through last year, had some success with Nick Feather, the Illinois State freshman. Really resembled more a discus thrower, a shot putter, right, than a basketball player. 6'8", was a huge presence, could clog up the paint. They don't have him this year, but this is a Heyworth team that still has managed to find ways to win games without him, and led by first-year coach Brandon Martin, who came over from St. Thomas More. I really like what this Heyworth team could do in the second half of the year.
And the tip-off goes to the Hornets. The starting 5 for Heyworth goes Chase Rupert, Parker Bell, Boston Katz, Jackson Law, and Nick Rapson. For Mount Pulaski, it's Austin Kretzinger, Bo Shantz, Aaron Kuznick, Eric Cooper, and Luke Martin.
It's funny, we talk about last year's Heyworth team. Brandon Martin, as I mentioned, was at St. Thomas More over in Champaign. Actually ended the Sabres ended their season against Heyworth at Danville Area Community College in the sectional round. So
it all wraps itself around, no matter where.
It all comes full circle for the Hornets, and Brandon Martin's a great coach, has made a couple different stops around the area. But Mount Pulaski, you know, you look, Heyworth still got some size. Just look at the 5 on the floor for each side right now. Mount Pulaski a little undersized. They're going to have good guard play to win this.
And here's the Hornets in fast break. Couldn't connect on the layup, and the Hilltoppers have it right back. So a missed opportunity for the Hornets. And here's the Hilltoppers at 3-ball. No good. That was Luke Martin. Another loose ball. It's been a common theme in these 3 games, just a lot of loose balls, not teams fully grabbing in the rebounds.
Well, I tell you, the 2 games you've done now especially, we're rolling you out for the track meets today because in the first 2 minutes of this game, it's been up and down, back and forth. Both teams are really getting after it right now.
Nice cut inside, good. That was Luke Martin gets the scoring started for the Hilltoppers. And I think another contrasting point in this game, this might be the first time we've seen a really full bench for both squads.
Yeah, both these teams, you mentioned that it's a great point. We saw Cavalry earlier today, only had 3 or 4 guys on the bench, and both these teams, you know, you've got the full assortment of warm-ups, and I would say both these rosters probably 15 deep. So we'll see in a game like this where the tempo continues to be as it is. I think you're going to see both coaches work the benches a little to try to get those players some much-needed rest.
There's a 3-ball from Parker Bell, the junior guard for the Hornets. It's now 3-2. Heyworth lead. 2 minutes in here into the first quarter. Martin with it in the left wing. Gets the screen from Cooper. Cooper down low, kicks it out. Here's Kuznick. Too long, but almost had the offensive rebound was Shantz. Had good positioning to grab it, just threw his hands. That layup, no good. And here comes the Hilltoppers. 2-on-2, inside, good, and potentially 1. Bo Shantz with the bucket and a chance to complete the three-point play.
Bo Shantz getting to the rack there, drawing contact. I want to go back to that last Heyworth possession, though. Bringing it up, Nick Rapson put a little spin move there as he crossed midcourt. Nice acrobatic play. Unfortunately for Heyworth, doesn't lead to the basket. But Mount Pulaski's going to need plenty of this. Shantz getting to the line, completing the and one three-point play.
Good start for Shantz. You know, kind of going back to your point, too, it's just we've seen a lot of really good athletes today, and that will continue going into the other two games as well. But there have been solid teams, but each team has had, like, a couple guys that have been just playmakers all throughout the court.
Absolutely, and, I mean, both these teams are going to continue that trend here. I tell you, both these teams hanging out right around the 500 mark, but don't let that fool you. We've seen Heyworth now attempt shots from everywhere on the floor.
That one looked like it was about to be stripped away, but a foul on the floor. That'll be against Kuznick. So the Hornets had a few opportunities to get the ball into the basket, but couldn't do so. Now they'll inbound it from their own baseline.
Yeah, and in a game like this where both teams want to run it, drawing fouls early, it's kind of a simple remark, but it really is going to go a long way. You're going to get to the bonus to end every quarter, and you're going to get key players in foul trouble late. That's where these deep benches might come into play. And look at Brandon Martin. He's all the way out on the floor. Doesn't like what he sees. Going to burn that first timeout.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about what he saw from his defense there as Bo Shantz had an easy 2 points. He's up to 5 already. This is our first timeout of the first quarter at the 4:49 mark. A 7-3 lead for the Hilltoppers. Really seeing Brandon Martin have his team out on the court. Usually during timeouts, they go to the bench, they have the guys sit down, so he must be really concerned with something. He wants to grab the attention of his team quickly.
Well, that huddle was about at the the free throw line there. They were really out on the floor. And Mount Pulaski also was standing up. Nobody sitting down in the Hilltoppers huddle, but just to underscore my point on Mount Pulaski, tallest player stands at 6'2". They got 2 players at 6'2", Tanner Bishop and Landon Diebert. Diebert's a freshman, Bishop's a senior. And then you look at Heyworth, you got 6'5", 6'5", 6'2", 6'3". So I really think that establishing the perimeter is going to be big for the Hilltoppers.
Jackson Law couldn't connect on the 3, but his teammate Logan Mills right there to put it back. And that's a big 2 points for the Hornets. Another whistle. Foul on the court. I believe that'll be against number 20.
Yeah, Brandon Martin's not happy about that, and that's a tough foul there. You don't want to. That's a tough unforced error. Here midway through the first quarter, Mount Pulaski just getting into an offensive set there along the wing. That's one of those plays, and you don't want to be too critical, but that discipline, they're going to have to work on that here, and I'm sure they'll get everything straightened out.
3-ball shot, no good. Rebounded by the Hornets. Sometimes it's the good and then the quick bad, as Logan Mills had the nice basket and then he commits the foul right away.
Well, and it's sometimes there can be silver linings in those plays, right? What did we see earlier? The game tying 3. I forget what player it was. I wasn't on the call for that game, but the game tying 3 late, and then the quick foul to put Peoria Christian at the free throw line. They only make one, and then the buzzer beater to win it, or almost buzzer beater to win it. So you never know. You never know how everything might break.
Yeah, that play by Joshua Long. The funny part is, I don't think he meant to foul them while he was tied. 2-point basket. Gets the friendly bounce, Chase Rupert, because he made the shot, and I believe he thought they were still down, so he needed a foul, when in reality they were tied. Another basket by Eric Cooper. But yeah, that was just a crazy sequence of events. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that before in a basketball game.
Hey, it all worked out.
Wide open in the corner. No good. Offensive rebound. That was Jackson Law. Now the shot from Mills again. Gets his own miss. Spins around. Puts it up. No good. And rebounded by the Hilltoppers. Pushing it up the court. Here is Shantz. No good. Law with the rebound. Jackson Law has been all over the boards thus far here in the first quarter. Good find underneath. Logan Mills, good. That was set up by Nick Rapson.
Logan Mills, one of a few key seniors on this Heyworth roster. And you're right, he's been that spark plug early.
Three-point shot, nothing but net for Aaron Kuznick. Nice three ball right there. And it's a 12-9 Hilltopper lead. And another timeout taken by the Hornets. So already 2 timeouts used here in the first quarter. Now that's something you always gotta keep in mind. Early in the first half, usually, at the high school level, you get 5 timeouts, which is plenty for a ball game. But if you start using a lot right away, you never know. You might need those late in the second half.
Absolutely, and Heyworth only down by a three-pointer here, a 3-point game. So I think that's a sign of a coach and a program that they know their style of basketball. They don't want to deviate from that, and I think this is a signal. This is Brandon Martin telling his team, hey, let's get in our system, right? Let's run our plays, let's run our sets, and I think his theory is if they can do that, they'll start building a lead and maybe won't need those 3 timeouts down the stretch.
Yeah, just finding themselves, knowing what team they are. They understand what they do well, just trying to find that once again. Still only trailing 3. It's the little things you want to clean up always. Here's Mills back to Garricky. His three-pointer no good. And as Cooper tried to save it, must have had a toe on the line, so it'll keep possession with the Hornets.
It's not a bad look for Garricky there. That was a good set, got him open.
Garricky, just a freshman for this Hornets team, but seeing the court early on. Mills down below, good ball movement by the Hornets. Back to Mills, his shot too much, rebounded by Cooper. Kertzinger, ball just flying everywhere. Finally, it's Cooper with it. With a chance to reset. Instead, he'll pull up from the elbow, no good. Bounces out of bounds, and they'll give it back to Heyworth. And going back to that last Hornets possession, they had great ball movement going in and out. Finally, Mills had a very high percentage shot look at the rim. Just couldn't convert on it.
And I'd like to see Mount Pulaski on the offensive end, drive and kick, try and draw some of those trees into the post, get them all to converge, and then find someone out on the perimeter that's open for a 3 or even a mid-ranger.
Mid-range jumper, no good off the side, but in for the rebounds, Tyler Bell. Already a couple offensive rebounds, and here's a poke. And good. Poke and score from Aaron Kuznick.
That was tremendous discipline from Kuznick there. It was a tough look. I mean, great job playing the passing lane, forcing the steal. But the hesitation there to draw both defenders off a little bit, that's what led to the basket.
Now back-to-back turnovers have turned into back-to-back baskets for the Hilltoppers as Beauchamp already up to 7 points here in the first quarter. Clock now under 40 seconds to play. And a 16-9 Hilltopper lead.
Ryan Diebert ought to love what he has seen here in the opening, call it 7.5 minutes, and another Heyworth timeout. That'll leave him just 2 for the game, Owen. So, again, I think Brandon Martin realizes, hey, this isn't quite what we're about. Just maybe seeing some of those undisciplined errors, right, those little things that add up over the course of a game. Not that Heyworth is playing poorly here. I think it's just Mount Pulaski.
They're finding ways to just score.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making plays on the defensive side, and then with that, it turns into offensive points. I think you're seeing just the confidence level rise after each play for Mount Pulaski. Well, Heyworth is just kind of staying stagnant a little bit. I mean, not that they're showing frustration by any means, but it's like they don't have that juice in them. They're not flying up in the court like the Hilltoppers are.
Well, and that's, it's basketball. It's early, game of runs, right? The old cliche goes. It's just 2 different ways to look at it. I mean, for Heyworth, you can look at it like we got to stop turning the ball over. If you're Mount Pulaski, hey, we're doing a great job of playing the passing lanes and, moving toward the ball. I go back to that last fast break opportunity there from Kuznick. I think it was 2 baskets ago now for Mount Pulaski, just flying through, intercepting the pass. And then a tough finish there, even though he was able to break away and get free. Defenders bearing down on him, made the right adjustment. Not a lot going wrong for Mount Pulaski.
Yeah, Aaron Kuznick and Beauchamp so far leading the way for the Hilltoppers. Combined 12 of the team's 16 points. Now we see the 1-3-1 pressure from the Hilltoppers.
Stuck on a number now here is Heyworth.
Short on the three-point attempt, but right there with the cleanup, Logan Mills. Clock down to 15.
It's big for Heyworth. They didn't necessarily need the last shot. They just needed to see one go through. And again, using that height, second chance opportunities, crash the offensive boards. That's where Heyworth's going to have a big advantage.
What a drive, but couldn't convert was Bo Shantz. He got up there. I mean, that was wasn't sure if he was going to try and slam it or not, but it was a good effort nonetheless. And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter as the Hilltoppers currently with the lead over the Hornets 16-11. And with the break, we would like to take a word to thank our sponsors for today's shootout. First, at Clinton Chiropractic Center, our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And also from Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs. Another great first quarter here in game number 4 at the Clinton New Year's Shootout. Both teams taking their breaks, ready to start the second quarter. A lot of running up and down, as you mentioned in the first quarter. But both teams, they're finding ways to score, play some defense, and I expect that to continue to grow.
Yeah, I do too, and I think let's go back to that last score for Heyworth there to close the first quarter. It came on a second chance opportunity. Heyworth just has such a size advantage in this game. If I'm Brandon Martin, I'm saying we got to crash the boards on both sides of the ball, but especially on offense. You know, if Heyworth can create some of those second, third chances and you know, go down to your trees and see if they can finish on the blocks. You know, Law, Rapson, Emmett Babb, a sophomore who we haven't really seen so far, but use that height to your advantage.
Kretzinger hit the deck hard, but in the end, it was Shantz with another basket, up to 9 points.
For Mount Pulaski, their quickness is really keyed a lot of their offense so far. Another transition opportunity.
And their pressure has really had its way against the Hornets, as Martin couldn't convert on that three ball. Nice pull-up shot. Just rolls off the front of the rim. Rupert couldn't get it to go. Thought about taking the three, but tried to get a little bit shorter. In the end, it still wasn't good.
Well, and you're not going to shoot 100% from the field. I think Heyworth, the key here is they try to battle back from the 7-point deficit. There's a charge. It's just end every possession with a good shot, right? You're not going to shoot 100% from the field, but if you can end, I like that last look from Chase Rupert. You know, mid-range jumper, he took a step in, got a shot, didn't fall, but, you know, those are the kinds of possessions that are going to lead to some success.
And you want to make sure that you're running your offensive sets. You don't want anyone playing one-on-one basketball out there, because then that's when all the troubles start to happen. Going inside, and, ooh, off the glass. Looked like it was going to go in initially, but not today, was Luke Martin. And another turnover by the Hornets. I mean, it feels like they can't get settled into any sort of rhythm. I mean, they can get a basket here, but then they'll follow up with 2 more turnovers or empty possessions. So I think that could be a big thing going forward is just finding that rhythm.
Yeah, a bit of a choppy start certainly for Heyworth. And, I mean, Brandon Martin's already used 3 timeouts. I think he knows that too.
3 ball no good by Kuznick.
Let's go back to that last possession just real quick for Mount Pulaski, though. We talk about good shots, good possessions. I love that take from Luke Martin, getting down low, had a lane. Not the tallest guy on the court by any means. Just as Heyworth gets a shot to go there, Luke Martin, he's like, hey, if you're going to leave that open for me, of course I'm going to take it.
Now a 18-13 lead. Martin, another 3. This time swirls around and good. You know, that's what confident shooters do. Doesn't matter if they're making it or missing it. They keep shooting. Now down low. Good find. Logan Mills got it.
Mills has played very well. He might be the best player on the floor for Heyworth so far in this one.
So far, yeah.
I was going to say, see if they go back to Martin here for Mount Pulaski.
Yeah, so far, I mean, just the most consistent with his 8 points. He's finding ways to get in the paint and convert on his opportunities. Here's Martin once again with the ball, working around the top of the key, being double teamed by 2 Hornets, throws it erroneously. Now in the corner is Shantz. Finds Cooper, his 3-point attempt. Got it. Eric Cooper with his first tray ball of the afternoon.
Now Pulaski really starting to shoot the ball well from downtown. That's Martin and then Cooper.
Try to go down low to Logan Mills once again, but a kick ball. We'll see the inbounds play for the Hornets. There's a number 20 on the court, but they don't have it on the roster for Heyworth.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get that cleaned up. We saw that earlier also in one of the preceding games, a number change.
3 ball for the Hilltoppers. That was no good by Kuznick. Fighting it. I believe that could be Maddox Clawwood.
He was a big piece of what Heyworth did last year.
And finding him down below was Logan Mills. I mean, you don't want to assume he was cherry picking, but great place at the right time for that quick transition points. Hilltoppers will look to get a good look. Luke Martin throws it up, no good, rebounded by the Hornets. Here they come in transition. They're going to slow it down. It's Rupert, top of the key, 3-ball, good. A big 3-pointer, much needed one for the Hornets.
Just like that, it's only a 4-point game, even as Mount Pulaski stepped outside and started to make it rain from downtown. Heyworth has stayed the course. They're playing much better. They're in a much better rhythm. And now it's Mount Pulaski going to use, Coach Diebert's going to use his first timeout of 5.
And it's one of those things, really all around sports, is it's a long game. No matter what you're playing, it's going to be a long game. So you can't get too caught up in the highs and the lows of the game because you're still going to have a lot left to play for. And you're seeing a good example of that from Heyworth that, yes, this first half not necessarily has gone their way, but they haven't dug themselves any further. They've remained in the game and have a chance to maybe go on a run and who knows, maybe tie or take a lead at the halftime break.
Oh, absolutely. And these are 2 good teams. I mean, Heyworth and Mount Pulaski, again, the record might not jump off the page for either side, but both these teams right around 500. They've played tough games. Heyworth, we look at what they're coming in off a win against Clinton last night by 2 points, so got it done in the clutch, gritted out a win there. Mount Pulaski 6-8. Again, not sure if maybe weather took out their game against Hartsburg-Emden last night. We'll see if we can track down an update for you there. But won a playoff game last year. It's a Mount Pulaski team that's looking for more this year.
Yeah, and going back to Heyworth's game last night here in this gym, a 47-45 win. That's got to give your team the advantage because anytime you play on the road, you never know, the surrounding environment that you're shooting into, like with the baskets and everything. That's got to play a factor for Heyworth that they have a slighter advantage maybe in this game rather than what Mount Pulaski has.
Oh, sure. I mean, they got a tune-up last night. Heck, they won a conference game here last night, so you get the knowledge of the backboard, the knowledge of how the ball's going to bounce. You got the knowledge of the just the lay of the land for sure. You know what things are going to look like sitting on the bench.
Yeah, I think it just allows for more comfort, more confidence going into it that you know what you're going into. Here comes the Hilltoppers once again on offense. Martin gives it to Shantz. This 3-pointer from Aaron Vole, no good. Great rebound for Rapson. See if it can turn into any Hornets points. Great spin move in the paint, but Rapson traveled.
Can tell you that Mount Pulaski on January 3rd was a 65-60 winner against Springfield Lutheran. So Hartsburg-Emden last night, question mark. But go back a week, they did win that game against Springfield Lutheran. So a little bit of momentum lately for the Hilltoppers.
Working his way around the perimeter is Luke Martin. Finds Cooper in the corner. Down below, that was Kretzinger. Great job with a great cut. And Kretzinger has his first points of the game. 6-point Hilltopper lead. Hornets coming close to a 10-second backcourt violation. Good find underneath. Rupert with the basket. Now quickly up the court goes Martin. Gets in trouble, tries to find some help. In an emergency situation, just throws it off of Rapson. When in doubt, it's never good when you go in the air with the ball and you don't know what you're doing. Whether if you don't know if you're going to shoot it or if you don't know if you're going to pass it.
Well, heads up play for Martin. It pans out. He gets the ball back. And, you know, we've seen that, I think, a couple of times where Martin's been the ball handler and Heyworth's brought a little pressure, right? They bring in that double team. I'll actually say I think it kicked off of Martin. That's what I thought I saw. I thought initially they were going to give Mount Pulaski the ball, but I think it caromed off of Rupert, and unfortunately for the Hilltoppers, it deflected off of Martin. But just to finish that point, I think Heyworth is starting to zero in on Martin as a ball handler, bring a little pressure, and try to force him into some of those tough spots.
Yeah, trying to force someone else to make the plays other than him. Rupert's jumper, no good, and it'll come the other way.
See what that changes for Mount Pulaski, because Heyworth is, you know, or I should say Martin has been a very good shooter, right? He's gotten some good looks. See if maybe they bring in another point guard, kind of another primary ball handler, and try to scheme Martin open for some more catch and shoot type looks.
Never hurts to mix it up a little bit, play with different lineups, see if anyone else stands out. Good cut underneath was Vol, but a turnover, and now a fight for the basketball will turn into a jump ball.
I don't know. I think they called a foul, actually. Yeah, they will call a foul there. My apologies. I signaled jump ball there, trying to let you know, and I was wrong. They will call a foul there, but it's just Heyworth has been. We talk about Martin, but just on the ball pressure in general, Heyworth has really started to pick that up here in the second quarter.
Yeah, overall, just a much better second quarter so far for the Hornets. They only scored 9 points in that first quarter. Good find underneath. Chase Rupert, no good. Right there was Katz. Gives it up to Bell for the jumper. Tyler Bell, another freshman playing for Heyworth. Now a 2-point game. Minute 20 to play in the first half. Cooper shot under and below to Martin. Kicks it out. Kurtzinger shot no good. And now we see the Hornets with a couple defensive stops. Down low, Logan Mills and over his head and out of bounds.
It's been the common themes today, speed, right, transition opportunities, and also a lot of youth. Mount Pulaski's only got 2 seniors on the roster, Tanner Bishop and Lamarion Solomon. Neither have played huge roles today. Heyworth a little older, but still a lot of youth on these rosters. And we saw a lot of that in the last game, Eureka and Rochester. And, you know, it's been kind of a theme throughout all 4 games we've seen now. So the shootout next couple of years should be pretty fun.
And another turnover by the Hilltoppers. And what's great about these tournaments when it comes to playing those young players, it doesn't hurt your conference record. You only have the experience really to gain. Yeah, it'll hurt your overall record, but at the end of the day, if you're playing a good team, I think you'll take your experience that you learned from that over, you know, above everything else, because the loss isn't going to hurt you, like demoralize you at the end of the day. It'll just be another loss on the record, but other than that, you'll move forward with really more to gain than to lose. Clock now under 30 seconds. Good find underneath. That was Boston Katz, but he couldn't convert. And now a high rising ball. Somehow the Hilltoppers still come up with it. Here's Shantz underneath, triple teamed, and he was fouled. We'll see who they tag the foul on. Potentially Boston Katz. Nope, they'll go to Tyler Bell with a foul.
Tyler Bell, that's his first team second.
17 seconds remain. Here's the inbound from the Hilltoppers. In the corner is Kurtzinger. Feeds it inside to Martin. He works his way around. Nice finish at the rim. Luke Martin.
Heyworth. Sorry, I was just going to say, love the aggression there. I like the aggression there. Obviously, they could have held for the last shot, but, I mean, speed has been the name of the game today. Don't take yourself out of your system trying to maybe play outside of yourself. Just pound the rock, get it down low, and go up and get a quick bucket. And it works very well there for the Hilltoppers.
Now we see Jackson Law check back in for the Hornets. Maybe he'll give him an open shot in the corner. Here it is. Good three-pointer, Jackson Law to go in the half. A huge confidence booster for Heyworth.
That was a fun first half, and it ends just like it was there for most of the second quarter. Law getting the job done. Good look, good find there. It was a quick developing play. They only had 4 seconds to work with. And after the quick bucket for Mount Pulaski, that's the other side of it. You know, Heyworth's able to get a quick 3-2 swing there, swing it by a point. But just a quick moving first half. We saw Heyworth maybe down early, facing a little bit of adversity, but second quarter was much better, and both these teams firing on all cylinders.
You said it best, quick moving. And all games today have been quick moving. And when you have a 6-game shootout, you can always appreciate that games are moving fast because you got a lot of basketball to play, and yet you're still seeing quality basketball in that quick moment. So the Hornets, an 18-point second quarter has propelled them back into this game, only down 1 at the half. We've seen a big first-half performances from Logan Mills, 10 points, and Chase Rupert with 7 as well. For the Hilltoppers, it's been Bo Shantz with 9, and a collective between Luke Martin, 7 points, Aaron Kuznick, and Eric Cooper with 5 points additionally. One more time, we'd like to thank our sponsors here at the Clinton New Year's Shootout. First is the Clinton Chiropractic Center. Our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And also Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs. Once again, 28-27, Mount Pulaski over Heyworth. Here in game number 4, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for the second half. Don't go anywhere, folks. You're listening to Clutch Sports Media. Welcome back into Gene Vance Court at Clinton High School. Once again here at the Clinton New Year's Shootout. Game number 4 so far between Heyworth and Mount Pulaski. A great one with the Hilltoppers currently up by 1 as we shortly await the start of the second half. Joey, what would be your keys for the second half?
Well, I mean, we talked about it in the first half. It's been tempo, tempo, tempo. That's been the key for both these teams. Through the first 16 minutes, I think it's going to come down to who can shoot better from the perimeter. And we've seen Heyworth bring a lot of pressure, on-ball pressure, when Mount Pulaski's got it on the offensive side. So I think for Mount Pulaski, it's going to be scheming shooters open, catch and shoot. Can you get guys in the right places to succeed? That's probably my key for the Hilltoppers. And second chance opportunities, I called it out earlier, Owen, but Heyworth has a clear size advantage in this game. It's got to be second chance looks. It's got to be crashing the boards on both sides. That's what's going to win Heyworth this game.
So far, Logan Mills doing just that for Heyworth as the Hornets have it back. And another good jumper, this time from Parker Bell. And just like that, 4 quick points for the Hornets.
Warms my heart to see the mid-range jumper coming back around the state.
I don't think it's ever left. Not truly gone, but a lost art maybe.
Back in numbers. I see a lot of teams adding that to their arsenals.
So many good players that have mastered it over the years and can always be just a go-to. If you're ever in trouble, just drive into the paint. Maybe not every defender will meet you right away. The refs check on Eric Cooper, make sure he's okay before he inbounds the ball for the Hilltoppers.
Well, I don't know how many high school basketball teams have analytics departments, but I mean, I think defensively, you look at the mid-range shot and say, the percentages aren't great, the payoff isn't, what it would be in the post or beyond the arc. So yeah, let them have it. They might make a few, might miss a few. It'll even out.
It's a system of kind of checks and balances at times.
Exactly.
We saw Jackson Law with a nice rejection. Now Eric Cooper with an open look from 3. Left it short, rimmed in and out.
Well, it didn't go in, but that's exactly what I think Mount Pulaski needs to do. You saw Heyworth bring that double team out on the wing, so they go to the corner and an open shooter. Shot didn't fall, but it was a good look.
Great ball movement, but an empty possession. Now Mount Pulaski in transition and a good bucket, from Bo Chance.
Well, if you watched the first few minutes of this game and then tuned out, you probably would have assumed Bo Chance would have about 30 points by now.
Rupert.
Dean hit 3 to go up 61-60 with 2 seconds left.
Here's the Hilltoppers. Kurt Kretzinger gives it up to Kuznick. Now Eric Cooper working his way along the free throw line. Great pass down low to Luke Martin. Bo Chance, right place, right time, gets the basket.
So Chance started the first half strong, and he's out of the gate strong to start the second half as well.
He's been a catalyst for the Hilltoppers thus far. We'll get a whistle on the floor underneath. It'll be against the Hilltoppers, but who will it be? Luke Martin will pick it up, his first foul of the afternoon. And we got clarification for Heyworth. Number 20 is Braden Leish, the sophomore, as he mistakenly grabbed the ricochet rebound while he was standing out of bounds.
Yeah, tough mistake there, but Leish has played very well tonight and has played big minutes off the bench. Leish coming in as a sophomore.
Just about a terrific find to Luke Martin, but couldn't quite possess it. And now Heyworth with the basketball.
It's a tough spot for Leish to be in. Your instinct, right? Go after the ball, loose ball, make a play on it. Just kind of a unique situation in that he was the inbounder.
I think it's kind of like in football when a quarterback's pass gets deflected and they catch it, when really you're better off just knocking it down right away. There's a basket from Rapson.
Yeah, fourth down, right? Or third down, situational football, situational basketball. And, we saw, just to go back to that second game, the Springfield Calvary and Peoria Christian thriller that our viewers can go back and watch was a thrilling conclusion. A foul late in a tied game maybe thinking that his team was trailing, and that ultimately, in kind of a roundabout way, set up an opportunity for Calvary a few seconds later to win it. So you never know how things might break. It's it's all about effort.
Yeah, Nick Rapson will take a seat on the bench after a charge. Went up too much. Any Bradley fans out there listening to our broadcast, a thrilling 61-60 victory at UIC.
Comeback fashion.
That shot no good by Martin, left it too much. And going the other way after it went out of bounds on Austin Kretzinger.
4 of the 5 members of our crew today have Bradley ties. Noah Powell does great work at Illinois State, covering the Redbirds for the Vedette. But we're in the heart of Illinois State country over here.
Right in the middle of everything. Today I decided to sport the Bradley sweatshirt in support.
And hey, not far from Champaign, right? The orange and blue, Illinois. They lost to USC today.
A lot going on today. Really just, me and John talked about it earlier, just a lot of sports going on. You have the NFL wildcard games, some college basketball games, high school shootouts. Just overall, you can never go wrong with Saturdays and even Sundays in January. Really February sometimes too, depending if the Super Bowl hasn't been played yet.
Yeah, and after the Super Bowl, basketball takes center stage. You start to work your way towards spring training, get motorsports back, if that's your thing. So I mean, it's a fun run here through May, right? In the Stanley Cup and NBA Finals.
Leish was able to grab it, but Eric Cooper tried to pickpocket it, and he was out of bounds. Hornets will keep possession, 3:35 here in the third quarter. A 35-32 Heyworth lead. Looks like Heyworth is still continuing their consistency from the second quarter when they picked up their play after not the greatest first quarter starts. And Law was trying to cut around but got knocked out of direction. Luckily for the Hornets, it stays on their side of the court.
Yeah, and it started to, well, we'll hold that thought.
Chase Rupert, nice three-pointer.
I was going to say, it started to become a pet peeve of mine here lately, Owen. The word resiliency, I think, is getting thrown around a little too much. It seems like it's hard to tune in a football game and not hear a coach say, oh, our team was so resilient out there, we fought through it, what have you. But, I mean, I do think that in a way describes Heyworth in this game. A slow start. Brandon Martin digs into the timeout reservoir early, burns 3 of them early on. And clearly, those 3 timeouts early got the Hornets back on track. They weren't playing their brand of basketball, but have really flipped the switch. Not that Mount Pulaski's playing poorly by any stretch, but looked like I think Mount Pulaski was up by as many as 9. Not an overly big lead, but still, Heyworth has fought back, and I think they've been the aggressor more so in this third quarter.
And going back to what you said, the whole thing about resiliency, and this may be just a philosophical question coming from me, but you use it too often now. Like, what is the true meaning of resiliency?
Right. Exactly.
Exactly. You can almost say you're resilient towards anything, and I don't know. I'm in agreement with you that it might be thrown around too often, that you lose kind of the deeper meanings of it.
Yeah, and in sports, that's the objective, is you're playing against someone that's sole objective is to defeat you. I mean, you're going up against it for an entire game. I mean, that's where the competition derives. So I don't know. I mean, it's a whole philosophical tangent, but I do think when used appropriately, and I think that now we're going to have to see Mount Pulaski out of it. So now it's flipped. Now it's been Heyworth, that's built this little lead. Hey, Mount Pulaski's been knocked out of the system a little bit. What do they do? How do they get that momentum back? Who's going to step up and make a play?
I think a good candidate for that could be Luke Martin. He had his 7 points very early in this one and hasn't scored since. We see the miss from Kretzinger. He was 0 for 2 at that free throw trip. Now the Hornets looking to move the ball around, see if they can get a good look against this Hilltopper defense. Very stingy thus far. And as I say it, Luke Martin at the rim.
Well, you called it, Owen, and that's exactly what Mount Pulaski needed to cut into this deficit a little bit. That's now 9 points for Martin, second only to Shantz among all Mount Pulaski scorers. That's what Mount Pulaski did earlier when they had it rolling in the early stages. They were forcing turnovers. They were in the passing lane. They were getting out in transition, making things really difficult on this Heyworth offense. So we'll see if they can get back to that. I think forcing turnovers is going to be key in the late stages.
Now back to Dalton Mills. Putback attempt almost good by Rapson. Heyworth still with the basketball. Rupert gives it up to Mills right at the right elbow. Now Leish tries to drive inside his layup. No good, but he gets the foul.
And not to beat a dead horse, but second chances, right? An offensive rebound sets up a great sequence for Heyworth. Leish able to get to the free throw line, draw some contact. It's going to be the second foul against Kuznick.
That was one of the things you highlighted right before the start of the second half was those second chance opportunities.
And Heyworth, I think, has done a pretty, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think they've done a pretty good job in that regard.
Leish with his second free throw, no good. He goes 1 for 2. Now the Hilltoppers quickly. Eric Cooper's jump shot good. Smooth jumper from Eric Cooper. Now a 3-point Hornet lead. Leish down below baseline, gets stuck, tries to find some help, kicks it out. Here's Law, three-pointer, money. Jackson Law with a huge three-point shot.
That's two great offensive possessions in a row, one for each team. Make it 3 in a row, and how about that for Cooper? He's been the go-to guy on both those scores for Mount Pulaski, and again, we see the Hilltoppers. They can just go so quick, trying to speed Heyworth up a little here in the third quarter.
Now Rupert, his chance. A lot of back-and-forth action right now between the two squads. Now a quick trigger, no good. That was Kuznick. Now wide open down below was Mills. Rupert didn't see him. Jackson Law, another 3-ball, got it. Back-to-back 3-point shots by Jackson Law. Quickly now up to 9 points.
Sorry to cut you off there, Owen. That's high-level offense on both sides. They're both ends of the floor.
Kretzinger finds Shantz underneath for the basket.
I mean, go back, how many, it's been what, 45 seconds probably, and we've seen 5 baskets, 5 field goals, 5 or 6. I mean, both these teams can just go so quick.
And we're seeing both teams finding that rhythm just before that fourth quarter. They're 35 seconds away from that. Here's Rupert, drives inside, too much on his floater. Now the Hilltoppers. 3-on-3, kicks it out. Eric Cooper's 3-ball to the right, no good. Clock down to 20, and a foul. That was Bo Shantz picking that one up.
Now, until that last possession, I thought both teams had done an outstanding job since the free throws from Leish of going quickly but not settling for bad shots. I think that was maybe a little rush for Cooper, but that's okay. I mean, they'll have a chance certainly to overcome that. But both teams really speeding it up, but somehow managing to find good open looks that didn't feel rushed or forced.
Could have been a heat check for Cooper on that time. He had the 2 mid-range jumpers. The 3-ball was no good. Clock now down to 5 seconds. Heyworth probably with the last shot right here at the third quarter. Logan Mills, 3-pointer, too much. And the clock will hit zeros. But before that, it's a 7-point Hornet lead. They went into halftime down 1 and have swung it to a 7-point lead entering the fourth quarter. You know, all 3 games thus far have had excitement in the second half, whether that be right away in the third or fourth quarter of a team mounting a comeback. And Heyworth has done that. We'll see if Mount Pulaski can have an answer. And once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors of today's shootout here in Clinton, Illinois. First, with the Clinton Chiropractic Center, our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And also Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs. Game number 4 now into the fourth quarter. Been a great day of basketball, still a lot more to come. In the first game, it was Peoria Heights that beat Calvary. Second game was, it was Calvary Academy that beat Peoria Christian. The Rochester Rockets found a way to beat the Hornets of Eureka. And then coming up after this, Maroa-Forsyth and Cornerstone.
Well, and a quick sidebar here as the fourth quarter gets underway. I've got to give a call to everybody here at Clinton. We love coming out here for the great New Year's showdown they have year in and year out. This is our second year here, and just from the top on down, it's a really well-run athletic program. Nick Binkley does a great job with his boys basketball team. We'll see the Maroons at 6:30. It's a wonderful gym here. This is just it's nice. It's spacious. It's new. They put some money into it in the last few years here at Clinton. So just want to give a call to everybody. Thank you for having us out here at the showdown once again.
Rapson was out of control. Now leads to a Luke Martin three. No good, but a foul underneath. Wonder if that will be on Jackson Law. Oh, no, that's going to be against the Hilltoppers. Kuznick picks up his third foul. Yeah, this gymnasium is certainly a great one. This is actually my first time over here, and I got to say I'm quite impressed. I really like the layout. It's big, but it feels condensed perfectly to what it needs to be.
Well, and Gene Vance court, it might be my favorite court design in the area. And, you know, I cover a lot of ground from everything I do at the News Gazette and everything I do with Clutch, but I like the gradient. I like it's bright. The logo at midcourt. Just a good-looking gym here in Clinton for sure.
The logo replicates, as Aaron Kuznick makes the three, replicates the one of Central Michigan. For any
right. Chippewas.
College sports fanatics, always like seeing the professional. There's a turnover from the Hornets. The professional and collegiate sports logos that find their way into high school athletics, the small iterations of how they're different. Be a foul on Braden Leish. Logan Mills.
Just in the Central Illinois Conference, Warrensburg Latham. I know they use the kind of a similar thing to the Arizona Cardinals.
The bird logo?
Yep.
Always a sharp logo. Now here's Volt with the ball. Gives it to Cooper. Works left block. Just throws up a prayer, and that prayer was answered. Wow.
That's a huge shot for Mount Pulaski. They get the momentum there. Now 11 points on the game for Cooper. Bench loved it, and see if they can string a stop together here.
Anytime you can finish a basket like that, it'll have your teammates ready to go. And another turnover. Luke Martin gives it up. Chance couldn't convert. Oh, just a heart-wrenching miss right there for the Hilltoppers, and out of control, but somehow in control is the Hornets. Great spin move underneath. Couldn't finish was Rapson, and it'll go the other way.
Well, John Michael invoked the Harlem Globetrotters earlier in the day, and I like that comparison there. That was kind of a lucky play for Rupert. He was trying to save the ball in front of his own bench, just threw it to anybody, hoping someone was there. And
not sure if Brandon Martin was a fan of that.
Well, it was going to be a turnover either way.
Yeah, I got to appreciate the effort to try and make the play. Mills, tough rebound, but gets it. Now Rupert gives it up to Law. Law loses it. They're going to get a whistle. Not sure if they've... So they'll inbound it. Wonder if that could be something that both teams try to do, is get to the free throw line towards the end of this one. Inside, wide open was Mills. Great inbound play by the Hornets.
Mills now has 14 points, and that is going to tie him with Chase Rupert for the Heyworth team lead.
Here's Kuznick. Takes the three-point shot, missed it. Rebound, right there was Rapson. Ill-advised pass, but a foul on Kuznick. He tried to get it to Rupert. Kuznick now with 4 fouls. He'll have to be careful if he wants to remain in this ball game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough line to walk. You want to certainly be disciplined, and you don't want to foul out, but also it's getting to that time, pardon me, where it's going to be time for the Hilltoppers to empty the tank.
Here's Cooper. A little 2-on-1 opportunity. He takes it himself. What a block! Rapson saves the day on that transition. Ball loose again. What are they going to rule it? Rapson yet again in on the play. Still haven't seen which way they're going to go.
I think it's going to go to Mount Pulaski. The Heyworth fans campaigning it's theirs.
I mean, both teams will tell you it's their ball.
Man, if you like effort and just both teams getting up and down the floor, this has been a whale of a game. And I liken it probably to the second game we saw between Calvary and Peoria Christian, but someone's going to prevail here in 4.5 minutes.
Here's the Hornets. Rapson with the ball. Tries to feed underneath. Jackson Law. Great finish. Reverse layup underneath.
What's back-to-back scores for the low post has really favored Clinton.
Now the quick three. No good.
Heyworth, pardon me.
Vol had a chance at a 3, but could not get it done. Now Rapson tries to kick it out. Somehow still did. And Brandon Martin will use his second to last timeout to save the possession for the Hornets.
Well, what did I say earlier, Owen, when Heyworth was using all those timeouts in the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game? If Heyworth can figure out their system and get back into what they do best, those last 2 timeouts aren't going to be crucial maybe for the outcome of this game, and Brandon Martin's going to use one of them here to maybe just, reiterate some things and go over the plan for the last 4 minutes. But with an 8-point lead, I mean, Heyworth is getting to the point where if they can tack on a few more scores and then make their free throws, it's going to be really hard for Mount Pulaski. Of course, stranger things have happened. But, again, on the Mount Pulaski side, really, really like what we've seen from Eric Cooper. Forced a turnover a little bit ago, wasn't able to get it. He was a victim of that great block on the other end. But it just seems like when Mount Pulaski's been on its runs, it's been because of the juniors' efforts.
It feels like he's been all over the place defensively and offensively. I think it's been more so the defensive plays that spark a little offensive run for them because, Shantz with 15 and Martin with 9, but Cooper right there with his 11 points too. But really feel like his defensive presence has been most notable for the Hilltoppers. Now the inbound, Rapson almost falling out of bounds, saves it. Now here's Rupert, gives it up to Mills. One dribble, tries to kick it out, almost lost it. Back out to Rupert. They'll reset it. Now Rapson's turn with the rock. Mills, great find underneath. That was Bell. They'll stay with the possession. I think another key thing with the timeouts, too, is when you have a young team, here's Mills underneath. Great basket and one. What I was going to say is that when you have those inbounds plays, it's just a nice safety valve because you don't ever want the 5-second call or the backcourt violation. Because with a young team, they'll feel that pressure and feel like they have to get rid of it more than anything rather than making a safe play.
Yeah, and it pays off there for Logan Mills. I mentioned a young team for Heyworth, but Mills, one of the senior leaders.
Mills no good on the free throw attempt. Shantz underneath. Luke Martin wide open, corner 3, no good off to the right, rebounded by a Hilltopper. Shantz with it again. He puts it up, and that time it's good. 55-47 Hornet lead. Just about knocked away by Eric Cooper yet again. An ill-advised pass, a little too much mustard on it. And now Parker Bell turned it over.
Well, if there was an all-defensive team from today's slate of 6 games, Eric Cooper definitely deserves to be on it.
Without question. Here's Cooper, top of the key.
I wish I could see how many steals he has today.
Chance from the corner, too much. Kretzinger right there, and he gets himself the 2 points. Clock now under 3 minutes to play.
Yeah, and you don't need to do anything differently defensively here if you're Mount Pulaski. You're out of fouls to give, so any foul is going to send Heyworth to the free throw line. I don't think Heyworth will be in any particular hurry, but the Hornets can't stall either. I'll say that was last touch by Mount Pulaski.
Really could have seen that going either way. Rapson with the ball.
I mean, and even if Heyworth does decide to stall, defense, well, they won't. They go down low and they get the basket. But Mount Pulaski's been so adept at playing the passing lanes today. I don't think that that's a terrible thing.
Cooper missed a 3, but tipped back out to Martin. And I think another thing, too, that has been maybe a weakness or a reason why the Hilltoppers have given up the lead in the second half, there's been a lot of inbounds plays right underneath the basket. They've left it open far too often for easy points. Beauchamp with the basketball. Martin's 3 to the right, no good. Rebounded by Mills. Just about lost it, but he was fouled. And now Logan Mills will go to the free throw line.
Austin Kretzinger.
So now you begin the game of the free throws.
Logan Mills to the line.
Yeah, Heyworth is in the bonus the rest of the way, so. I got to say, though, as quick as Mount Pulaski has gone at different points today and as good as they've been from beyond the perimeter.
They could score in a hurry,
yeah,
really.
They could score in a hurry, and misses are going to be amplified by that much. By that much more. That much more.
And a lucky bounce for Mills. He's now up to 18 points after the 2-for-2 free throw opportunity. Chance went up hard, got fouled, so he'll get a chance to go for the free throws.
Heyworth foul call on number 30, Logan.
That was Logan Mills picking up his third foul.
Shots to the line.
And nobody on the floor, with the exception of Kuznick, is in trouble, is in danger of fouling out immediately here. He's got 4 fouls. Nobody else has more than 3. And the only player with 3 is Mills. That'd be a big loss for Heyworth. But
Mount Pulaski will call the timeout after the first free throw was missed by Chance. Coach Ryan Dybert wants to talk with his team, make sure they're ready to go. Now we've seen it's a 10-point lead for Heyworth. And really, I mean, outside of that first quarter, I feel like Heyworth has dominated the second, third, and so far the fourth quarter of this game.
oh, for sure they have. And, it was I don't know, you don't want to. It was not the start they wanted, but it was not that bad of a start. And, I mean, once they were able to overcome a deficit of, 7-8 points, it's been difficult for Mount Pulaski. Now, the Hilltoppers have threatened at various points, but this fourth quarter, it has seemed like Heyworth has been in control for most of it.
Chance good with his second free throw, and I think that's just how some teams operate, where everyone wants to play the full four-quarter performance, but there's always, for some teams, one quarter that there's some hiccups and not as clean of a performance.
Well, and a great bounce-back game for Heyworth here either way. We earlier we mentioned a win here at Clinton last. It was actually a loss, 47-45, so apologies for that. Close game nonetheless, and good game here for the Hornets to come back and get right after a tough loss, non-conference loss, but certainly Heyworth and Clinton not separated by that much distance, so almost kind of a little rivalry game, if you will.
Yeah, a little bit. Good crowd for Heyworth, and really we've seen the crowd fluctuate a little bit at times, but it's grown with each game of this afternoon. Yeah, so just great basketball, and still 2 more to come. Not sure who's over in the corner over there, but they're about ready to take the floor. It's either Maroa-Forsyth or Cornerstone. But still, a lot left to finish in this one. A lot of unfinished business, really, for both teams. They want to either mount a comeback or close this one out on their own terms. As Heyworth used their final timeout, they'll have no more for the final 2:03 to go. They're in the bonus.
It's a little bit of an art to scheduling these shootout games. You know, you want to keep the crowd growing through the rest of the day, and it's always a little quiet at the start, but we'll have the host Maroons playing here later tonight, and it's been a good crowd on hand all throughout the day.
Should be a good crowd for the nightcap with the host team Clinton playing against Beardstown. You see the Hornets run some offense and lost the ball, but it's a foul. Bo Shantz picks it up. That's his third.
That's his third. Chase Rupert to the line.
Felt like the Hilltoppers wanted to play their regular defense without fouling. And Rupert misses the first one. Chase Rupert, the junior guard, has had a good afternoon. 16 total points. Has been a playmaker for this Hornet team. Goes 0 for 2, 2 critical misses, and another whistle. I think they're just going to say it was out of bounds. Oh, nope, that was Mills. Now Mills with 4 fouls. That could be threatening for the Hornets. He's got 4. Aaron Kuznick with 4.
Well, and also important, the Hornets are out of fouls to give now with 4 for the quarter. So both teams shooting free throws the rest of the way.
How much stoppages are we going to have? That Kuznick 3, no good. Rupert now with it. Full court pressure from Eric Cooper and Kuznick in the backcourt. Rupert picks up his dribble, and now Mills down low. I think they're going to slow it down and force them to foul them.
Now Pulaski's trying to foul. Heyworth's not letting them get to the ball. They're throwing it around too much.
I think they're going to pick it up here, and they will. Rupert, so that's the guy I guess you might want to foul. Just went 0 for 2 at the free throw line. Gives you the best chance to maximize your opportunity.
I think you and John talked about that earlier, right? Find the player that hasn't shot much from the field or is trying to shake off 2 misses. A make there for Rupert, gets it back.
He just needed the 2 warm-ups to get that one.
See if Mount Pulaski uses one of its timeouts here. Quick sub. If Mount Pulaski, Owen, can pull this off, I think they're going to need those 2 timeouts to maybe stop the clock after made baskets late. I don't think you want to burn them too early.
Quick shots like this one, but you're going to want to make them. It's an 11-point deficit as we hit 1 minute to go.
I think it's too much at this point. I think if Heyworth can make its free throws, a comeback is nigh impossible. But remember, the clock does not stop after a made basket like it would in college or the NBA. So when you're trying to pull off a big comeback like this, that's definitely going to work against you. I like that Mount Pulaski's got the 2 timeouts left. I just think they're going to run out of time. They're going to need 3s here just to, if Heyworth's able to knock them both down to the line on every trip.
And a successful trip to the line for Rupert gives not only him 20 points, but a really big 13-point lead with just a minute to play. And the Hilltoppers will need all the luck they can if they want to come back in this one. Maybe it starts with that. Nice 3-pointer by Luke Martin.
Well, that accomplished 2 things. It was a quick shot, and it helped negate the 2 makes at the free throw line. You get a 1-point swing.
Once again, they foul Chase Rupert, so no one else has taken the previous 6, soon-to-be 8 free throw attempts. It's been all Chase Rupert.
2 misses to start the sequence, but he's been good since. He missed that there.
You had to bring it up, Joey.
Well, I jinxed him. I'll own that one.
The inevitable announcer's jinx. That time good.
I think you'd rather miss the second one there than the first if you're going to miss one, because that speeds up the Hilltopper offense. They had to pick it up before midcourt there. It's on the ground.
Lost it off the foot was Luke Martin, and that's a huge held ball that now gives it back to Heyworth with just 43.4 on the clock. It's still an 11-point lead. Law gives it up to Rapson. Cooper tried to be aggressive.
Well, aggressive strategy for Heyworth here, not letting them foul, although Mount Pulaski's in much less of a hurry to foul here.
Clock now rolling to 20 seconds. Still with the Hornets is the basketball. Cooper made a good effort. Or sorry, that was Luke Martin. With 11.3 on the clock. 2 free throws could be the dagger in this one.
Well, I think they've mathematically clinched it.
I'm in agreement even with the miss. Just 11 points in 11 seconds.
Well, and that's not a knock on Mount Pulaski, a hard-fought game. It's just going to tilt in favor of Heyworth here. A good fourth quarter. Let's see if the Hilltoppers have anything left.
Almost banked in the 3. Rebounded by none other than Chase Rupert. Finishes the game with 21 points and helps lead the Hornets to a 65-53 victory over the Mount Pulaski Hilltoppers. Another great game. We're 4 through, still 2 to come, 2 good ones. What were your takeaways in that one, Joey?
Yeah, just kind of a tale of 2 halves. Heyworth's able to pick it up late. They use their size to the advantage. Mount Pulaski's defense, a tenacious effort. They forced some turnovers. I just don't think they had enough to combat all the size that Heyworth has in the post. Second chance opportunities opening up for the Hornets, and they bounced back from a loss in this gym yesterday with a big win here against a good Mount Pulaski team. So a lot for Brandon Martin and company to be happy about. Good takeaways for Mount Pulaski too, but I think it sets the table nicely for our 2 remaining games here.
The dub goes to the Hornets as they improve to 9-7 on the year as the Hilltoppers fall to 6-9. Our 5th game is Maroa-Forsyth versus Cornerstone coming right up in about 15 minutes. We'll take a quick break and have coverage for game number 5 here at the Clinton New Year Shootout.
And welcome back inside Clinton High School. Game number 5 of 6 here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Features the Bloomington Cornerstone Christian Cyclones and the Maroa-Forsyth Trojans. Two teams looking to pick up their first win of the new year. Alongside Noah Powell, I'm Jonathan Michael. And Owen, we've seen some great basketball so far today. Looking forward to this one. I think coming in on paper, Maroa-Forsyth probably the favorite in this one, but Cornerstone looking to, try and show some fight, make a name for themselves. And again, we saw in warm-ups a big player for them, 6'5" center Matthew Hopp. So we'll see if he's in the starting lineup, which it looks like he is. Could make things interesting here today.
Absolutely, Cornerstone Christian, they're 3-10 on the season. They really need a win right here to get their season rolling again as we head into February, those later months.
Definitely, Maroa-Forsyth comes in at 6-6. They were 6-3, but have lost 3 in a row to Riverton, Macon Meridian, and Tolono Unity. Looking to get back on track here in Clinton, and we're underway. The Trojans win the tip. Their starting 5 includes Mitch Williams, who's got the ball now. Now it's Kendrick Morris. Declan Shannon, number 33, at the top of the key with the ball now. It's Brady Doss, a senior. And rounding things out is Ian Reed for the Trojans. For Cornerstone, their starting 5. We mentioned it included Hopt. It actually does not, but includes Caleb Lade. Ben Toma, as the shot is there off the mark and rebounded there by Evan Klein. He's number 3 in their starting lineup. And joining him is Aaron Webb, a 5'11 senior, as well as Joey Balonis, a 5'10 junior forward. Cornerstone on their first possession. We'll work it around here with Lade. Now kicking back out, here's Webb. Cyclones running some motion here. And good defense there by Declan Shannon, sophomore forward, and it's going to result in a travel for Cornerstone. Maroa-Forsyth, at least of the players on the floor right now, Trojans, I think, have definitely the size advantage, at least from the eye test here. Don't really have all of their measurables in front of us right now, but I think going to be a big key for both teams here in this one.
Absolutely, and you see right there with that cut to the basket and the finish by, I believe, Mitch Williams. With the size of both these teams, they're going to try to get to the inside, maybe try to draw some fouls, get to that free throw line as the game progresses.
Definitely. We saw in the first game of the day, way back when, it feels like between Peoria Heights and normal Calvary. Peoria Heights, they had a 6'5 center Barrett Marfell, but even though Calvary was outsized, they put up a good fight for most of that game as shot is off the mark, and now here come the Trojans the other way.
Absolutely, and then that first game, guys were probably not really fully awake yet. A lot of missed shots, but still very fun basketball as we've seen throughout the entire tournament.
And we have, and how about that second game of the day as a turnaround look is good there from Doss. And that game between Springfield Calvary and Peoria Christian. Calvary won that game 81-80, and boy, they put the shootout in Clinton New Year's Shootout. That game featured lots of threes, fast-paced action. The games since then have been a little bit more kind of even-keeled. Rochester, Eureka, a low possession game, but not necessarily a low-scoring game. And then Heyworth just taking down Mount Pulaski. A game that ran a little bit long, so in case you've been waiting around, we're glad you're stuck with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Proud to be back here at this year's Clinton New Year's Shootout as the Cyclones pick up a foul. It will, either that's on the Trojans, on Ian Reed. And it will send Ben Toma to the line, a 5'10 sophomore. And he scores the first point of the game for the Cyclones. This Cornerstone team was supposed to play last night against Ridgeview, but that game was canceled due to weather. A lot of teams that are playing here today were supposed to play yesterday, but did not because of all the snow and ice around the area that the IDOT has since been doing a good job of cleaning up so far.
Absolutely. You know, both of us had to make trips from out of town to get down here. Very thankful for IDOT for getting those roads clear, especially so we can take in these wonderful basketball games tonight.
I was going to say, I'm sure there's got to be some high school basketball fans that are driving those snow plows and say, well, hey, we're going to get these roads cleared at all these high schools so people can watch their basketball. 3-ball on the way, and it's off the mark there from Morris, but rebounded by Doss. His second look was no good, and the Cyclones bring it in now with Toma. Nearly taken away. Now here's Lade on the drive, facing contact, and no good. Rebound brought in by Shannon, and he got pushed.
Absolutely. You know, it definitely seems like they're letting them play early on here. A lot of contact on this first couple of drives for Cornerstone. It just seems that there's really just a lot of old school basketball.
Definitely, and it's always exciting to see, how is the game going to be officiated? Is it going to be called tight? They're going to let them play, and so far, it seems like the latter here in the 5th game of the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Here's the drive, and a nice hook shot there. Evan Klein, 6'1" forward, getting in there. We've seen both teams try and take it into the paint quite a lot. Not too many shots we've seen from beyond the arc so far.
I mean, when both teams here have bigger rosters for their class, especially size-wise. There's no real need to go and try to find the outside shot.
And it continues with Declan Shannon getting a little shot there off the glass, and it's 6'3" Maroa-Forsyth here in the early going. Elias Clinton into the game now for Cornerstone. One of 6 seniors on this Cornerstone team, so they definitely have lots of experience for sure, and that was a big key for them 2 years ago in making a sort of a Cinderella run, many would say, to the IHSA Class 1A state finals. They ended up finishing 4th.
Absolutely, and Cornerstone, it's still early-ish in the season. It hasn't gone really the way they thought it would after last year, but if they get on a run starting at this game, there's still time to get that momentum, and you can go on that deep run headed into playoffs.
Definitely, Cornerstone 11-21 last year. They got hot at the end of the season, so again, even though we're past the halfway point, just barely of the season, there's still a lot of time for both these teams. Still plenty of time for Maroa-Forsyth to get back on the winning track, and same goes for Cornerstone as well. Timeout was taken by Maroa-Forsyth, who went 19-11 last year, fell to Warrensburg-Latham in the regional semifinals. That Warrensburg-Latham team is looking pretty solid here this year. A lot of good teams kind of in the, what I would call the outer Bloomington normal area. Clinton's pretty solid this year. Warrensburg-Latham is solid. They're kind of closer to Decatur as well. Forsyth looking good. And part of a very tough Sangamo conference this season. Here's Doss on the drive, and he traveled. Sometimes you just get a little too antsy and you take those 2 steps before you remember, oh, I got to dribble the ball too.
Absolutely, that's been really a trend throughout all these games tonight is turnovers. We saw with the Eureka-Rochester game, Eureka had a chance to come back against Rochester, but just too many turnovers down the stretch cost them a chance to close that gap.
And speaking of which, another travel on the other side for Cornerstone. Gives it back to the Trojans, and what's been a low-scoring battle so far. We'll see if both these teams try and settle in here a little bit more. Williams doesn't take the pick, but drives in and gets fouled. It'll be number 2 of the game against Cornerstone. And I think that might be number 2.
Foul called on number 34, Ben Toma.
That one went on Toma. I thought for a second it would be on referee signaled 5 like it was Caleb Lay, but that was just to show that it was a pushing foul. And not a foul on number 5. So 1 foul on Lade, 1 on Toma, as that 3 ball is no good for Maroa-Forsyth.
Yeah, these offenses really haven't been in any rush to score the ball. It's not that they're not trying to, but the sets are very take their time, find the best shots, getting into the paint here.
And feeling each other out is, I think, a good way to put it, as Lade's shot off the drive was no good. Wide open 3 here from Rose, and it rattles out. Foul on the rebound against Maroa-Forsyth. That was a good look, though, from Grady Rose. Our first look at him off the bench, the sophomore.
Absolutely. I mean, you're not going to get many more open looks like that. You got to make sure you knock those down, especially when it's been a low-scoring game so far in the first quarter.
Hey, I feel like any 3 ball really from either squad would provide lots of momentum the way this one has gone so far. Cornerstone's big fella, Matthew Hopt, 6'5", senior into the game now. Lade rocks and goes right, drives into the paint, gets his own miss, and gets the roll. Nice bucket there from Lade. And Cornerstone has cut it down to 1 as we approach 1 minute to go here in the first quarter. Speaking of number 1, Mitch Williams, his shot off the mark. Cornerstone now with a chance to take the lead. Toma brings it up, slices it into the lane, and he'll head to the line for 2 shots from the stripe.
That's his first. Team third.
Foul going there on Brady Doss, his first. And it looks like Toma might have been maybe a little bloodied or cut up right there. They tell him to head to the bench, and he gets cleaned up. So a little bit of a quick timeout here is, again, 1 more game coming up after this at the Clinton New Year Showdown. It'll be the host Maroons against Beardstown. Gym should be probably pretty full for that one. We saw lots of Clinton fans kind of starting to file in, grab their seats maybe a little bit early here for the last game, as Toma gets bandaged up and he'll get ready to shoot free throws. He's got that bandage right on kind of the crux of his elbow, so we'll see if that affects his shooting motion at all on these free throws. Clearly does not.
Absolutely, and for Toma to get to this line, it was really the change of pace that he was going down the court. Cornerstone has been very slow bringing the ball. They caught Maroa-Forsyth a bit flat-footed. Toma kind of recognized it and kind of pushed pace through the foul.
Thought about a 3. That was Luke Smith. Trojans trying to maintain, I was going to say their lead, but just and not give Cornerstone their first lead of the game as they commit a foul. That one will go on the big fella Hopt.
Into the lineup for the Cyclones, number 10, Evan Tom.
As Evan Tom, 5'9", sophomore guard, checks in for Cornerstone. A little bit of a lackadaisical pass there from Kendrick Morris, and leads to a jump ball. It will stay with Maroa-Forsyth. Morris, a key piece of this Maroa-Forsyth team that has lots of scorers. We talked about before the game, a couple guys that have scored 20 or more in a game, a couple guys like Ian Reed, Declan Shannon that have had double-doubles already this season. Although one thing to know is we have not seen Jacoby Lane this year, who has had a 54-point game earlier this season against Macon Meridian.
Yeah, I mean, with Jacoby Lane having a 54-point game, that's massive. I mean, the team clearly needs him on the court. I'm not sure why he hasn't played yet.
I guess who are again? We're Maroa-Forsyth. These are some of these teams we are, don't quite, Maroa-Forsyth outside of our coverage here at Cliff Sports Media, but you probably guessing is likely banged up. Certainly hope that he's all right. I'd love to see him back on the court. Sometime deep 3 is good from Evan Tom, and it gives Cornerstone a 9-6 lead and some momentum heading into the second quarter. What a way to end the first frame.
That was a beautiful 3-1 that they absolutely needed to end that quarter.
I want to take a quick word for both of our sponsors here today of our broadcast and the shootout itself. Clinton Chiropractic Center. Their experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, we understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, we have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment, 217-935-6555. Also, Aquasoft, water conditioning, family owned and operated all the way since 1946. Call Tim at 217-935-3690.
It'll be Cyclones basketball to start the second quarter.
Oh, a deep, deep three from Evan Tom to end things in the first quarter, gives Cornerstone the lead. And Cyclones have had 4 buckets from 4 different players, an encouraging sign for them so far. And same goes for Maroa-Forsyth. No one with multiple baskets so far in this one.
Absolutely, it's those plays at the end of the quarter that could really build momentum throughout the rest of the half.
Now it will be Cornerstone and Caleb Lade to bring this up. Setting the screen there was Clinton. Lade and Clinton, the only 2 remaining players from Cornerstone's state team 2 years ago. Everyone else has graduated. Pass taken away there and recovered by the Cyclones. Entry pass into the post and facing all sorts of obstacles there. Looks like that was Toma, and he'll head back to the line. I like this aggressiveness from Cornerstone. Again, we mentioned at the top of the broadcast they might be the underdogs today, but they have not played like it, and I certainly don't think that they feel like it either.
No, absolutely not. I mean, when you're 3-10 in the season, what do you have to lose? I guess like you could say they could lose more games, but like at 10 losses in January, you got to find something.
And they might have found something here in these first 9 or so minutes of play in this one against Maroa-Forsyth. Defense has been locked tight the last few minutes. Here's Mitchell, or rather Williams, driving into the lane. Second shot, no good. Third try with Williams. Count the bucket and 1. Nice look there from Williams, and he's the first player to have multiple field goals in this one, and he'll have a chance to tie this one, or rather get this back to a 1-point game.
Williams to the line for the 3-point play.
As Lade
And then Tom back into the line for the second.
will check out, Tom back in. And that one rolls home for Williams, a 6-foot senior guard. Toma on the drive and kick. Double team there briefly. Cyclones working this all on the left side of the court. They're trying an overload play, and they're going to call a timeout. John Shippert didn't really quite like what he saw there, and you did see a lot of kind of crowding there on that left side of the court, maybe try and just draw something up, kind of space things out a little bit more. Again, both these teams not overly big. Maroa-Forsyth obviously a little bit bigger, but as we go on, I'm curious to see if Cornerstone's going to try and try to open it up with more perimeter shooting, or if they just kind of keep on pounding it in the paint.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to mention about other than the 3 Cornerstone Christian at the end of the half, or at the end of the quarter, excuse me. There really hasn't been a much 3-point shooting for for either team. Maybe a little bit for both teams who want to attack inside. Maybe a little bit more perimeter shooting would help that.
Yeah, and the 3-point shooting can certainly open up sort of those down low looks as well. Defenders come back out towards the arc and perhaps open things up for a cut down near the basket. Here's Toma on the drive, guarded closely by Kendall Naylor. Cyclones working it around. 3 ball is no good. Rebound to Williams. bring things up. I think both these teams are going to be pretty content to, play at this pace. What we saw in that Peoria Christian Calvary game is the 3-ball is no good. It was off the top of the backboard and rolled in there for Naylor. Unfortunately, that's not going to count. Always fun though, when it does hit on top there and rolls right back in. But I was going to say, back to that Peoria Christian and Calvary game, the second game of the day, which, by the way, after this one's finished, you should go back and watch that one. That was just an absolute classic. I mean, both teams right off the bat, it was just running up and down the court. There was a certain sort of intensity to that one. And I think these teams are just content with just grinding this one out and, to use a term for another sport, just, running the football 3 yards in a cloud of dust almost.
Absolutely. This is still an intense game. It's just a different type of intensity. They're content with keeping it just slow.
And a travel there on Cornerstone gives it back to Maroa-Forsyth. I thank all of our Clutch Sports Media crew doing a fine job here on this Saturday, a big day of basketball. Owen Dimfel, Money Mark Wagner, and Joey Wright. And a 3-ball is good. There from guess who? Mitch Williams. He's got 8 of Maroa-Forsyth's 12 here.
Absolutely no. Williams got them going early. He has, I believe, 5 points now in the second quarter. Maroa-Forsyth probably had to lean on him to continue their offense.
Yeah, Williams has been the guy so far. Again, no Jacoby Lane so far for the Trojans. And I look on the bench, there's a couple players that are in street clothes, so it tells me that Trojans probably dealing with some injury issues right now. May have, possibly contributed to their 3 straight losses, but definitely a team that we know is going to get things going back later this season, and especially as they head into conference play. Going to be a grind, not going to be easy. Sangamo Conference has got some strong teams this year, like Auburn.
Absolutely. I mean, and even with the win over, if they end up winning against Cornerstone Christian, it's still a very grindy schedule, playing teams that are going to scrap for every single win they can.
Again, like we said earlier, winning is not easy. And these teams are, whoever wins today is going to have to grind this one out for sure. As Clinton drives in, kicks back out to Tom. Good ball movement here. Almost ended in a 3, but instead a little floater's off the side of the backboard, but stays with the green and black. Good move there from Toma. Kick over to a 3-ball, and is no good from Clinton. But you like that shot, though, if you're Cornerstone. Again, you wanted to eventually drain a 3, just to kind of get the lid off the hoop from deep, and that was a relatively open look.
Absolutely. I mean, they're making those passes to get their shooters open, and that's all you can ask for at this point.
So it'll be Williams. Or rather, that was Luke Smith bringing it up. Him and Williams, both kind of similar hairstyles, curly-ish blonde hair. Williams thought about that 3. He's been hot so far. Off the backboard and in. Mitch Williams has got 11 for Maroa-Forsyth. Talking about 20-point scorers on the Trojans. He might have one here today.
Absolutely.
Second chance shot, though, no good, though, from Cornerstone. Missed opportunity there.
So I couldn't tell on that bucket by I believe it was Williams. Was that deflected back to him?
I'm not quite sure. I have to go back and look. As well, there's Williams again. Up to 14 now. And Cornerstone, I think, is going to call timeout and find an answer for Mitch Williams, who's been putting Maroa-Forsyth on his back. Single-handedly outscoring the Cyclones so far with 14. Now, if you remember Maroa-Forsyth, again, it's great that you see Williams knocking down all these shots, but eventually I think you're going to want to see someone else score the basketball as well, just to kind of spread things out for their defense. You don't know if Cornerstone's going to start doubling or I mean, maybe even on a drive, maybe even triple teaming Williams if he starts knocking down more shots.
No, absolutely. I mean, guy has, I believe, I can't see the scoreboard right now. I believe it's 10 points for Cornerstone Christian. And Williams has outscored your entire team single-handedly. You've got to probably draw more attention to him if you're head coach Jason Shippert.
And so we'll see what the Cyclones have here. Maroa-Forsyth has got a bit of a press going, and it forces Cornerstone to travel, and John Shippert tells his team to calm down. Don't need to rush the pace too terribly much. We're 3:30 to go here in the second quarter. It'll be a read to trigger the inbound into Smith. Here's Rose with it, elevates for a mid-range, nice looking shot and finds nothing but twine. Just like that, Maroa-Forsyth has opened up a 20-10 lead and I believe a 14-0 run. I think it was 10-6 Cornerstone at one point.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I mean, and they're starting to show that they can score without Mitch on the court with that shot, I believe, by Grady Rose.
Good defense there from Smith, active hands. And it prevents the easy layup. As Lade comes back in for Aaron Webb for the Cyclones. And try and get it in down low to Joseph Hughes, a 6'1 freshman center. Had it taken away. Feed over. Rose dials one up from deep, and he's got it. Rose answers the call from Maroa-Forsyth with Williams on the bench, and it started to pick things up, and the lead is now 13 for the Trojans. Good looking floater there, and Tom drains it. He's got 5.
Cornerstone Christian's going to have to start getting stops if they want to get back into this game. Just really good ball movement by Maroa-Forsyth, getting open looks. Another open look there just fell short.
Yeah, tough look there from Reed, was strongly contested. And we'll get a reach-in foul there on the Trojans. It'll be their second of the quarter and the second on Declan Shannon. Tom trying to find somebody and finds, that was Lade trying to find someone. He found Tom. Here's Hughes kicking back out. Tom thought about that 3, had that deep one to end the first quarter. And Reed brings in the miss. Here's Doss getting tough. Offensive foul. Great job drawing the charge there by Joey Balonis, the junior forward. That'll make any coach happy right there.
Absolutely, and for Cornerstone, you gotta have those strong defensive possessions, especially when you're down big like they are now.
Definitely. Going back to those charges, there's some coaches out there that charges to them sometimes mean more than points. There's a nearby coach of Flanagan Cornell, Brian Yoder, and he, after every game, posts a score on their Twitter or X page as a mid-range is up and good for Grady Rose. He's got 7 quick points, but he posts the scores from every game on his Twitter account like many coaches do, and he never mentions any point scores. He only mentions if anyone took charges at all. So
absolutely. I mean, some coaches see it as what are you willing to sacrifice for the team, and charges. Some of these guys are really good builds for high school age, and some guys really haven't reached that physical development yet. And at a certain point, it's for the team. It's what are you willing to put on the line to help your team win?
Exactly. Cornerstone getting tough down in the paint with Hughes. Oh, and Toma looked for a slick pass down low, but it bounces off of a Cyclone and goes out of bounds. I didn't mention it earlier, Noah, but nice looking uniform matchup. I like the blue and yellow from Maroa-Forsyth and the green and black from Cornerstone.
Absolutely. I mean, personally, I'm a huge fan of the green and black from Cornerstone. I think it really just it all accentuates really well.
I don't really see green and black a lot. You see green, we saw green and white with the Eureka Hornets earlier today. As Cornerstone has a chance to hold for the last shot, but they won't. Shot was no good there from Klein. And here the Trojans head coach Aaron Ennis call out just one shot here. They have 12 seconds left. Williams with the ball. Again, he's got 14 of Maroa-Forsyth's 25. Rose has the other 7, and I would bet you one of those two are going to be shooting here. And it is Williams off the lane. No good. And an absolute rocket from Tom. More of just a chuck than a shot, but hey, that one down at the end of the first quarter. Why not chuck one up at the end of the second quarter? It's 25-12 Maroa-Forsyth after the first half, after a strong second frame from the team in white.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're Cornerstone Christian, I would have said before Grady Rose went on that little heater with Mitch Williams off the bench to just double Mitch Williams for the second half. But after that, after Rose's little run he went on, it's really just tried to force them to move the ball, keep it away from Rose, keep it away from Williams, and then just hope you can get a turnover.
I'll see if they can do that in the second half. Both teams will talk things over and surely come out with some adjustments in halftime number 2. And speaking of adjustments, you can have a chiropractic adjustment from our friends over at Clinton Chiropractic Center. Our experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care just for you, whether you're as a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete. Call or text them today to schedule your appointment, 217-935-6555. Again, it's 217-935-6555. And also by Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946, nearly 80 years in business. Give them a call, 217-935-3690. Take a little bit of a break here in the middle of the 5th game. Basketball just flying by here in Clinton. We've had plenty of fun here today in the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Trojans lead at 25-12. We'll step away for a couple minutes and come right back in about 7.5 minutes for the second half. You're watching the New Year's Showdown on ClutchSportsIL.com. And welcome back inside Clinton High School. Jonathan Michael here alongside Noah Powell, having lots of fun in the designated Houston Texans window Saturday mid-afternoon wildcard weekend. But glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com, watching some high school hoops. By the way, Texans are leading that game over the Chargers 10-6. Those of you football fans out there, speaking of football, Maroa-Forsyth has got a fantastic program over there, and hoping that their basketball team can find that same sort of success as well. Cornerstone does not have a football team, but understandable. They're a little bit of a smaller school, and they're trying to battle back here in the second half after leading 10-6, but it was all Maroa-Forsyth in that second quarter, Noah.
Absolutely. I mean, with Maroa-Forsyth, it started with Mitch Williams. Had, I believe, it was 14 points in that.
I was about to say 17 right
points.
there.
And then he went to the bench, and it was Grady Rose that kind of picked up for the rest of the team, of the rest of Forsyth. For the rest of Forsyth, with Mitch Williams and Rose, Cornerstone Christian's really going to have to figure out a way to make the Trojans use everybody else.
Definitely, as Ben Toma lays it up and in for Cornerstone. Again, 11-point deficit is definitely not unerasable. And we've seen some strong comebacks from a lot of teams today. Eureka was down by 14, 15, 16 in the first half and came back and made it a close game against Rochester for a bit. That Peoria Christian Calvary game was back and forth, lots of lead changes and ties in that one. Deep three on the way there from Balonis was no good. And then we get a foul there on Maroa-Forsyth. And it will result in free throws. So again, just like that, opportunity to get it down within 10 here for Cornerstone as Elias Clinton rather, heads to the line.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty of time for Cornerstone to make this, to cut to this lead here. It starts with making your shots at the free throw line.
And it does, and also defense as well. You know, I always think, you know, if I was ever a head coach, which Lord forbid I ever become a head coach, I think whichever team I coach would probably be in some trouble. But, you know, I would always say that, you know, hey, if we want to go in and run, it starts with the defense. You know, buckets will come. It's basketball. You're going to score eventually, even if things are going tough for you offensively. But if you can just get stops and hold teams to a number, and that'll really do you well. And a 3-second violation on Maroa-Forsyth gives it back. And another opportunity for the Cyclones to cut into the deficit as Aaron Ennis wants an explanation from our referee. He's still a little bit confused by that call. Ennis led Maroa-Forsyth to a regional championship. That was back in 2022. This is his 6th year as the head coach of the team. Good pass down low to Balonis. Through some contact, no good. Good defense by the Trojans. Good outlet pass up ahead to Kendrick Morris, and he couldn't hang on. Morris still looking for his first bucket from Maroa-Forsyth. Good baseline drive, open three ball from Toma was no good. Eventually, you're going to want those to start falling if you're Cornerstone, and they've had some open looks, just haven't gone down.
Absolutely. As you were saying with defense, you know, Maroa-Forsyth got out to this lead because of their defense, forcing those turnovers, and then the bucket started to fall for them.
And they really shut down Cornerstone back in that second, using their size, and it's really crowding the lane. Again, we've seen Cornerstone, despite not being the biggest team out there, really take a paint-focused approach when they have the ball. Here's Doss turning around off the glass and in.
That was a really good finish by Doss. You know, strong defense by Cornerstone Christian there. Just a better shot.
Balonis' shot, I think, got tipped. Came up short and went off the backboard. As a couple more Clinton fans have seeped into their home gym, ready to see their Maroons take on Beardstown in the finale. Coming up about 15 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Pass nearly taken away. Toma, tough drive, great pass over, and the finish is there from Evan Klein. That was one of the best passes we've seen so far in this game.
Absolutely, that was a beautiful feed over to, I believe it was Evan Klein that got the finish there. They're going to see they need more of that if they want to come back in this one.
Steal by the Cyclones. They can get it back again to single digits. See Doss's long arms giving Toma some problems on defense. Toma and Tom both lead the team with 5 points. Actually, no, Klein has got 6 for Cornerstone, and now Lade has got 4. Strong start out of halftime for the Cyclones. Whatever John Shippert said in the locker room has clearly been working. They've been looking good here in the first half of the third quarter. Even if they go into the fourth quarter, even if they're still down 8, I think you go down single digits heading in the last frame, that is easily reachable for most teams.
Absolutely, it's about keeping it within range if you're Cornerstone right now. Still plenty of time in the third quarter. They could even possibly take the lead to go on a little run here, but it's still about getting stops.
And Maroa-Forsyth, they've been a little hot and cold in this game. Their season's been a little bit hot and cold as well. They started out well, took some wins. They beat this Clinton team and pretty handily, I might add, earlier in the year, 72-47. They also chalked up wins over Decatur St. Teresa, Macon Meridian. That was the game where Jacoby Lane scored 54. They also beat Arthur Lovington Atwood Hammond. Judah Christian blew out the Tribe by 45. And also they beat Moweaqua Central A&M, conference mates here of the Clinton Maroons. And that one came on a buzzer beater. That was also by Jacoby Lane. It was a baseball pass down the court. Lane caught the ball on the block, fadeaway shot in the air, and it went down. That's like that shot did for Mitch Williams. And that play, that buzzer beater by Lane, made SportsCenter's top 10 actually that day. Again, no Lane for Maroa-Forsyth today. And I wonder what the effect would be like if he was in the game for the Trojans. And there's the first bucket of the game for Kendrick Morris, a 5'8" junior guard.
Absolutely, with the scoring threat that Lane is for the Trojans, he definitely adds another depth to their offensive firepower.
Morris has shown some firepower too this season. Scored 16 against Judah Christian and 20 against Arthur Lovington Atwood Hammond. As Layden will look to inbound, gets it in. Klein shot high off the glass, nearly went down, and rebounded there by Reed. Williams nearly galloped into a 3 there. Here's Reed with a 3 in the corner, and it's no good. And it's been a pretty slow-paced game so far. Both these teams trying not to expend too much energy in this one, maybe saving it all up for the fourth quarter. Reed high off the glass, again no good. Those shots have just barely been off for him. Double teamed was Reed. Couldn't find it. And rebounded there by Balonis.
With the Cyclones, they're going to need to find something on offense in this third quarter here. Been kind of a lull the last few possessions, especially when you're down 12 points. It's going to be tough.
And well, hey, talk about offense, and Elias Clinton gets in the scorebook after about 2.5 quarters. He knocks down the 3 ball, gets it down to 9. Fitting that he would at least score here, given it is the Clinton New Year's shootout. And an and 1 there for guess who? It's Mitch Williams from Maroa-Forsyth. He'll shoot 1 more.
Really strong performance by Williams so far in this game. 18 points. He's not only is he trying to find his shot, but he's been also helping set up his teammates for open looks. Really good off-ball movement as well.
He has been the straw that has stirred the drink for the Trojans today, and a chance to get to 19, and he converts. Talked about Maroa-Forsyth wins this season. They've, there again, their last 3 losses have come to Riverton, Meridian, and again, last night to Tolono Unity, 60-41. A Rockets team that's part of a very competitive Illini Prairie Conference. As Williams comes out to a round of applause from the Maroa-Forsyth fans. Some blue over across the way, some Cornerstone green over here by us as the Cyclones turn it back over. Weaving through traffic is Rose, kicks it back out down to Doss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cornerstone fans really have come out to support their team today. Over by us, there's really a lot of green over by us, and a really good finish by Tom there.
Yeah, it was a good finish. Tom's got 7, and the lead cut down to 10 as Morris drove that one in and lost it. Yeah, you see a little bit of everything. You see some green shirts, some green hats down there. And given the Cornerstone is, not really a large school, they have brought a good chunk of fans, a lot more than some other schools here have today.
Absolutely. And with, as you were speaking earlier in the quarter, trying to be with that 8 to 10 point range, another basket here, and they can go with an 8.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say the exact same thing as and it bounces off of a Trojan and will stay with BCC. So what you could call Cornerstone. A little bit of a lob play there and nearly worked. Clinton has hit the back of the rim there. Usually when we at Clutch Sports Media mention BCC, we're talking about Bloomington Central Catholic, as there's a deep 3 from Brady Doss. But again, you guys got to remember too, there is also Bloomington, Cornerstone, and Normal Calvary. 7 high schools in the Bloomington Normal area. Another takeaway there. Here's Morris. Nice takeaway back the other way from Tom. And we're getting a foul here as Reed inadvertently knocked over Clinton. Helps him back up. No one really in that much foul trouble in this one.
Some really well-coached defense on both sides of this. Nobody's really really out of position, just really good shots.
See some great defense from both these teams. Again, Maroa-Forsyth leaning more on their size. Cornerstone leaning a little bit more on their scrappiness. As with 7 seconds to go, they can hold for the last shot. Here's Toma on the drive. Try to feed it to Lade. Had it blocked away by the Trojans. An emphatic rejection as the third quarter comes to an end. And they maintain their 13-point advantage. 37-24 with 8 to play here in Clinton. Quick word for both of our sponsors. I want to thank so much for helping make this tournament and our broadcast possible. Clinton Chiropractic Center, dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you play competitive sports or maybe just the rigors of your job, need an adjustment, back or neck, pain or injury prevention, they have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text them today to schedule an appointment at 217-935-6555. And by Aquasoft, water conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all of your water needs. Have the number there on your screen. Well, I gotta say, this day's just been flying by. It didn't feel like that long ago that we pulled in the parking lot here this morning. It feels like we should be on maybe game 3, maybe 4. This is almost done with game number 5 here. And just one more to go after this. Again, Clinton and Beardstown, in case you're just tuning in. A little bit of a summary of the games so far. Peoria Heights took down Normal Calvary by a solid margin in our first game. Then Springfield Calvary on a bucket by Luke Blackford with 2.9 seconds left gave Springfield Calvary the win over Peoria Christian 81-80. Rochester then took down Eureka. As the 3 balls on the way there from Tom, rebounded by Lade. And then Heyworth taking out Mount Pulaski in a closely fought game in that last one.
Absolutely, that last game with Heyworth and Mount Pulaski, really those early adjustments by Heyworth kind of helped the Hornets find out after their slow start.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy to see. You know, Heyworth, it took 2 or 3 timeouts in just the first quarter. Barely had any the rest of the way, but those timeouts definitely did them good. As the Trojans get a bucket there. Didn't catch who it was by. Let their lead up to 15 now. Rose pushing it. Settles for a nice little mid-range that rimmed out, and will stay with Maroa. You know, you don't get to see Maroa-Forsyth or Cornerstone too often, you know, on Clutch Sports Media, but, you know, anytime we do see Maroa-Forsyth, got to shout out Tim Briley, former Morton High School football head coach. Took the Potters to some great seasons. Now an assistant on Josh Jost's staff over in Maroa-Forsyth as Williams knocks down a 3. He's got 22. Again, still nearly outscoring Cornerstone all by himself here today.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have a guy like Mitch Williams, you know, it's a real difference maker. Guy who can create for himself, also get outside, knock down the mid-range.
He has scored at all 3 levels today. As left wide open for a shot there was Clinton. And Cornerstone calls a timeout, down 16. Again, you're not completely out of it yet if you're Cornerstone, but you need to start getting something going here. And, you know, what would you do in this situation, Noah, if you're head coach John Shepard right now?
If I'm head coach John Shepard, I'm trying to tell him to settle down, that there's still a lot of time left in this game. With Cornerstone Christian being a very scrappy team, maybe run a little full court press.
I was going to say the same thing as well. Right about this time, you're probably going to start to see a press. I'm sure they're talking about in the Trojan huddle, some press break plays as well. And then Williams has just put the team on his back with 22. Rose has scored 7. Doss has had 7. And Shannon's had 2. I think we can probably count on one hand the amount of 3-pointers we've seen in this one. Both teams relying on their paint touches so far. I know for Cornerstone, I think they're probably going to try and maybe extend their range a little bit more to try and cut into this lead.
And, you know, Cornerstone's been getting a couple decent looks from 3 last couple possessions. Just really hasn't fallen for them.
Yeah, Toma's had some open 3s that just haven't quite fallen for him today. And Tom had that buzzer beater 3. They give Cornerstone a 10-6 lead after the first quarter, but a big run in the second has given the Trojans a comfortable advantage. Nearly an and 1 there for Brady Doss. He'll get rewarded with 2 shots from every basketball player's favorite place, the free throw line.
Brady Doss to the line. Shooting 2.
Sets and shoots, and off the back iron.
44, Joey Balonis back into the lineup for the Cyclones.
Balonis comes back in for Cornerstone, checking in for Evan Klein. His second from Doss is good. He's now got the second most points on Maroa-Forsyth here today. Trojans bringing a bit of a press as well. Again, even though you're up 17 right now, what that does for Cornerstone helps them, or makes them chew up more clock, which is one of their biggest enemies right now.
Absolutely. We were playing both the clock, and you got to make up large amount of points. It's definitely an uphill battle. They're going to also have to figure out a way to keep Maroa-Forsyth off the free throw line.
Here's Tom with a 3, rimmed out. Strong rebound there from Brady Doss. He got fouled. And also, if you're the Cyclones too, you want to try and get Maroa-Forsyth in foul trouble, try and get into the bonus as well. That can help give you some extra points, but unfortunately for them, Maroa has not committed a foul yet here in this fourth quarter, so they're a little bit behind schedule there.
Absolutely, just really strong defense by Maroa-Forsyth, not allowing a foul yet in this quarter. it really shows on the scoreboard as well. They've just been the better team throughout the 3 quarters and counting.
Here's Luke Smith with it. Trojans probably content to have another patient possession here. No rush. Entry pass into Shannon. Found some traffic. Now Williams straight away. 3-ball, you betcha. 25 for the senior guard. He has been lights out. Here's a takeaway. Williams, a little stop and go action, and lays it in. It's just been too easy for Williams today. That was a nice move. That stop and go, so underrated, especially in the fast break.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for Williams, I'm not sure what his career high is, but 27's got to be up there.
And that's a good point. We mentioned again Lane, a couple 20, 30, that 54-point game. We also haven't seen another big part of this Maroa lineup, Cabron Lee, who is at a 32 and a 26-pointer this season. He hasn't played either, so Maroa-Forsyth dealing with some big injuries right now, and it hasn't mattered to them today. Ian Reed has had a double-double. Declan Shannon's had a double-double, and now Mitch Williams having one of his best games of the season.
Absolutely, and having those guys out, such as Jacoby Lane and Cabron Lee, having Mitch Williams be able to step up like that, it really just shows the depth of this Forsyth team.
You gotta wonder, especially too, and I'm sure we've seen it a little bit earlier this season when they were all healthy. But you get Mitch Williams healthy, you get Lane and Lee healthy. That is going to be a 3-headed monster for Maroa-Forsyth, especially if they can get him back before the playoffs. That would just be massive. So keep an eye on this Maroa-Forsyth team. I know I certainly will the rest of the way.
Absolutely, especially if they have both Rose and Doss being able to supplement in their roles. If once Lee and Lane come back, it's, as you said, a 3-headed monster maybe becomes a 5-headed monster.
Yeah, exactly. And this Maroa-Forsyth team is deep. That's why they've been able to take a big lead in this one.
Ben Toma. That's his second.
Foul going there on Ben Toma, his second, and the 4th on Cornerstone. Now Trojans will stack him up and inbound it to Kendall Naylor. And floater is up and good there for Kendrick Morris. He's got 4. Back to Naylor, Noah, is good on the other end. Toma with the answer, but looking at just the name, seeing Kendall Naylor, it's a mashup of 2 NFL players that jump off the top of the head to me. A. Kendall Vildor used to be of the Chicago Bears, a cornerback for them, and then Jalen Naylor, a wide receiver on the Minnesota Vikings.
See, that name triggers a different sport for me. I think of Josh Naylor. I believe he's on the Guardians.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Josh Naylor, the slugger on Cleveland. I can't say I follow much AL baseball. I'm a little bit more of an NL guy, being a Cardinals fan myself. Noah, are you what's your allegiance like for baseball?
Big Cubs fan here,
Fair enough. Fair enough, as looks like our Mark Wagner, a producer, is also a big Cubs fan. Joey Wright with us here today, big Houston Astros fan. And also the Texas Rangers as well. Joey any team from the state of Texas, Joey's a big fan of, so he's definitely going to be pulling for the Cowboys.
Fan of both? I don't know about that one.
What?
Fan of both the Rangers?
Yeah, I was gonna.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's anyone that questions that, I'll say you haven't met Joey Wright. Joey lives life at his own pace. Joey Wright roots for who Joey Wright wants to. And if Joey wants to cheer for the Rangers and the Astros, well, he's going to do it.
I root for you.
Our camera operator, Owen Dimple from Wisconsin. He's a Brewers fan. I'm from Wisconsin as well, but my family has some ties to St. Louis. My mom is from there. And the reason I became a Cardinals fan started with my dad, who also converted to being a Cardinals fan by meeting my mom and said, my grandpa said, well, Greg, are you a Cardinals fan? And he says, well, I am now. Turns out that was a pretty good answer. I got to give my dad credit. That was a good one, especially with the future father-in-law asking there as Tom knocks down a 3. He's got 10 for Cornerstone. 20-point advantage still for Maroa-Forsyth.
Yeah, for Cornerstone, points have really come at a premium as a strip and a little layup by Ben Tama.
Yeah, flying out of nowhere, just flew up the court there and lays it up and in. Toma's had a solid game. He's got 8 points. As more Clinton fans start to file in, the home team fittingly gets the final game of this year's New Year's Showdown. See if Toma can get in double figures by the time this one ends and join his teammate Evan Tom. Here is Caleb Lade with a 3 and is off the mark. So Cornerstone looks like they're going to fall to 3-11 on the season. Their wins have came against Illini Central, Hopedale Christian, and Hartsburg Emden. And laid that one in. And looking ahead for the Cyclones, they'll try and break their skid in their next game, which will come against Olympia next Friday. That'll be another Sangamo Conference team, one that we cover on Clutch Sports Media. That Spartans team is got some good scores on there. Owen Alford, Dylan Nowaski leading the way for them this season. Then after that, the Cyclones will take on Urbana-Ujai on Tuesday, January 21st. As for Maroa-Forsyth, they will be back in action next. They haven't started Sangamo Conference play yet, but that will be coming soon. They will take on Decatur St. Teresa on Tuesday, who they already beat this season, so maybe another opportunity to grab a win against the Bulldogs. And then they take on Monticello, a strong team out of the Illini Prairie Conference, 1 week from today. They'll also play Rochester, a team that we saw earlier today as well, as Tom, or rather that was Lade, excuse me, getting the and 1. So a nice little late spurt here for Cornerstone with the Spartan starters on the bench now. It'll make it look a little bit prettier on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. When you're Cornerstone, when you're going to be falling to 3-11 after this game, you really just need anything to build upon.
And Lade has got 9. So it's been Tom with 10, Lade with 9, and Toma with 8 for them today, but it all cannot compare to Mitch Williams. Definitely the game MVP if we had to hand out the honor. Rebound there by Colby Parrott. One of a lot of subs into the game for Maroa-Forsyth. Grayson Doherty out there, Cannon Grubbs, along with Kendall Naylor and Grady Rose. 5 on the floor for Maroa-Forsyth, and they'll take this one home. Inbounded to Parrott, rolls off the rim. Tom driving in, getting tough. Another and 1. How about Caleb Lade? Getting tough. Now he's got the team lead.
His first team point. Lade to the line.
It's probably out of reach, but you never say never. Couple inbounds.
Yeah, it would take something crazy, but I mean, you never know.
You never know.
It would probably every coach. The thing that they would dread to do is take your starters out and then have to put them back in just to take this one home. But Trojans look like they'll be able to hang on here as they work things around here. Under 30 seconds to go. They'll move to 7-6 on the season, end a 3-game losing skid, and pick up their first win of 2025. Jump ball will keep it there. See if one of the new Trojans into the game can score their first bucket. 3-ball on the way is good, and that is Parrott's first bucket of the game. What do you know? We get one of very few three-pointers in this one.
Absolutely, you got to save it for the end.
And the Trojans will run this one out, 57-42. They take home the win. It looked like it was in doubt early, Noah, but again, that big second quarter set the tone, and they take it home, 57-42. Not much question about it in the second half for this one.
Absolutely. They really relied on Mitch Williams, who had, I believe, 27 points in this contest. One of the best performances of the entire tournament, entire shootout, excuse me. And really kind of just relied on him and Rose throughout the contest.
So Mitch Williams scores 27 at what very likely could be a career high for the senior. And he leads the Trojans to a big win over Cornerstone, who falls to 3-11 with the loss. Best of luck to both teams the rest of the way. And we'll have one more game coming your way. Don't miss out. It's the Clinton Maroons taking on the Beardstown Tigers. Should be a good one coming up. Joey Wright will be joined by Noah Powell and Owen Dimful, 3 wide into the booth in our last game of the day. We'll take a quick break and stay tuned. You've been watching the Clinton New Year's Shootout, and glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. One more time for Noah Powell. I'm Jonathan Michael. We'll see you in a couple minutes for the finale of this year's New Year's Showdown.
From Clinton High School in Clinton, Illinois, Clutch Sports Media, happy to have you along for the final game of the 2025 Clinton New Year's Showdown. Beardstown and Clinton are ready to go. We'll step aside for the national anthem and come back for the game. They threw it into the national anthem a little quicker than I expected, but we're back now high above Gene Vance Court at Clinton High School, Clinton and Beardstown. Game 6 of 6 at this great showdown. We've seen teams from all corners of central Illinois, and a fun one to close it out with the host Maroons drawing a nice crowd. I'm Joey Wright. To my left this evening, we've got Owen Dimple and Noah Powell. Guys, thanks for joining me on the call, and Owen, we'll start with you. Clinton, Vic Binkley now has turned this program around. He had a lot of success at Warrensburg-Latham. He's carried that over to this Maroons program. What do the Maroons need to do to take down a 4-10 Beardstown team tonight?
I think they just need to stay true to themselves. You know, this is a good basketball team that has found ways to win each of the past 2 years since BZ has gotten here. You look at 2022, a 24-8 record, their first winning season since 2005, and then they followed that up with a 28-5 record, first back-to-back winning season since 94-95. So Binkley has came in and established a winning attitude and mentality, and as long as you come in thinking that we can win this game, I think you can execute it well.
He's one of the winningest coaches in IHSA history. And Noah Powell, we go over to you. How do you size this one up? Clinton, as I said, they've got a 4-10 Beardstown team in the house tonight. Clinton is 11-7, so they've carried on those winning ways from the last 2 seasons this year.
I mean, for tonight, it's handle your business. It's a 4-10 team. At 11 wins already on the season for Clinton. They know how to win games. This shouldn't be a game that you're really overlooking at this point, this late in the season.
And I would expect both these teams to come out with some energy. They've seen 5 great games to this point if they've been watching our stream, and Beardstown has brought a little contingent as well, and a number of Clinton fans have made the trip here to the high school just after 6:30 on a Saturday night. Should be a lot of fun. Oh, and before we tip this one off, you've seen, as Noah has, a lot of fun ones today. Just your takeaways from 5 pretty exciting games to start this day out.
It's been a terrific day of basketball here at Gene Vance Court. 5 really good games ahead of this one, and then we get the nightcap right now. The host team, Clinton Maroons, get to put on a show for their home court. Really good basketball players, I felt like, in this tournament. A lot of playmakers, good hustle plays all around this entire shootout.
Both these teams 20-game winners last season, back in this event for a few years running, and it's Clinton winning the jump, and a shot won't fall for Keaton Graves. Beardstown rebound going to be hauled in by Cleon Jafalo. And so here's Beardstown's first possession in the black uniforms across your screen, white uniforms for Clinton on their home floor. And playing along the wing, a pass over to Jordy Kanda. And nearly intercepted there by Keegan Daughtry. But instead, a pass is caught by Zach DeSoler, and a whistle, and our first foul of the game comes some 40 seconds into the action. Noah, your takeaway from a first sequence?
Really just 2 teams still trying to find their footing out here. Still earlier in the game. Definitely seems that Beardstown's going to try to play with some defensive pressure.
Second possession for Clinton. Both teams 0 for 1 so far. Here's a pass down to the block. And another nice feed and a nice finish for Brock Wilson. The junior puts Clinton on the board, and that's how the scoring starts.
Great ball movement by the Maroons. Brock Wilson, the capitalizer on it.
There's a pass that led Keaton Graves a little farther than he would have liked, but Beardstown committing a foul. It's going to be the second Beardstown foul here of the quarter, and it will go against Jordy Conda, and 2 free throws on the way for Keaton Graves.
We're already seeing this Maroon defense force turnovers, and really Beardstown hasn't gotten into a good offensive set yet.
Graves couldn't get the first one to go. 5'10" junior guard. Much like a lot of teams we've seen today, pretty young roster for Clinton. And relatively young roster for Beardstown as well. A couple seniors on each side, but a good mix of juniors and underclassmen. As we have a whistle, loose ball, and a foul. And that will be Clinton's first foul. And it will lead to a Beardstown timeout. So, Owen, your takeaway here from, a minute and 20 seconds, and a slim lead for Clinton, still a 1-possession game. We've only seen 1 field goal.
I think it started really the same way each of the 5 other games have started. Each game has had its own iteration of a twist, maybe one team running away with it or really close throughout, but the same first quarter, 2-minute start I'm seeing so far in this game too.
And Noah.
Absolutely, as Owen was saying, all these games, they suddenly seem like be for lack of a better, a sloppy start offensively. Other words would be a strong defense. It seems like it's starting that way as well.
Beardstown on the inbound, out of the timeout, looking to get off the schneid. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games. Clinton's lost 3 of 4, and here is a feed down to Daughtry. Daughtry looking for Graves, had a little trouble with it at the top. Fires a bullet down low, and it's fielded by Walker, and Colton Walker is fouled. So, Owen, we've seen physical defense from Beardstown, and Clinton getting to the line now for the 2nd time already, and we haven't even played 2 minutes.
Yeah, physical defense for sure, but I think the Maroons are doing a good job of making the most of them wanting to play physical and accepting that challenge and challenging them really and getting to the free throw line.
Graves at the line, and some early struggles for Clinton at the charity stripe. Another 1 of 2 showing. There's a bobbled pass, a tip pass, I should say, and we'll have a jump ball called here, I think, and it will favor Beardstown. But free throw shooting, that's going to be something, Noah, that Clinton wants to clean up here.
Absolutely. It's still early, but you also want to get the free ones you can get them.
How about this, Owen? Almost not quite a line change, but I think 3 new players in for Beardstown. Kind of a little bit of a hockey-style substitution there. 3 in the corner on the way. That is short, and a rebound is brought in by Dalton Bell. Pass into traffic, and Beardstown another turnover. Up across the timeline, that's a loose ball. Here's Graves. Nobody there, and he'll lay it in, and Clinton jetting out to a 6-0 lead.
I mean, it just feels like the Maroon defense already has about 3 or 4 steals that have led to quick transition points or free throw opportunities.
Well, making it difficult here on Beardstown as the Tigers cross the timeline, and over along the wing is Zach Meyer. Meyer to the baseline, and he gets that one to go, and that's Beardstown's first bucket this evening. Zach Meyer puts Beardstown into the scoring column. Here's Graves to Daughtry, back to Graves. Mid-range from Colton Walker won't go, and a foul on the rebound. That'll be a Clinton foul.
We saw Beardstown drop into a zone defense right there. Maybe a little more willing for the Maroons to try and beat them from deep rather protect the paint.
Ball fake there and a pass, triple coverage. And another steal here, this time forced by Graves. He's got 3 steals, and his shot is knocked out of bounds. He tried to lay that in. And Noah, that's been Keaton Graves' specialty so far in this one. He is playing those passing lanes very well.
Absolutely. I mean, the Maroons are not afraid to be really aggressive on defense. It's showing.
Pass to the free throw line. Here's Walker. No. Second chance. Tipped around. Loose ball. Going to be brought in. And it goes to Graves. Graves pulling up from 10. And he can't get that one to go on a rebound. Double team. Look out. Tough spot for Beardstown. They will clear it. And dribbling ahead is Meyer. And another turnover. Here's Clinton. Driving is Daughtry. Will go to the line. 4 free throws. A lot of free throws. No.
Yeah, and I know Clinton's had a good football year this previous fall, and it kind of looks like they're just intercepting passes left and right.
Beardstown's offense unable to get into hardly any kind of set. Just the one field goal coming from Zach Meyer moments ago. Free throw falls for Keegan Daughtry. He's a junior forward. No, not a ton of height for Clinton. Jack Webb stands at 6'4", Briggs White as well. We haven't really seen them to this point, but that guard play, we talk about the passing lanes. Clinton might be a team that doesn't need a lot of height to win some big-time games this year.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're able to hustle through those passing lanes, really disrupt any offensive set, it's going to really pay dividends.
Beardstown losing it out of bounds, and Owen, yet another turnover there for the Tigers. So I guess we've talked about Clinton's defense. What does Beardstown's offense need to do to get into a rhythm and start maybe turning the narrative around here?
I think really they just need to settle down. It feels like they're playing way too fast. They're being overwhelmed. I think they just need to take a deep breath and just find themselves again.
Defense can lead to offense, almost a steal there, but the Maroons keep it. They go to the corner, and they'll kick it to Brock Wilson. Now out top, Dalton Bell. Bell a pass to the corner, and Walker for 3 is too strong. Tipped up and out of bounds. Beardstown will take over with the court in front of them, and we'll have a substitution in for the Tigers. Is DeSoler comes back in for Parker McCoy.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like Beardstown's kind of being almost like suckered into playing the pace that Clinton wants them to play at. Those passes down the court.
Well, and there's a tough, I would say unforced error, Owen, but that was good pressure brought by Clinton, and it just seems like anytime the Tigers cross the timeline, the Maroons are right there to greet them.
Yeah, and we saw Tanner Riddell just caught at the worst spot really on the court in that press defense right at midline and had to go back and forth to just keep his dribble.
Credit Beardstown's defense, though, guys. Clinton has not been overly effective from the field. There's another shot that won't go from the field, and even as Beardstown's offense has, been looking for that spark, still only a 6-point game with an eternity left to play. But yet another turnover and a tipped pass. Clinton's going to maintain possession. They go to the corner, and Graves will drive the baseline, and Graves with a nice find, and Colton Walker an easy basket. Now it's an 8-point game.
And for Beardstown, for the amount of turnovers they've had so far, and there's another one right there, you're kind of lucky that it was only an 8-point game.
And one for Dalton Bell. He'll go to the line to try and complete the 3-point play. Owen, in a day that's been filled with impressive performances, close games, exciting moments, is this defensive performance from Clinton maybe the most impressive thing we've seen yet?
I think it is. I mean, we've seen good defensive plays, but I haven't seen a team play with such active hands and such pressure without fouling as these Maroons have so far.
And Noah, we don't have access maybe to the analytics or really any stats other than scoring is kept on the scoreboard. But, I mean, it just seems like an overwhelming percentage of Beardstown's possessions have ended with turnovers. I would be really interested to see how many steals Clinton already has to this point, if anyone's statting that.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, it probably maybe 6 or 7 already. It seems like every other possession, it seemed the ball was going up into a Clinton player's hands.
Clinton New Year's Showdown on ClutchSportsIL.com. This is the last of 6 games. It's been a fun day. Appreciate everyone here at Clinton High School for having us for the 2nd year in a row. John Michaels behind our computer, and Mark Wagner, money behind our camera, as always. And appreciate everyone that's tuned in throughout the day. So to complete the three-point play is Bell, and it's off the mark. Dalton Bell unable to get the free throw. Oh, and we talked about that a little bit ago. Free throws not automatic for Clinton in the early stages, but it hasn't hurt them en route to a 10-point lead. We'll see if it's maybe a storyline later in the game. And another turnover as a travel there forced. The ball handler was Tanner Riddell.
Yeah, and we've talked about the amount of steals that they have, but there's also a few other additional turnovers where you get the backcourt violation and then you get the out of bounds at that play. So it's not just the steals, it's just the overall pressure, really.
See if Clinton can build on its lead. 3 on the way, won't go for Bell, too strong. And for whichever one of you wants to chime in here, I think we touched on this earlier, but Clinton not overly effective from the field so far, just anecdotally. Again, no stat to back that up, but it seems like Beardstown's defense has forced some misses. Maybe that's just cold shooting. Maybe that's something the Tigers are doing on the defensive side of the ball. There's a quick shot, and a 3 won't go for DeSoler, Colby DeSoler, that is.
Yeah, I mean, for Beardstown, having all those turnovers but not really allowing the game to get out of hand just yet has to be, at least on the defensive side, a real confidence builder.
Wade Muller's the coach of the Beardstown Tigers. Vic Binkley, is his counterpart for Clinton. Talked about all the success he's had in his career, most notably at Warrensburg-Latham, Central Illinois Conference rival of the Clinton Maroons. And Vic Owen is one of the winningest coaches in state history. Had a lot of success with the Cardinals, and you don't climb that ladder without playing good defense.
No, you don't. And really, it feels like you can have offense at any given point, but defense can sometimes be a struggle. If you can't do it consistently, you might struggle as a team and during stretches. And so if you can establish a strong defensive foundation, mythology to it, whatever, I think as long as you have that anchor, you can survive some offensive droughts at points if you can lean on your defense at points.
Beardstown driving, kicking, 3 on the way. Falls, and a much-needed field goal for the Tigers. Count it for Zach DeSoler. Late in this first quarter, it's back to an 8-point game, and now Clinton will turn it over. Beardstown gives it right back, though. That was a tough look for the Tigers. Here's a drive for Bell, and he'll go to the free throw line for 2 free throws.
I mean, just talk about the physicality on that sequence of events. I mean, just hardcore playing on the hardwood floor tonight.
Both teams leaving it all on the floor. And the free throw falls for Dalton Bell. Missed a free throw earlier, trying to complete an and one play. Got that one to go, and Bell looking for his second free throw. He got it. I think there was a late violation. And they will wave off the make.
I think another good thing for Clinton, too, is just the balanced scoring. We see 5 guys with at least 2 points and 3 of them with 3. So it's not just one guy doing everything right now.
No, it's been a balanced effort, as Owen mentioned.
Absolutely, and for Beardstown, it's going to need to be balanced off on both the defensive and on the offensive side of the court, so kind of come back here.
Ball inbounded to check that here as it's passed out top to Ethan Heller. Heller out top. Here's Colby DeSoler and a pass into traffic. And there to play it was Walker and a drive for Graves. Nothing there. Couldn't get it off the block. 9-point game. Just north of a minute left to play here in the frame, as you see on the bottom of your screen. And Graves, almost another steal. Into traffic, loose ball. Beardstown, right place, right time. And a nice basket there, adjusting on the fly, Noah, for Colby DeSoler, who's really had a nice stretch of minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, for as rough as this first quarter's been for Beardstown, it's only a 7-point game. Almost a 5-point game there, but it just rolled off the rim.
And DeSoler off the mark there, Owen. And it's what we talk about basketball, a game of runs. The old cliche, but it it always holds true. It's a 7-point game.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see Beardstown do a little bit of what Clinton has done to them. It's been the full court pressure, and so the Maroons have had a couple turnovers these past couple possessions, and they've converted on the points opportunity too.
Beardstown, we have a inbound there for Zach Meyer, who scored the first points of the game for Beardstown, if you go back a few minutes. They go to the middle of the post, and Cleon Jafalo, and a travel. Keaton Graves here to play it for Clinton. And so Clinton will have to drive the length of the floor here with 31 seconds. Oh, and it's been a great first quarter, obviously, for the Maroons, although only a 7-point lead. What kind of tempo do we see here?
I think it's still going to be fairly quick. If they can get a good look, I don't think they're worried about last shot because it's just the first quarter. So they're running their typical offense, and it looks like it right now.
Pressure there, and they go to the corner, and now they'll swing it around. They go out top to Dalton Bell. Bell dribbling left, pass to the corner, 3 on the way. With 5 seconds left, it goes for Graves. Maybe one last chance for Beardstown. They don't get it in time, and that's how the first quarter will end. In Clinton, the host Maroons on top of Beardstown 17-7, down to 24 minutes to play in the Maroons' own shootout. And we'll take a minute to thank our sponsors, starting with Clinton Chiropractic Center, where their experienced team is dedicated to providing personalized care tailored just for you. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a competitive athlete, they understand the physical demands of your sport. From neck and back pain to injury prevention, they have the expertise to keep you in the game. Call or text today to schedule an appointment, 217-935-6555. And by Aquasoft Water Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1946. Call Tim for all your water needs. Joey Wright with a couple of weekend warriors to my left, Owen Dimple and Noah Powell. Guys, what's your sport of choice? Playing, hitting the links on a warm weekend. You playing some pickup rec ball. What do we got?
Well, I thought you were going to say like to watch. I was going to say football right now, but in terms of pickup, I think I would do a pickup basketball game.
There you go. We'll rec ball, yeah. No, what do you got?
For me, firstly, probably some basketball.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've never been a big fan of. I love basketball. Never been coordinated enough to play it well. I know John Michael likes to hit the links when it warms up. I want to get my golf game in shape in 2025. So.
Definitely have the interest, but I have such a baseball swing when it comes to it, so I just slice everything.
Yeah, I got a lot about my game I got to fix here the next few months. We'll see. Stay tuned. 2026 Clinton New Year's Showdown. I'll give everyone an update. There's a 3 that won't go for Keegan Daughtry, and Clinton looking to build on its 10-point lead. But no, it's been defense that's keyed offense here for Clinton. If folks are just joining us.
Absolutely, and it's been Beardstown also returning that same energy on the defensive side to Clinton that's allowed them to keep it within striking distance.
Another turnover there. And an inbound for Colton Walker. Walker, one of a few seniors on the Clinton roster, joined by Anthony Westbrooks, Riley Adams, Caden Harris, and Jack Webb. To the corner, stepping through, and to the middle of the paint. That'll be a Beardstown benefit there as it bounces out of bounds off the hands of Dalton Bell.
I think one thing that I'm thinking about right now is what we've seen in some of the other 5 games today, whereas the loser of those contests actually started the game with a great first quarter and then for some reason just couldn't complete it in the second quarter, then found themselves in a tie game third quarter and losing by the fourth quarter. So I think Clinton has to make sure that they don't find themselves in a similar situation.
3 on the way. Count that one for Keaton Graves. Been a little cold from downtown, but he gets that one to go. And Noah, you and I were on the call for one of those games earlier. It was Rochester and Eureka. great start for Rochester. Great middle of the game for Eureka. They chip away and erase a 15-point deficit. And then Rochester ultimately kind of dominates the fourth quarter en route to a win. Might this game have a similar pattern?
It definitely could. With the full court defense style that Clinton likes to play, that's a lot of energy you got to expend out defending all 90 feet of the court.
Ball inbounded to Daughtry. Daughtry looking and finding Graves. And there's a pass to the block. Up and almost an and one, but free throws for Brock Wilson, the junior. Colton Walker heads to the bench for a quick word with Coach Binkley. Wade Muller now high five for the checking out Zach DeSoler, heads to the bench alongside Cleon Jafalo.
And that's his third foul already.
And 2 already for the quarter for Beardstown.
And that's another thing, too. We've seen a few players in foul trouble today, but I can't really recall if any fouled out of the game.
Errant pass to the scorer's table. Yeah, Mark confirms what I thought. I don't think we've seen anyone foul out, but we have had a few key players get close.
I think most notable was that Luke Blackford in that second game. I mean, 3 early in the first half, and he managed the first quarter, and he still managed. I don't even think he picked up a foul the rest of the way. He stayed at 3, so it was very impressive, and he was a huge aspect of why they won that game, had the game-winning shot underneath.
3 out top. Won't bounce down. It's a Clinton rebound brought in by Walker to the middle of the paint. And Webb, no. Second chance for Webb, and he's fouled. We referenced these earlier games, guys, but, on one hand, a Rochester-Eureka game, it really has no bearing on this game, right? I mean, those are teams that these teams might see over the course of a season or what have you. But on the other hand, in talking with the folks at Clinton, that's kind of what they aim for every year with this tournament, is to bring in teams from across Central Illinois, good teams, with good resumes that don't necessarily always play each other. They mix it up. No conference matchups here today. And I think there is something to be said. It's been a lot of 1A, 2A ball today. Something to be said, I think, in looking back at how those first 5 games played out. To the block, up and in, off the glass. Count that for Ethan Heller. Nice basket for Heller. Uses his size to his advantage, and there's a 3. Stepping out and taking back the momentum is Brock Wilson.
Wilson up to 5 points. He joins Daughtry and Graves each with 5 and 6 too, respectively.
It's a 15-point lead for Clinton. Maroon's largest lead of the game. Pass, nobody's there. On the block, Walker is fouled. And that's the 4th foul of the quarter against Beardstown. Clinton has not yet committed an infraction. And Noah, I hear Wade Muller saying, don't dribble so much. Maybe swing it around, make a quicker pass. It's usually not good when you're dribbling for an extended period of time.
Absolutely, I mean, especially with how aggressive this Clinton defense has been. It gives them more time to kind of trap, and it's been forcing turnovers.
That won't go for Clinton. Another offensive rebound.
I think another thing with that, too, is that when you get the ball movement, it makes it even harder to defend. I think it's easier to defend someone that's just dribbling the ball.
That one's short off the iron, but a rebound, kick out 3 for Graves. Won't go. It's kept alive by Clinton, and finally an offensive foul will stop that possession. And that's great offensive rebounding for Clinton. We talk about second chances. Probably 4 or 5 on that possession alone.
There's a lot, and they still came up empty, but I'm sure Coach Muller wasn't real happy to see his defense allow that many offensive boards.
Almost halfway through the second quarter on Gene Vance court. Once a Clinton Maroon great. Went on to play for Illinois, was a whiz kid with the Illini, 1940s. And a fast break opportunity for Beardstown and a travel. A nice job there by Jordy Condon to play the passing lane and break free. No, it's not something we've seen a lot from Beardstown, but despite the miscue there on the shot, good to see Jordy staying active in the passing lanes.
Absolutely. I mean, the game's not over. There's still, I think like 19 minutes left in this contest. Get some stops on the other end as a little layup there from Colton Walker. But they still have time to get back into it.
Clinton leads by 17 points, again stretching what has been one of the largest leads to emerge today. Still time left, though, as we say for Beardstown. We've seen some of these games flip on a dime.
Yeah, it definitely feels like here in that second quarter, Clinton's really stepped up their offensive production, definitely finishing more, really not settling for the longer range shots that we saw in the first quarter.
Looking at Beardstown, Owen, a couple of players we've seen. Colby DeSoler's a sophomore. Cleon Jafalo, a sophomore. Zach Meyer had a field goal earlier, a sophomore. A few juniors as well. Trey Riddell, who's played a little bit, so they do have a lot of seniors on the team as well, but also still some sophomores still trying to find their way at the varsity level.
I think it's a good mix of both underclassmen and upperclassmen. You have enough upperclassmen where if you get into a close game, you can rely on those guys to go out and make a play. We have enough underclassmen where you feel confident about where the future of the program is heading, and being able to play them in games like this will only let them to continue to develop and grow.
Playing a good Clinton team here on the Maroons' home floor, and it's one of those sophomores, Colby DeSoler, at the line. Noah for Clinton, also a pretty good mix, but I would say more juniors than anyone, any other class represented on the roster. You've got Keaton Graves, Keegan Daughtry. We've seen him make a nice impact today. Brock Wilson as well. Some key seniors, certainly, and it's probably a pretty even split, but there's a big three from the junior in Graves.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have those juniors and seniors all across your roster, it really just gives you that experience, the trust as well, in understanding that they've been here before.
3 on the way for Beardstown. Nothing there, but an offensive rebound brought in. Kick out, 3 on the way. Second chance look won't fall. It's short for Conda, and the rebound will be brought ahead by Graves. Now he'll funnel it to Jack Manning, another junior who is recently checked into the game. We haven't called his name a lot tonight.
I was actually really confident in that look by Jordy Conda. I mean, wide open, had the second chance opportunity from the offensive rebound, and looked like he squared it up nicely, just couldn't find the basket.
Off on the first free throw is Manning. And his second free throw won't fall. No, again, not something that's hurt Clinton so far, but I'm sure Vic Binkley will want to clean up some of these misses at the free throw line, as there's a nice basket for Abram Kayembe.
Yeah, the reasons at the free throw line haven't really hurt the Maroons yet, but, it's still within relative striking distance for the Tigers, and, maybe down the stretch, those missed free throws will come costly.
It's Keaton Graves to the block, and Walker goes to work. Nice finish.
So far, I've really liked what I've seen from Graves because he's been a lethal shooter from deep, but he's not afraid to get a nice pass down low to his buddy Colton Walker either. 7 points and 9 points between the both of them.
And Graves with 12 points. Trouble in the corner. There's Walker. Slides all the way to the wall. Loose ball is going to be fielded by Beardstown. DeSoler. There for Beardstown. Flying in for Clinton was Jackson Reynolds, and a foul.
Foul on Colby DeSoler. His shooting foul coming up.
Sounds like they've been helping guys up all day.
John Michael points out, our producer, Beardstown, good sportsmanship from the Tigers. They've been helping guys up and, you know, maintaining, even though this first half hasn't gone their way, nice positive outlook on things. And, guys, that's, at the end of the day, what it's all about.
It is, and, you know, we've seen the competitiveness of every team, but they've never let it get too much or the better of them, and it's been really good sportsmanship throughout the day.
Free throw falls for Jackson Reynolds. Good effort from both these teams. I mean, we just saw Walker, even with Clinton building a healthy early lead, going after a loose ball and throwing his body on the line, slid all the way to the padded wall there on this side of the gym. See if we see a loose ball maybe on this possession. We're just north of a minute left to play here in the half, and a three. Whistle before the three on the floor. Clinton has no more fouls left to give now, but they did have one. That'll be their fourth foul, so that being away from the shot will give Beardstown an opportunity to inbound.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe for Beardstown going into the second half, maybe try to get Clinton into more foul trouble. They're at 4 fouls right now. Maybe try to get into the bonus in that third quarter, try to cut away that lead.
Mid-ranger won't fall. Putback is going to send Parker McCoy to the line. Even though his putback wouldn't fall, he'll have a chance to earn them the old-fashioned way at the charity stripe. Number 22 in the black jersey, 5'11" junior forward.
McCoy did a good job following that shot, making sure he was in the right spot to get that rebound, and while he was still in the air, he tried to put it back. He was rewarded with the free throws.
20-point lead for Beardstown, and the second free throw, or for Clinton, pardon me, and now it's a 19-point deficit as the second free throw falls.
Trey Riddle in number 30.
Trey Riddle back in. Running out of possessions here in the first half. We'll see what Clinton does. I wouldn't expect them to slow it down yet. And they won't hold for the last shot. Instead, a three that falls for Jackson Reynolds. Noah Clinton's really starting to pick it up from the field.
And how about this with Maroons? 5 different players with at least 5 points.
Yeah, it's been a balanced scoring approach, and I would expect that to continue to be the case as more players start to heat up. There's a foul. And free throws on the way for Clinton. Noah, what do you like on Beardstown's next and maybe last possession here of the half, depending on how these free throws shake out?
With the next possession, really just find a way to score. It's 14 points. They've had some good looks, but it's really just been a lot of turnovers, both forced by the Maroons and just bad passes.
Second free throw on the way for Graves. Got it. Or Walker, pardon me. Got it. 23-point lead. Pass to the wing. And it's Riddell. Now in the middle of the paint. Up and in. And one for Beardstown. So some momentum here late in the half. Just a tick under 20 seconds left. And a chance for the old school three-point play. Here's Colby DeSoler. Free throw won't roll in, and Clinton maybe will slow it down here. Some pressure, and almost losing it was Graves. Clinton throwing up a shot. The bank is open late at night, and 5 seconds left, just north of 5 seconds left for Beardstown on the inbound. Let's see. Pressure at midcourt. It's a foul. And free throws coming up with 9/10 of a second left as Jaden Bell set his sights on a fast break layup to beat the buzzer.
How about Bell, the freshman, knocking down the three-ball? That's been a difference, too, between the first and second quarter, is that the Maroons, while they were taking a few outside shots, they weren't hitting quite as often or as effective with it. They have been extremely effective here in the second quarter from their outside shooting.
Riddell missed the first. There's technically enough time for a shot, Noah, if this, if the shot goes in or misses.
Absolutely. It just depends on if the Maroons would be more aggressive.
Let's
Or
see.
stay aggressive.
Looks like they're setting their sights on a buzzer beater. Here's a shot, full court buzzer beater. Came close. Would have fallen from about 80 feet, but this isn't Pecatonica and Aurora Christian. Game we covered last year where we saw a very similar shot fall. Instead, it's a 40-17 halftime lead for Clinton over Beardstown at the Clinton Shootout. One more half to go. We'll take a moment to thank today's sponsors, Clinton Chiropractic Center. They have a wide range of treatments for any need, whether you're a weekend warrior or a high-level athlete. And they've got a range of solutions targeted toward treatment, targeted toward injury prevention. Their team of experts has a little something for whatever you need at Clinton Chiropractic Center, and by, Aquasoft Water Conditioning, 100 East Clay Street here in Clinton. Family owned since 1946. Quality water. Call Tim at 217-935-3690. Joey Wright alongside Owen Dimple and Noah Powell high atop Gene Van Scorp will step aside for halftime and come back for the final half of today's 6-game slate. It's Clinton 40, Beardstown 17 at halftime. Stick around. High atop Gene Vance Court in Clinton, Illinois. Clutch Sports Media, happy to have you on board. Working through the final half of the 2025 Clinton New Year's Showdown. I'm Joey Wright, Owen Dimple, and Noah Powell. To my left, in the booth with me, Jonathan Michael is behind our computer, and, pardon me, Mark Wagner is behind our camera. We appreciate everybody's help here throughout a busy day. It's been a fun day in Clinton, and Owen, we'll start with you, then to Noah. Your thoughts on the first half, and how do you see the second half of this game playing out? Clinton, big lead on its home floor.
Well, the first half was obviously dominated by the Maroons, and hopefully, Beardstown can still play competitive and find some open looks just like they just did in that time, and a second chance bucket. So that's a good sign for them moving into the third quarter. But the way that the first half played, Clinton had their way in every aspect of this game.
It's Tanner Riddell for Beardstown. And Noah, how do you size it all up?
Owen kind of hit it on the head there. Really just a lot of sloppy basketball by Beardstown in that first half. A lot of turnovers by the Tigers. And for Clinton, their slow offensive start definitely went away in that second quarter. More outside shots, and it showed on the scoreboard.
Colton Walker for Clinton. Both teams trade field goals. And another Clinton steal. If you're just joining us, that's been a storyline and an easy layup for Keaton Graves.
And none other than Keaton Graves, too. He's been having his fingerprints all over this ball game.
Keaton Graves, I'm curious to see how many steals he finishes with today. He has been all over the floor on offense. On defense, has 14 points to show for a good offensive effort. And again, we're not statting steals or really anything beyond points, but
could make you question if he's on double-double watch in points and steals.
Yeah, I mean, it really, I was just going to say, no, it feels like he has probably about 10 steals. I don't think that's an embellishment. I mean, it feels like he's in that range. And right on cue, another one. And a nice find. Bell gets out in front of the pack and lays it in. Ithra was an all-showdown defensive team. Graves would certainly be on it. And there's a shot, won't go. We've seen some good individual defensive performances today, but shifting through traffic and drawing contact is Jordy Conda.
I do like that the Tigers are trying to attack the rim. It was very hard to run any sort of offense in that first half, so if they can come into the second half and just, whether it be outside shots, inside shots, just some form of offense.
First free throw will not fall. Head coaches Vic Bankley for Clinton and Wade Muller for Beardstown. Talked about them earlier. Beardstown last season, 22-game winner, 22-10. As there's a shot that falls for Jafalo.
Number 14, that's Isaiah Thomas. It'll be the maroon ball.
No, that winning season for Beardstown. It's our first winning campaign since 2019, and coming into play here at 4-10. Still some time left to turn this season around and maybe make it 2 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still time. It's just not only in this game, but in the season. It just starts at one play at a time, really.
And there's a nice play, steal in transition, and a 3 on the way, over an outstretched arm. Will not fall for Isaiah Thomas. Great basketball name. Thomas misses the 3. He's a senior for this Beardstown squad. Here's a drive through traffic, up and in. Counted for Colton Walker. Lead back to 27. Floater won't fall. Rebound is loose. There to corral it is Brock Wilson. And a pass a little too far. Noah ahead of Keegan Daughtry. He can't hold on to it.
Absolutely. I mean, it definitely seems that Clinton's still trying to push that pace like they did in that first half. Just that pass was a little bit out of reach. for Beardstown, it definitely seems they're being more aggressive with their offensive sets, more attacking inside. They already got the Maroons to 2 fouls. It took them like 4 minutes to get their first foul in that second quarter.
There's a lay-in off the window. Easy shot for Cleon Jafalo. And I like that point Noah made. It does seem like the aggression is there for Beardstown here in the second half that might not have been there early on. And we have an and one from Brock Wilson, if he can complete it.
And we've seen Jafalo start making an impact in the third quarter. He struggled in that first half with the 3 fouls. It kind of really altered him to be on the bench, but also his playing style on the court as well. But 4 quick points here in the third quarter. It's just an extra scoring option because really there hasn't been a singular guy. I mean, DeSoler has matched Jafalo with 4 points as the team leaders.
Shot won't fall for Zach DeSoler. Up and along. And there is a shot in the corner. Count that one for Keaton Graves.
And the third three-pointer for Graves. He's been outstanding with his deep range shooting ability.
Deep 2 on the baseline, and that shot falls for Colby DeSoler. Has emerged as Beardstown's leading scorer, has 7 points. And here's Daughtry. Daughtry over to Bell. Now a pass to Walker. Walker for 3, got it. And Noah, it has been an offensive explosion here. Really all game for Clinton, but in the third quarter they're stepping out and knocking them in from downtown.
Absolutely. After the first quarter, I was thinking maybe Beardstown was to be able to keep their defensive pressure up, kind of keep the Maroons within reach. But as we approach the waning minutes of the third quarter, that lead keeps getting bigger and bigger for Clinton.
And the shift of the offenses, so we seen Clinton and Heyworth play last night, 47-45 Maroons win. Both those teams today really outscored themselves each by a large margin.
In trouble, picking up the dribble. It's tipped around, out of bounds. It'll go to Clinton. (57-25) Maroons all over the Tigers in this one. Loose ball and good hustle there. It'll be a travel, but good hustle, Noah, for Ethan Heller to put his body on the line to make a play.
Absolutely. I mean, even though you're down a lot, it doesn't mean that you should stop fighting if you're at Beardstown. Maybe a couple lucky bounces, a couple inbounds, and you're just right back in it.
Clinton's offense, another crack on the block. Kick out. And here's Dalton Bell. Bell over to Walker. Corner, 3 on the way. Back iron, not kind. Jackson Reynolds can't get the bounce, but it'll stay with Clinton.
And the Maroons are still just good ball movement on offense. They're passing up good shots for great shots. That time it was missed by Reynolds, but he's hit that one before. He's got one of those in the first half.
Noah's still about 10 minutes of game action here. 3 on the way. That one is short for Jackson Reynolds, but maybe a statement win for Vic Binkley's Maroons here, looking for win number 12 on the season.
Absolutely.
I was just going to say, back-to-back 20-win seasons, and these teams aren't invited to this showdown by accident. Clinton certainly wanting to bring in a quality team to face here, maybe get ready for the latter portion of the schedule.
Absolutely. It's really, all these teams are here for a reason. Beardstown has had good seasons in recent history. Clinton really starting to find their footing as a program.
Oh, and it's similar to what we talked about with Rochester earlier, although I think Noah and I did that game, but we talked a lot about Rochester's football team, one of the best in the state. basketball program has lagged behind, but in recent years has started to find itself, and this year it's breaking big for the Rockets. They've got an 11-win team over there in Rochester. Clinton, you know, it had been kind of a similar stretch, take maybe football out of the equation, but although they've had some solid football teams over the years, but really basketball, you said what? It's been since the 90s that they have had back-to-back, they had back-to-back winning seasons until the last 2 years. Back-to-back 20-win seasons. Really seems like, you know, as Noah said, this program is finding its way along.
Yeah, and really you can look at, if you peel the layers of why that happens, it can go back. Of course, you can look at the coaching, you know, great coaching, but it's also the classes that come through. And you're seeing some good athletes that have a winning mentality. They want to, you know, be remembered as one of the best teams in the program, or this year we won a conference title, or we went this far in state, whatever it may be. So every once in a while you get those classes that come up the ranks and really just spark a school in really all aspects of athletics.
Talk about football, but you know, Clinton obviously a history of maybe less success than the Maroons would want on the football side of things, but Ron Bass taking over that program a few years ago and has the Maroons playing very competitive football in the new Heart of Central Illinois Conference. And the Maroons in the last few years have been playing some really good football under Ron Bass. So maybe look for the football team to join the basketball team at the top of the standings in the next few years. That's a really tough football conference. But the Maroons do a nice job.
Yeah, and speaking of the football, I mean, this past fall we saw the first inaugural season of the Heart of Central Illinois Conference. We saw Clinton join the Heart of Illinois conference of teams like DMAC, Eureka, and so it was really interesting, and not just them, it was Shelbyville as well. And I thought that conference was really strong this year. I mean, maybe not one team that stuck out particularly well, but I think as a collective it was a really good conference.
You know, Ron Bass was one of some 45 coaches that, well, not that many, but roughly 40 coaches, we'll call it, that stopped through the News-Gazette's newsroom to chat with myself, Matt Daniels, Zach Pyatt for our media days in August. And always appreciate all the coaches taking some time for that. And that was maybe the big storyline in the area going into this season among a crowded field. You know, you get some matchups, Tuscola and Gibson City, right? Or, you know, Clinton and, you know, I don't know, take your pick, right? I mean, just games that would have been good playoff matchups and have been good playoff matchups in years past. Now you get them in the regular season, and I think that's made for a lot of fun. Certainly a tough conference and closes off a lot of the schedules, which people like. Stability.
Yeah, right, and one of the teams we saw here today, Eureka, they had a good year. Didn't quite get it done in the playoffs. Tri-Valley was dominant in the conference as always. EPG had a pretty good year.
That will fall, and a nice shot there for DeSoler. You know, guys, I look around today. I'm just struck. You know, I look around the gym. I step outside the gym. Look anywhere, right? And you see a lot of maroon and gold, a lot of Central Michigan-esque C logos. I am amazed at just the branding and the signage here at Clinton High School. I mean, it is everywhere. It's a very cohesive. You got the storage containers in every corner, you know, wrapped up nicely. It's just a very well-dressed school. A lot of maroon and gold anywhere you look.
Good facility too. As you said, the branding that's really taken over high school sports. Kind of a trickle-down effect from the pros to college ranks. Now we're seeing that in the high school level too. And I think it's cool. It's really cool for the kids. They get to be a part of that too. And, you know, hopefully we get to help out that along the way with all these broadcasts. I know they like the broadcasts, the articles, and so, you know, that's the great part about it too, is that not only do they like it, but we enjoy it as well.
Absolutely. When, you know, for that branding and stuff, you know, getting these schools like Clinton, you know, maybe a bigger audience, people who don't get to see all their games or watch a Clinton game, be able to expand that out there, it's huge.
We're bringing Clinton and Beardstown basketball to viewers all over the world. Appreciate everyone that's taken some time to join us today. Here's a fast break opportunity for DeSoler. And an easy finish, and Clinton maybe one more opportunity to score before the third quarter buzzer. They get it into midcourt, and here's a pass looking for Jack Manning. Manning to the corner, three is short, and it was a good look for Caleb Sturgeon, but he couldn't get it to go. And that's 3 quarters in the books in Clinton. Last game of the 2025 New Year's Showdown. And we'll take a quick moment to thank our sponsors before this fourth quarter. And then we'll take a look at some records. You see a single game steals record is 9 for Tyler Rogers back in 1994-95. You know, I think that record has fallen. I'd have to see the stats. Still a quarter to go. But Keaton Graves has been in on so many plays today. And once it's all statted out, again, I don't want to say anything definitively, but even if he doesn't have the record, that's been such a big part of Clinton's 59-33 edge here.
Yeah, and I would say if we're giving out a player of the game, he would probably be my pick.
I think we're in agreement there. Take a moment to thank our sponsors, starting with Clinton Chiropractic Center, a wide range of solutions for any need, whether you're a weekend warrior or a high-level athlete. Clinton Chiropractic Center, opportunities to treat and prevent injuries, and I'll get you taken care of over at Clinton Chiropractic Center. Aquasoft Water Conditioning on 100 East Clay Street here in Clinton. Call 217-935-3690, or just rewind it a few clicks, catch the number on your screen. Family owned since 1946. Clinton's single game points record is 50 for one game. That's Don Wilson back in 1966 or 67. It was some point during that season.
Very impressive without the three-point arc.
And in a much slower era. Certainly no shot clock back then, as is coming to the IHSA soon. How about Tyler Rogers? I look over there at the records. Had 9 steals in the one game that season, 94-95, but also had 91 steals for the season. And in his career, he also had 243 assists. Or is that 213 or?
Yeah, 213.
213. Okay, I couldn't tell if it was 243 or 213, but yeah, great point guard.
No matter which way you put it, that's a lot.
I was going to say that's a lot of connections with his teammates. Here is a floater that falls for Beardstown. So Beardstown, some momentum, guys, here out of the gates in the fourth quarter. And it's a 22-point game. It would take a Herculean effort here in the fourth quarter to overcome the deficit. But nice to see the Tigers playing with some pride and continuing to make an effort.
Playing with pride, and even the fans that came out to support them, I mean, they were excited to see that last bucket. It's good to know that they're still in this game as well. They're just happy to see, their boys be on the court playing a game that they love.
Here's a kick to the corner and a three in and out, almost fell. Instead, it's loose and slow to get up. Jackson Reynolds looks like he's going to walk to the bench, took a shot there. As everyone, well, he's trying to stay in the game. Looks like he's going to get some relief from Jaden Bell. So we'll hope he's okay. Looks to be okay. You don't want to speculate, but Owen looked like he just maybe collided with someone in pursuit of the loose ball.
Yeah, it could have been maybe just like knocked knees, one of those type of plays where it doesn't sound like it's that bad, but I tell you what, the bone on bone really hurts.
Does not feel good. Hopefully everything's okay over there on the bench for Jackson Reynolds. No, I'm sure you've taken a shot in your day, right? Playing some hoops.
Oh yeah, I mean, My main sport when I was competing was wrestling, and
Ah.
we had I know about those knee-on-knee, bone-on-bone collisions. They don't feel the best.
Wrestling is, fortunately, you're moving at a pretty low rate of speed. You don't have a lot of like players coming in from opposite sides and ramming into each other like you might have in another sport. But yeah, wrestling, you can really either pull something or strain something or find some discomfort. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. Speaking of wrestling, you look at some banners on the wall here in Clinton's gym. 1985 State Wrestling Championship, 89 as well, 2000. Clinton was a State Wrestling Championship, and 99 too, but right before that 2000 title. With a few individuals, that is.
Fouls on number 24, Keaton Harris. At the line, Cleon Jafalo.
Follow to the line for Beardstown. 5:13 left to play. And Jafalo leaves his first one short. Got the second. 25-point lead for the host Maroons, making it happen on their home floor. That's tipped out of bounds, and Beardstown will take over.
I probably won't see much for starters the rest of the way in this one. Get all the guys that don't get to see varsity minutes too often a chance to play in their home tournament.
5 on the floor for Clinton. Keegan Daughtry is out there. He's joined by Jaden Bell. And on the floor as well is Caleb Sturgeon. And they are joined by Caden Harris. And the fifth player, Jack Manning, for Clinton. Here's Sturgeon. Slows it down. 3 on the way. Contested 3. Won't fall. Tipped around. Loose ball. It's going to carry him back to Harris. Daughtry, no. Stolen away. 1-on-1. Fast break. And up off the block for the second chance. Won't fall. Loose ball. And Clinton will bring in the rebound. Tell you guys, one player that has really impressed me for Beardstown has been Colby DeSoler, the sophomore. In on a lot of plays. You saw him almost force a steal there. And looks like he needs a minute to get up there, catch his breath. But he's been a hustler today.
Yeah, I think you put it best, hustler, a high motor guy, someone that doesn't quit, and really seems like the most consistent player for the Tigers today. 9 points won't scream off the box score for you, but I think each of those 9 points were big for the team because there wasn't really much coming outside of it.
And Ashley Cayenne in for Beardstown. Briggs White in for the Maroons.
Both coaches going back to the bench here, continuing to rotate in some subs. All signs positive for Clinton in this one. Maroons a few minutes from win number 12 on the year, looking for their third straight 20-win campaign, and looking to make some noise at the regional, sectional, heck, maybe super sectional and state level. You never know who can get hot in February and March.
It's all about starting your journey right now, though. You want to find the way how to win, and by the time March comes around, you're clicking on all cylinders. So now's the time to start find that rhythm and use that to carry you into the postseason.
You know, we talk about the postseason, guys, but we're just over a month away from the state wrestling tournaments. It'll be the boys tournament at State Farm Center in just over a month, and then the girls tournament at Grosinger Motors Arena. And you might think, well, why are we talking about wrestling here? We're doing a Clinton Beardstown basketball game. But to me, that always signifies kind of the start of the postseason, right? Because right after the wrestling state finals, you get the regionals, the sectionals start up for basketball. Before you know it, you're in Bloomington Normal and Champaign for those state finals. And it really is a fun month and a half, however you want to look at it, of high school sports.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as Owen was saying, you would start getting to a run like this. But even for Beardstown, whose season really hasn't gone the way that they thought it would, finding points after that really lackluster third quarter here in the fourth can really be a point for them to build on moving forward.
Absolutely. We'll stay with Clinton on the offensive end. John Michaels, our producer today. Mark Wagner behind our camera. Said it earlier today, I'll say it again. Gene Vance Court, one of the, I think, best looking courts in the area. I love that gradient pattern. Black on the baselines, maroons, or I should say maroon at center court. Big logo at center court as well. Mentioned all the branding in maroon and gold around the school. Very cohesive look here at Clinton High School.
I'm a big fan of the back padded wall too. I think it's just really sharp and clean, and then you get like the gray logo in the black background. I think it's just a really good, solid look.
I agree. Just a nice bright gym. You don't get a lot of, well, I shouldn't say you don't get a lot of nice bright gyms, but it is nice to find a gym that's not overly warm. Sometimes you get like a very yellow court, and then a school that might have a gold or an orange or a red as their color. It can become a lot with the lighting, but not a problem here in Clinton. Shot off the back iron, won't fall. And we're under 2 minutes to play here in the Clinton Showdown. Up off the block, and a foul is called.
And shooting foul. Laura Dahl on the foul. For the Maroons, Caleb Sturgeon.
If we had to, I'm going to put you on the spot, Owen, and Noah as well. If you had to pick the team from the Clutch Sports media coverage area, and then I'll chime in with my thought on maybe the News Gazette coverage area. But right now, middle of January, maybe the team you think will go the furthest in the IHSA Boys Basketball State Series. We'll start with you, Owen.
Oh, I think in terms of our coverage area, I think probably, are you saying boys or girls or which team?
We'll keep it with boys basketball here, yeah.
I mean, you can't look further than Manual and Peoria High, two teams that have really good start. They have strong players, but they're also in really tough classes, and it always seems like they get in tough draws some years, and so I think they would have potentially a chance to make it far just solely because they have the talent to do so.
And Noah? Yep.
Yeah, I have to agree with. I gotta agree with Owen. I think Manual for sure. They've been just a pleasure to watch, and the few chances that I've been able to see them play. And I'm really excited to see what they can do come March.
I'm excited to see what this Clinton team can continue to do here in the coming weeks and month. John Michael, by the way, chimes in with Metamora. I gotta say more because Clinton is a News Gazette coverage area team, and in that neck of the woods, I really like a good Bismarck, Henning, Rossville, Alvin team to keep it going. Keeson Peoples, one of the better players in Central Illinois. Micah Stanford, St. Joseph Ogden hosted a great shootout today. Teams like Moline and Mount Zion played. And actually, I got to chase down a winner of that game. But Tuscola out of the Central Illinois Conference, they continue to keep it going. Cam Sweetenham. And that'll be a good test for Clinton when they do face the Warriors here in short order. Under a minute to play. It's been a very convincing performance for Clinton defensively, offensively. There's a shot that won't go for Harris, and that'll stay with Beardstown.
Yeah, this has been the one performance today I felt like from tip-off all the way to the final buzzer. It was a very consistent performance, and hats off to the Maroons on, 2 games in a matter of however many hours it was. From last night to tonight, they got the job done. They're 2-0 in those 2 games, and those 2 big wins that you can put on the record.
Shot won't go. Not the game Beardstown wanted to play today, but the Tigers still looking to keep momentum going from a strong 2023-24 campaign. They'll fall to 4-11. Clinton, in 10 seconds, will be 12-7. And it's going to be a 66-42 win for Clinton today over Beardstown at Gene Vance Court. And the buzzer sounds. That will conclude the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Our thanks to everybody at Clinton High School for having us here 2 years in a row. We've brought you live whistle-to-whistle coverage of this event. And it's been a lot of fun. We saw some really good games. I think the highlight, if you want to go back and check out a really good basketball game, was a thriller between Springfield Calvary and Peoria Christian. That was game 2 today. But 6 games that each had their own unique storylines, and Clinton's defense smothers Beardstown in the nightcap to win it 66-42. Owen, Noah, any final thoughts on this one?
Just a great day of basketball. A lot of good stuff, a lot of good teams that, maybe came into this day a little wounded record-wise, but definitely could move forward with some confidence and earn some more wins as they go further into their conference play. And then really for Clinton to cap it off with such a great performance as well.
And I mean, for this entire shootout, really it was about not how you start, but how you finished. It seemed a lot of those teams that had those really strong first quarter starts really weren't able to keep it up throughout the games. Clinton, however, tonight got out strong defensively, kind of built off that, and then pulled away for the victory.
And it's a 66-42 win for Clinton, their 12th of the year. Beardstown takes its 11th loss. 4 wins, though, and we'll see what these teams can do moving forward. So for our entire crew, it's been a long day, and it's been a fun day, and we've been happy to have you along for the ride. John Michael, our producer for this most recent game. Mark Wagner behind our computer. Owen Dimple and Noah Powell in the booth with me, Joey Wright. We'll send you on your way. Have a safe and happy rest of your weekend and a great week ahead. Thank you for watching ClutchSportsIL.com's coverage of the Clinton New Year's Showdown. So long, everybody.